And the 45, Colt Waldberger, does have that third spot on the gas gas.
It is Terry Kinney out front, Grayson Wilkie and Colt Waldberger first, second, and third, respectively, with Kaylee Papke back in fourth position. But it's all Terry Kinney right now as he comes over the number 5 roller into the 6 step up and leads his way to the Shock Sock Sweeper. The 504 on the underground compound, Nide and Beaumart, Micah Metals, No Tool, Shock Socks, Renthal, and OGO backed ride. Leading Grayson Wilkie. Here's Wilkie sponsors listed: Edge Power Sports, Elite Racing Company, Federung Suspension, Wilk Star Racing, Dunlop, and Alpine Stars for the 14-year-old out of Moroni, Utah, aboard the Husqvarna. And Colt Waldberger back there out of Temple, Texas. No sponsors listed here for Colt Waldberger on the gas gas. There is Terry Kinney taking a look over at his dad in the finish line huddle hut. He's going to be followed by the 48 of Grayson Wilkie out of Moroni, Utah. So a good ride here for Wilkie, back in second position in this Super Mini 2 13 to 16 age group. And race number 12, College Boy Sportsman, as well as the Junior 25 plus class, loaded up on the gate.
So working through the laps here in the Super Mini 2, race 11 in the order out on the track. So Terry Kinney maintaining the lead here. Grayson Wilkie, Colt Waldberger, and Kayla Papke running their field here. So Schoolboy 2 riders out on the track, or Super Mini 2 riders, I should say. Super Mini 2. I lost my mind for a second there.
Hey,
And,
big shout out to. Go ahead, Don.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say big shout out to Syntex Utilities throwing in $1,200 for the Pro Moto Whole Shot Awards. All 6 Pro Motos will be going for a $200 Whole Shot Award. So Billy Harrison, thank you so much for the $1,200 kicked in just now. So Syntex Utilities sponsoring the Pro Moto Whole Shot Awards.
There you go. That'll buy a little gas to put in the rig.
It's all right. Hey, you go out there and you land 6 whole shots. You're doing it for free anyway. You might as well take $1,200.
That's it. You know you want that whole shot, even if there's no money on the line.
Cade Groen is going to line that Suzuki up and act like Ken Roxon and go for that whole shot and try to take $1,200 home this weekend.
Hey, I don't know, for $1,200, I'm thinking about getting a bike and going out there.
That's right. That's right.
I can go fast while I'm going straight.
That's right.
It's that turn that's going to mess me up.
It's the turn that approaches quick. Papke back there in 4th, Waldberger in 3rd, still Wilkie in 2nd, and Terry Kinney, man, he's got about a 18-second gap over Wilkie, leading the Super Mini 2 13 to 16 age group, and he's been under the guidance and tutelage of Shannon Nide, Jake Bomer, Tommy Hahn, living out there at Underground Compound. So Terry Kinney, no big surprise here, putting in some blistering fast laps.
I mean, what a great group to be training with. That is the complete package of trainers.
And now Taylor Painter has joined the Underground Compound family. So you got 4 very well-known, very liked, very professional, very established trainers out at the Underground Compound.
I have to tell you, it is really interesting for me, and it's encouraging for me to see 2 tracks, you talk about Underground and Billadilla, come to their own and really kind of raise the game to join Freestone as one of the premier tracks here in Texas.
Sure.
Underground, I know I've been there. The facility always looked like it was nice, but from what you said, they have just brought it up to another level in the last couple of years. And like I said, I've only seen video of Billadilla, but man, does that look like a wonderful track to ride. It's really reminiscent of a East Coast elevation change kind of track.
Trees everywhere.
That's the first thing, when I was looking at that, I'm like, this is Texas?
Yeah. No.
Like, that doesn't look like any of the other tracks I've seen. And from what you said, it's not like any of the other tracks.
Well, and face it, when you come down here, it's usually just once a year. You come here where it's a little flat here in Central Texas, northern Central Texas. But there is elevation here in Texas, just not necessarily where you arrive at DFW Airport and fly over here or drive over here to Freestone. So, yeah, you get over to the East Texas, the Piney Woods, there's some pretty good elevation in Palestine. Billadilla, home of Palestine, is one of those tracks.
Well, I'll tell you, it is awesome to see that Triple Crown come in to bring Underground and Billadilla in with Freestone. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3 punch you're going to be wanting to be part of.
Man, you can go race somewhere and get a trophy or a plaque, which we've been doing since eons. And nothing wrong with that. You're going to get a trophy and plaque here. But you can also try to take home a portion of the $30,000. Had 4 families yesterday and the day before tell me, we're going to do this Texas Triple Crown because we want to race for some money. We want to put some money back in our kids' pocket.
And, that's the thing. Like, that's another way to change the game. Yeah, okay, we're going to give you a lot of pictures. We're going to give you a lot of photos, and we're going to give you a lot of plastic, and you're going to get, your little mustaches and things. But let's have some money, shall we? And the Triple Crown going to bring the cash into the picture.
That's right, Don. That was a little unsubtle. Terry Kinney up and over the finish line huddle hut here on lap number 6 of this Super Mini 2 13 to 16 age group. But, we'll bring up a valid point. $30,000 on the line here for the inaugural Texas Triple Crown. Think about that for a minute. $30,000 paid out to all the amateur classes, the top 5. Pretty incredible. Yeah, on the overall, pretty incredible deal here. So looking forward to it.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Again, just another way to raise the game.
Yeah, Courtney Miller brings up a good point. If you ride a 50 and you race 4 classes and you first overall and you win first overall in those 4 classes, you're leaving Billadilla with $1,000 paid for your racing, paid for the fuel, paid for everything.
That is going to buy a lot of Robux.
That's right. That's right. Well, perfect time to get down to FMF, Merge Racing, MX Tires West, HyperX, 110 Racing. It's cool seeing 110 Racing and Flow Vision set up right next to each other, or actually Flow Vision and Fast Company. Cole Townsend set up over in the pits. Go talk to those gentlemen about their products. Shock Socks here on location. Rocky Mountain ATV, we couldn't do this, Don, without the help of Rocky Mountain ATV. They have been a long-time supporter, the #1 online retailer for motorcycle parts, motocross parts.
Yeah, it's great to have them on board. You know, they're been a great partner. I know, I believe I was here the first year they came on board, and it's just been great to have them part of the event. You know, they do a wonderful job with all the parts they have available, the shipping and stuff. And actually, that's one of those companies, if you actually have a question, you can talk to somebody before you have to try to guess what to order.
Well, I'll say this. Rocky Mountain ATV MC has sold my product, Shock Socks, for the better part of 16, 17 years now, and the customer service is top-notch. They're just very knowledgeable. They're great. Super, super, super great people there at Rocky Mountain ATV MC, and they've been on board with Freestone for about 13 years now at least. So congratulations and big shout-out to the Millers and Rocky Mountain ATV MC for keeping that relationship alive all of these years. Very important. Yeah, continuing down here, Tamer Whole Shot Devices, Mr. Kevin Merritt, Josh Rogers with EBR, the Nassanis with Altus Motorsports. Those guys are here supporting us as they should be, Don.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Donnie Luce and the rest of the Yamaha crew there, like I say, EBR, Altus Motorsports, the Blue Crew banners flying here. You see those Blue Crew banners all around the track. That's not just decoration, folks. They are here and part of the event, and it's great to have them here. You know, and they need to invest a lot of time. They need to invest in product to come out here to make sure they're ready to help all the riders that need it. And you know, that's not a small feat to make sure that those folks have their have the product, have the time to get here, and give the love to all the riders out there. So big thanks to them. And yeah, Tamer Whole Shot, like Kevin is just the nicest guy.
Yeah.
And the original Whole Shot, that's one of those things that, you know, sometimes people don't realize because there's so many companies that make them now. Yeah, that's the guy that figured out how to do it. That's the guy that owns the patent on it. That's the original Whole Shot device.
He set the bar, baby.
Yep.
He set the bar. And super nice guy, like you said. So Kevin Merritt, when you get time, feel free to stop on up here, as well as Nick with Flow Vision, and of course Cole Townsend with Fastco. Y'all gentlemen join us up here in the tower at any moment.
Yeah, really, any of our vendors, any of our supporters here that are on board, the manufacturers, sponsors, come on up. We'd love to have you come on up and give you some time to give you some love.
Right now, it is still Terry Kinney out front.
So sun shining bright now, a little bit of cloud cover here. That's nice to have a little bit of cloud cover, but the sun out. Beautiful day here at Freestone. A light breeze by Freestone measure.
I also want to touch base here on the Verb Moto Prospect app and the photo launch. They're going to launch the photo portion of the Verb Moto Prospect app here pretty soon. A spot where photographers can upload their unsold photos and a place where you can view and buy right on the Verb Prospect app. So, you know, if you're a photographer, you're out there and you shoot 3,000 images, you upload it to the Verb Moto portal. You never know when somebody's going to buy your image, and you collect a little chunk of change here. So pretty cool. They're going to be launching that photo launch here in a few days, Don. Pretty cool to see.
That's like finding money.
But go download that Verb Moto Prospect app and keep up with your favorite racer, man. There's all kinds of stats on past results, what they've done over the past few years, a national ranking, a worldwide ranking. It's pretty cool.
Well, the other thing that they do is you can list your track there. So I know I claimed my home track, Winchester, on the Prospect app. And what that does is not only can they go there and see lap times and see pictures, but you can say, you know what, I'm going to be up in Northeast during the summer for vacation. Where is there to ride up there? You can look and see, oh, hey, this track has practice on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So, hey, yeah, let's load the bike up and we go up to the beach. Maybe we'll get some laps in too. So
pretty cool deal.
That's another real cool deal, is that you get as a track owner or a promoter, you can have folks get a little more info about what you offer as well.
And see all those images, which is always encouraging.
Yeah, they can literally look at the track, go to the pictures, and go, that looks fun.
That looks like a good time. So big shout out to Wes Williams, Brent Chase Stallo and the crew, Andrew Campo. He's no longer with Verb, but old friend. Andrew helped launch Verboto. And, of course, Chris Tessine, the coder that has helped build this entire Prospect app. So really fun talking to Chris. Some of his language is right over my head, Don. I'm not that intelligent.
Well, it's coding language, which goes over my head, too, even though I do that for a living.
So you do it, you just don't understand it very well.
No.
That's right.
I don't do that part of it.
Okay.
I get into the part when it gets to the machine and has to work there.
Work the machine, all right.
So again, working through the, looks like going to be getting ready to go with the white flag here for Super Mini 2. So race 12, College Sportsman, Junior 25 plus next off the gate. And there you go, white flag comes out for the 504, Terry Kinney. Colt Wahlberger hanging on to the second spot there on the 45 Gas. So a pair of Gas riders going 1-2 right now. Grayson Wilkie on the Husqvarna looking to hang on to third. So working through the final lap here for the riders in the Super Mini 2. Folks, don't forget, coming up tonight, the Malcolm Stewart FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament over at the Big Pond. See who's going to reel in the biggest fish, who's going to get in the smallest fish. And then after that, we're going to get to see the biggest fish of all, breaking down the Freestone track. James Stewart going to be here hosting that track breakdown. Checkered flag comes out for Terry Kinney.
Yeah, so we've got a Malcolm Stewart jersey to give away for the Big Kahuna FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament, like always.
Nice.
And how cool is that? Maybe James Stewart will present that Malcolm Stewart jersey.
See that? Can we get James to fish as well? I don't know.
Who knows? We'll ask him. There is the 45 of Colt Waldberger. A good ride here for Waldberger in second. And we're going to send this down to the podium here where Terry Kinney's going to be getting with Dean Diaz up on the podium.
Yeah, thank you, that Shangy. Terry Kinney up here. Stoked about that win. Almost went right back to the pit area. Did you get your frame number to get up here, to get your podium interview? Terry Kinney, I'll give you an opportunity to get your bike on the stand, get you to take that helmet off so we can hear you loud and clear up here. Definitely on the gas. Terry Kinney, man, great ride out there. Tell me how it went.
The track was pretty good. Everyone else did pretty good.
Did you get the whole shot?
I don't know.
You remember your race?
Well, it was like we both we're up there, but not up there.
It's a good start, but you made it happen. You made some passes, man. You tackled it. How was the track out there?
It was pretty good.
Awesome. You got any more motos coming up today?
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank for getting you up here and for those motos that are coming up next?
Underground Compound, Shannon Ide, Mom and Dad, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it up for Terry Kinney down here on the podium. Take it away in the tower, guys.
All righty, thank you, Dean. So we're going to have the college sportsmen 18 to 24 and junior plus 25 off the gate next. So getting ready to put the 2 card up here. So going to get ready to go here with the college sportsman junior plus 25. Race number 12 in the order, getting ready to leave the gate. I went through tubes of that stuff. My son's like, that RM85. All right, so 2-card girl Lex Clark out there on the start straight. Going to get ready to put that card up for the college sportsman. All right, we are sideways, and here we go with the college sportsman gate drop. Yeah, it looked like it might have been a 77 of Wolf. So Peyton Morningstar, the 37 KTM with the early hole shot lead, but he's going to drop back, it looks like, to second as another rider has taken over the top spot. And for the junior plus 25, Cody Lorenz, the 29 with the hole shot. So the 19, Austin Camden taking the lead, and the college boy, Peyton Morningstar, dropping back to second. Riders working their way down the gas alley. And it looks like Max Darling is starting to try to close up on the 29 of Cody Lorenz. That'll be for the lead in the plus 25 junior. So race 12 well underway here on the track.
Very picturesque right now.
Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful Wortham, Texas at Freestone Raceway, ladies and gentlemen. As they say, it just doesn't get any better. And here comes our leaders through the VMAX switchback.
There you go, the 19 holding the lead here. So Austin Camden getting out front early. So Caden Wolf, Peyton Morningstar now back and dropping back to third after grabbing the whole shot. Kyle Looney, Caden Martin, and Caden Wigan going to be fourth, fifth, and sixth. Colt Street seventh. Jamin Wilkie running in the eighth spot for the College Sportsman.
We should be seeing our junior 25 plus riders.
Yep. Here they come through that Texas 12 pack. Looks like the 29 of Cody Lorenz holding the lead.
And the 817 of Max Darling.
Whoa, you see he got kicked big time coming out of that switchback. When he came over the finish line jump, he was fully feet off the pegs, but Darling able to maintain the spot.
We'll be able to see that replay on YouTube. Of course, you can check out all the action at TRACKCAST.tv.
Yep, they'll be streaming all the rest of the racing here throughout the rest of today, tomorrow, and Saturday, and any racing we have on Sunday.
Tandem pulling away from second place of Jaden Wolf as they go down the Freestone Freeway and hit the Honda triple step up, clears it with no worry.
Yeah, nice run through there. Starting to see multiple lines developing in that Blake Baggett berm. You got a solid way inside, sort of a midline, which is where your next rider is going right now. And then you got that big outside sweeper. So 3 definitive lines in that Blake Baggett berm right now. All right, leaders in the College Sportsman coming through there. The 19 of Camden still holding the top spot. Morningstar back to second now. And 43 of Kyle Looney now third. So Jaden Wolf dropping all the way down to fifth on that lap. Big mistake somewhere for the 77. But if you're Peyton Morningstar, you're pretty happy about that because he's back to the second spot.
How about Caden Wiggling on the 133 and the 15 of Colt Street, Benjamin, Utah. Eighth place is going to be Jamin Wilkie of Marani, Utah. Ninth place, Kylie Alvarez of Discovery Bay, California. And then 10th, 95, Haley Johnson.
Yeah, Haley Johnson running a bunch of classes here this week. We saw her in, I think, 2 classes in Supercross. This is her second class in this in the motocross portion, so she's putting the laps in.
She's a lean, mean racing machine.
There you go.
Race machine. There's Justin Trammell, that other JP imposter guy on the 852 out of Longview, Texas. Anyway, no, he's a great guy, great dad, got 3 daughters, and they all race.
Yeah, Cody Lorenz out front, Max Darling second, and Trammell holding on to that third spot in the Junior Plus 25. Yeah, he's probably pretty busy with all those kids and all that stuff he's got going on.
Well, yeah, and of course, they're doing soccer, they're doing volleyball, they're, typical kid stuff, which is cool. think the littlest one, the 4-year-old's the most excited about racing.
Yep, definitely. There's always one that they all like to do it, but there's always one that got that fever.
Well, the second daughter, the middle daughter, Olivia, she kept pulled away from racing. And then at Billadilla, I went up to her. I said, I'm glad to see you're back. I said, what are your thoughts? She goes, well, Sawyer was having so much fun. I just missed it. And then it's just so cool to hear stuff like that, you know.
There you go.
This being a family sport and couldn't do it without you guys and parents. And parents, keep doing your parenting. Remember, parenting, parenting, parenting. Please.
All right, there's the 19, Austin Camden, the Fuel Factory Asterisk Gurney 1 Industries 60 Dunlop ride with the lead still. Well, we're starting to stack up in second. Jaden Wolf back to second. Morningstar drops back to third, and that time around it was Jaden Wolf getting a little out of shape before the finish.
There's the 60 of Pilot Alvarez, by the way, of Discovery Bay, California, currently running ninth, followed by Haley Johnson on the number 95 Yamaha.
So this is race number 12 in the order out on the track. Race 13, Micro 2 Senior, going to be next off the gate. Race 14, Mini Senior 1, you should be in staging. Girls 65 to 85, race 15 in staging. Race 16, 65 7 to 9 limited in staging, and first call for race 17, the Micro 1 Junior 4 to 6 limited, down to pre-staging.
Boy, this is next race coming up, Don. It's going to be very interesting. Micro 2 Senior, 7 to 8 years of age. Got some good names in here. Schwartzflager, Alessi, Trip Roberts, Nick Black, Levi Morrell, Callahan Russo, Shan Garcia's accountant.
Yep, he's going to finish up his year-end reports and then head on out to the track.
8 years old, so what does that tell you? Shan needs help.
Well, I knew that without you telling me that, JT.
I'm just reconfirming. And speaking of reconfirming, it's a 19 of Austin Camden over the finish line tabletop one more time. Followed by that 77 of Jaden Wolf, Franklin, Wisconsin.
Yeah, they should have about 2 more laps to go in this one, so next time around, Camden will be looking at the white flag, I believe.
Jaden Wolf with the 210, and actually Camden running the 212.
And here, then, don't forget, Jaden Wolf went back 2 positions, and then on the next lap around, he was back to second, so he's got the speed. He's just got to smooth it out.
Make sure to make your way over to FMF, check out all their merchandise. And if you need any technical assistance with pipes and silencers, muffler packing, any of that kind of stuff, go see Super Kyle over at FMF. And of course, right next door is the food court, FCA Motocross. And breakfast is being served. Go see Big Hal's Barbecue Emporium for the super burritos. And then we got the Taco Lady, Howard Coffee, Clutch Coffee, and Paul's Pizzeria.
Plenty of food to keep your belly full over there.
Also, make sure and get you some 50-50 raffle tickets for Kyle Partridge, a fellow rider that got injured, and he needs everybody's help to help him through his rehab program.
Yeah, right now Kyle having a rough patch there after a hard crash. He's got a long road of recovery ahead of him, and we need to make sure we do everything we can to support them. So yeah, $5 for a ticket, or 5 tickets for $20. So get down to registration. It's a 50-50 raffle. However much money we raise, half goes to Kyle, half goes to whoever has the winning ticket. And I will go ahead and throw this out there right now. You might want to think about donating some of your winnings right back to Kyle if you can, because we've all been there. There are times we all need some help, and it's time for us to step up and help out Kyle.
Also, big thanks to Little Joe's Lemonade, stepping up, throwing a 50. He didn't want any raffle tickets. He just threw in a 50. Here's $50 from Joe's Lemonade. Thank you, Little Joe.
Well,
And he challenges every other vendor to
say,
match him or beat it. Don't be weak. Donate this week.
well, you know what? Look at this. Jaden Wolf, he's been an up and down moto, but he's at the front of the pack here with the white flag out. So he's been in second. He's been in fourth. He's been in third. Now he's where he wants to be at the top spot. So Jaden Wolf looking to bring this home on the final lap and grab the moto win.
Yeah, so we got a Kawasaki in first, Austin Camden on the Husqvarna in second, Peyton Morningstar on a KTM in third, and Kyle Looney on a Triumph. So 4 brands represented in the top 4.
All right, so looking for Jaden Wolf down through the big Suzuki sweeper, the Loop 270. And Max Darling solidly in control as he's going to take the win. Or I should say he's going to take the white flag out front here in the Junior Plus 25. He's been out front pretty much from the get-go. Cody Lorenz had the lead early, but Darling able to make the pass.
Also, make sure to get down to the registration tower, the Stasic Tower. Get you an event T-shirt, or we got hoodies. So come down there and get you a commemorative T-shirt.
Checkered flag out for Jaden Wolf, so going to be interesting to hear the story of his moto because he was up and down and back onto the top. Camden hangs on to second. Peyton Morningstar will hold third. Kyle Looney in fourth, and we're looking for the 976 Caden Martin to round out the top 5. Max Darling, the 817, looking to take the win in the Junior Plus 25. And now it's going to be time to let our winner here in the College Sportsman pop that helmet off, get a little bit of water, and we're going to send it down to Dean Dias down at the podium to talk to our moto winner, Dean.
Yeah, I'm down here. The guys getting their helmets off and about to head up to the podium. But, man, what a great race that was out there. And this moto, you know, Jaden Wolf had his issues, but came through at the end, and that's what matters on number 77 Kawasaki. Jaden, if you hear me, man, come on up here to the podium. Let's have a talk. Let's have a word. First of all, I got to give you a big shout out for this Antro Retro gift. That's pretty sick. Feeling good in it?
Definitely. They came out with some good gear this year.
All right, man. Walk me through that moto, though. What happened? I heard there's a lot of ups and downs out there. The announcers, they're going crazy up there in the tower.
Yeah, definitely didn't get the best start. And had to work my way up a little bit. And it's kind of tough. There's some sections that are just muddy and sloppy. So I ended up falling when I was behind Austin. And had to catch up again, and then Austin fell, got the lead, and then rode her home to the finish.
Awesome, man. You made it happen. I know you got a lot of people supporting you this year. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Answer, Midwest MX Academy, Southeast Sales, Tamer, Spectral Oils, Pro Taper, and everyone else that helps me out. Thanks so much.
All right, Jaden Wolf, get it done there in the college boy class. We're also going to bring up Max Darling here in the plus 25. All right, coming up on the podium now. I'm going to pop that helmet off, man, so we can hear you. He's a little tired after that one. It's a big racetrack out there. Doing a lot of laps out here today at Freestone. That's what we like so much, is really get your track time out there. Max, man, walk me through that plus 25 moto.
Got a better start than yesterday, but I'm just getting tired. Cody and I had a good little battle going there at the first 2 or 3 laps, and yeah, I'm just out of race shape, but it's sick to be back doing these races and having the opportunity to just be back in the scene again at this like higher amateur level, and yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, Max, I love to see you out here. I love to see you out here having the fun. And also, man, I got a lot of people here helping you this year. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, yes, sir. First of all, we're a bunch of old guys in this class, but always got to thank Mom and Dad, right? Without them and all the sacrifices, we would never have this passion that we all have for racing dirt bikes, right? So, got to say thanks to them, Dustin, Workman, All Metal Fab. I'm here supporting their boys, watching their boys do their thing and get better and improve. So, yeah, without all those guys, man, we wouldn't be here. So, thank you guys, and let's do it again.
Awesome job, man. Well said. That's Max Darling here in the plus 25 class. What we got going up in the tower, guys?
All righty, thank you, Dean. We have got a little bit of touch up on this end of the switchback section before the finish. Looked like there was a little bit of an acceleration bump or a little bit of a hole developing at the exit of that first inside line section there. A couple riders getting booted before they went over the finish, so the track crew wasting no time in correcting that situation, because at least 3 or 4 riders we saw that kind of got booted before they took off on the finish line jump, and that was going to develop into a dangerous situation. So nipping that problem in the bud.
Hey, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I want to let everybody know that Merge Racing and MX Tires West, they're going to be leaving today at about 5 p.m. Apparently their shop has been flooded up in East Texas, and they've got fish in the yard from all the amounts of rain that Dallas and East Texas got. So they're going to be leaving at 5 p.m. So if you need any last-minute suspension adjustments, you need any fuel factory race gas or Dunlop tires, stop on over there. They'll be wrapping up at 5 p.m. So we got all, they're going to be here.
It's going to sound weird, but from what I've learned in the last year, the biggest thing is writing notes. Having a notebook and being a little more old school has been super helpful, because I have a lot of things on my mind. I'm driving to the race, I'm doing this, I'm testing stuff on the bike, and I've found I have like a personal notebook now in my truck, and I have one in my toolbox, and I have a portable toolbox that I take in and out of my garage, and I write down anytime I realize I need something, because planning ahead is huge. You know, you have some companies like Rocky Mountain you can trust. You're going to order something, it's going to be there. A lot of times people are like, oh, it's lost in the mail. I'm like, is it, or do you guys never send it? So I found that just being ahead of schedule is the biggest thing you can do. So that's where having my little notebook has been handy this year. You know, the years kind of blend together now a little bit at points, but you know, growing up, I still have a lot of those true core memories, and you know, it's something that I guess I don't want to let go. My racing career didn't even really start out as racing. I was a trials rider.
Get myself. Okay. All right. On foot. JP's going to race them?
All right, looks like the 9 of
Okay.
Cade Swartfager with the whole shot here in the mini micro senior too. So Cade Swartfager, the Jones and Roman MX School 110 Racing Hex Moto Ride, the micro 2 senior whole shot. We'll see if he can hang on to the front of the pack here.
Yeah, man, you got Callahan Russo, Lincoln Bray, Mavis Alessi, Cade Swartfarter. Man, how about Mavis Alessi yesterday on the podium? Yep.
Mavis and her sister are both pretty stoked to be up there on the podium.
She doesn't say good. It's yep. Awesome. Awesome to have the Alessis here. Got to visit with Tony Alessi yesterday evening. Had a few words with him, and super awesome to have the Alessi family here at Freestone. Looks like it's 56 and second. That should be Levi Morrell out of Gatesville, Texas, our second place rider. What a battle for third and fourth, Don. It is Jackson Boyd in third position. They're in third.
Yeah, and then a 504 or 594, Callahan Russo.
Our accountant. Callahan Russo handles my investment portfolio. He's a CPA. He's an attorney. He's probably going to be a doctor. He's in med school.
And he had good advice. He said, put all your money into gummy bears. All your money into gummy
right.
bears.
That's
We
right.
got a rider down hard over number 6.
Oh, he is down hard. We need to have, there we go. We got some yellow flags waving. Great job by the flaggers here at Freestone. Awesome to see. So Trip Roberts, Nick Black, Maddox McCullen, Liam DeLowry, Carter Culpetzer, and Radley Kelly out of Huffman, Texas will be the 936, our 13 entries here on lap number 1, Don, of the Micro 2 Senior 7-8 Limited class.
Yeah, watching for our leader over the top of Cemetery Hill and into that FMF power wall. All right, so there's the number 9, Cade Swartfager holding the lead here.
Here's the 17 of Jackson Boyd. It's Swartfarter out front. Boyd in second. Levi Morrell third. The financial investment advisor Callahan Russo in fourth with Russo Investments firm in fourth position out of Smithville, Texas. And in sixth position, or fifth position, to be Trip Roberts out of Point, Texas. Bodie Roberts' little brother. How about Lincoln Bray out there? Good job by Lincoln Bray, currently in sixth position with the heart of a champion. Carter Culpepper in eighth. Lawson Workman in ninth position, and Liam DeLowry in 10th. Your top 10 there in this Micro 2 Senior 7-8 Limited class for race number 13. We've got race number 14 in staging. Race number 14 loading in the gate. Race number 15 in staging. Race number 15, please report to staging. And race number 16. Race number 16, please report down to double secret probation pre-staging. Maddox McCullen back in 11th. It is Mavis Alessi out of Victorville, California in 12th position.
So the Micro 2 senior riders, race 13, knocking down their laps. Mini Senior 1, race 14, going to be next off the gate. And it is 9:30 right now, so we're going to be closing in on time for the next set of sight laps and the Open A Pro Sport Moto. And this will be how it will go. We will send out the Open A sight lap. They will come back around. We'll send out the group sight lap, and then we'll drop the gate for the Open A Pro Sport Moto 1. But again, this will be first call for riders in the Open A Pro Sport. You're going to want to get ready to get going down to staging. We'll let you know exactly what moto you'll be after, but it's 9:30 right now, so this will be first call for the Open A Pro Sport to get ready to head down. Hey, folks, out there in the pits, attention in the pits. If you need some septic service, the truck is here for pump out service, so they'll be rolling through the pits. You'll need to just get out there and flag them down if you need some service. So again, septic service folks are here if you need some service for the RV. Swartfager putting another lap in the books out front on the 9. Jackson Boyd hanging on a second still on the 17. There's Levi Morrell on the 56. So Morrell still running a solid third. Calhoun Russo fourth. And there's a 51, Shan Tripp Roberts still rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, Bodie Roberts' little brother, a solid top 5 here out of Point, Texas. Lincoln Bray, the heart of a champion, the Freestone lifer, is going to, looks like he is going to lose one position by Nick Black. Nick Black out of Uniontown, Pennsylvania to drive up to 6th position. That's going to drop Bray back down to 7th. But not a bad ride here for Lincoln Bray, having the health issues over the last few months.
Nope.
Heart surgery, Don. It doesn't
There
get
you
any,
go. That's not something to sneeze at.
doesn't get any detrimental than that, Don.
My boy Liam DeLowry there from Plymouth, Mass, moving up into 8th. Again, his dad, one of the riders who grew up racing with my son.
That's
so
awesome,
good to see the
Don.
DeLowry crew back down. They were here the last few years, so Liam loves coming out here to Texas.
That is awesome, Don. That is so cool. You drive all the way here. You walked, actually. You walked all the way from New England, and then you get here, and some of the racers recognize you as the voice of New England Motocross.
And I'm thinking, why couldn't you guys give me a ride? I was walking all that way.
Didn't you see me hitchhiking down Interstate 10?
I wouldn't pick me up. I don't look like a good risk
That's
when
right.
it comes to
No.
pickup.
Not a good risk whatsoever. So it looks like that was Radley Kelly that went down, unfortunately, out of Huffman, Texas. We hope everything is okay for Radley Kelly and the Kelly family. Our thoughts and prayers are with you guys. He has been up and assisted off. They're pushing the motorcycle back to the pit. So our hearts and thoughts, give us a thumbs up. Everything's okay. Okay, Dad gives us a thumbs up. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. He gives us a thumbs up and let everybody know that everything will be okay. So we certainly appreciate that, and we're grateful to see and hear that.
Yeah, an unfortunate reality of the sport. Sometimes it is going to be it's going to be your time to hit the dirt, and it's good to see. And not only that, but we've got a great EMT staff here that they're there to very quickly assess what's going on and provide assistance. And Cade Swartfager on the number 9 puts another lap in the books out front. So we are underway with lap number 4, and Swartfager holding the top spot. Cade Swartfager, Jackson Boyd, Levi Morrell, Callahan Russo still running top 4. Looking for the 51 of Tripp Roberts to round out the top 5.
Russo on that Russo Investments firm backed ride. He is a CPA, an accountant. He's my financial advisor. He's in law school right now, and he's got his PhD
That's it.
in medicine.
Invest all your money in bubblegum futures. All right, so it looks like Trip Roberts still rounding out the top 5. Nick Black in the 6th spot on the 100. And Black giving himself a little breathing room now over the 717. See if Lincoln Bray is still holding on to that spot. No, it looks like Liam DeLowry going to grab it. So the 603 going to move up another position. So he takes over 7th, Bray down to 8th. All right, so right now we have got the riders in the Micro 2 Senior on the track. Next off the gate, we're going to have the Mini Senior 1, and then we need all the 250 or Open A Pro Sport riders. All the Open A Pro Sport riders, you should make your way to staging. You will be going after the Mini Senior 1, which is next off the gate. So Open A Pro Sport, you will go out for your sight lap, and then we'll need anyone else that wants to do a group sight lap, need you to make your way to staging. So if you're in race 15 through 21, and you want to head out for a sight lap, make your way to staging now. The Mini Senior 1 race will run. We will send out the pros for a sight lap, then the group sight lap, and then the pros will drop the gate. So once again, Open A Pro Sport, going to do a sight lap after the Mini Senior 1. Then we will send out the group sight lap, and then drop the gate on the first of the Open A Pro Sport motos. So Case Warfigger, Jackson Boyd, Levi Morrell, Callahan Russo, Trip Roberts still running in the top 5. Nick Black 6th. Liam DeLowry, the 603 in the 7th spot there. Long hair, don't care. And there's Lincoln Bray in the 8th spot.
Champion.
There you go.
One of the most phenomenal stories in motocross. January 2nd, he has heart surgery this year. January 3rd, he is at Freestone, and we gave him this Lifetime Achievement Award. And Clayton had this chunk of aluminum, engraved it, Heart of a Champion, Lincoln Bray, number 717, one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Anyways, and then he wanted to race like the next week. He was ready to go. And of course, they're talking about all my health issues.
Yep.
And I told Lincoln, I said, look, if I can get through all this stuff, you can get through this.
Yep.
We'll do it as a team.
There you go.
Anyways, God bless him, and I'm glad he's out here doing what he loves doing. And speaking of love doing,
yeah, Cade Swartfeger loving where he is on the track. He's out front. So we are past the halfway point here. There's the number 6 of Mavis Alessi working through on the number 6 Cobra ride, hanging on to the 11th spot. Morel and Callahan Russo starting to battle over that third spot now. Not much of a gap separating Russo from Morel. All right, so looking for your leader on the number 9 to make his way back towards us over number 5. Jackson Boyd still hanging on a second. And we have got a battle for third. Russo trying to snag that spot away from Levi Morel. All right, so we're down to the white flag here as Swarthfager and Boyd still 1 and 2. Let's look at the battle for third. Here it is. Different lines in the switchback. So those riders switching it up. Morel on the 56 continues to hold the spot, but Russo chops the gap down to under a second.
Yeah, Callahan Russo's closed in on Morel. This will be a good drive to the checkers here, Don.
Yeah, one time around to settle that spot.
And Tripp Roberts back there quietly in 5th. Nick Black in 6th. Liam DeLowry in 7th place. Lincoln Bray is in 8th. Carter Kolspetzler in 9th position. Lawson Workman in 10th. Mavis Alessi back in 11th position. And Maddox McCollin, the 365, in 12th position. But that Maddox was the one that went. Maddox is the one that went down, or is that the last race?
No, that was the previous race.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're all running together, Don.
Well, they do sort of seem, like it's one long race after a while.
That's right.
All right, there's that battle for third, Shan, into the Shock Sox S-turn, and it looks like Russo going to use the inside. Oh, nice move.
What a pass by Callahan Russo.
Oh, man. He set that up over number 6, and he knew, all right, he's going to go wide. I got a shot at the inside to try to get ahead of him. What a nice move that was. That was a man's pass.
And I think Levi Morel's dad down there in the mechanics row, raised his hands like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You went inside.
You know what, though? That was something that they've been both going to that line all race long.
Yeah.
And Russo, like you said, doing a little calculation there, said, all right, we're on the white flag lap. I got one more shot at this. And there's the checkered flag for Cade Swarthfager.
Pretty cool moto there. And what a great learning experience and opportunity for Levi Morel. And it's not over, though. Levi Morrell could make another pass back on.
Yeah,
so-
we're not going to give this one away quite yet.
But that's what we were watching the last 2 laps, Don. We were watching Callahan Russo and Levi Morrell going back and forth here. And it was that pass was made in the shock sock sweeper.
Yep, there we go. Here comes the 17. So Jackson Boyd going to hang on to second. Here's that battle for third. Coming through the rollers.
Yep,
And it looks like,
hang tight, Dean. We're going to bring down third and fourth real quick to the checkers.
and it looks like it is going to be Russo hanging on to it. Indeed it is.
What a great race between Callahan Russo and Levi Morrell.
Yeah.
Morrell is going to register that in his memory bank for the second moto.
Yep, won't be
great
doing that
opportunity.
again.
Yeah, great opportunity for Levi Morrell to just document what happened. Don't make that mistake again. Russo went to that inside and just
right.
basically shaved off the real estate, really. That's all. And he was there to set up a perfect pass. Morrell, Trip Roberts are top 5, and we're going to send it down to Dean Dias with our moto winner, Cade Swartwager out of Knox, Pennsylvania.
All right, I'm up here on the podium. We've always tossed the turn, Swartfager, Swartfogger. Here's Swartfager, so we got to get that right. Okay, Swartfager, man, get it done up here on the podium at Freestone. Walk me through that moto.
It was pretty good.
Did you get a whole shot?
Yeah.
Actually, I remember that whole shot. You kind of had to work for it. I think somebody beat you the turn, but you hugged that inside, didn't you? You come away with it?
Yeah.
Awesome, man. You got any more motos today?
Yeah.
Am I going to see you back up here on the podium?
Yeah.
Well, tell me who you'd like to thank for getting you up here on the podium.
Mom, Dad, God for keeping me safe. PR2, Hex Motor, Mitten, Jones and Roman, 110, Dunlop, everyone else, thank you.
All right, guys, give it up for Cade Swartfager. Come on, give a high five. There we go. Cade Swartfager down here on the podium. Back to you guys in the tower.
All righty, thank you, Dean. We're getting ready to go underway with Mini Senior 1. That means that the riders in the Open A Pro Sport should be in staging for their sight lap. Riders that want to do the group sight lap should be in staging as well. 2 card goes up for Mini Senior 1. On the 26, Nico Verhoeven with the whole shot. The Lee at Bridgestone VHF Tamer Guts Racing ride going to start out that race right. So Mini Senior 1, Verhoeven with the whole shot. We'll see if Nico can keep that freight train rolling. He's had some good races here. Yesterday he had a good battle and looking to start his day off today with a win. So see if he can get it done. Chase Brennan on the 3 Suzuki sweeping the outside in that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. He ran at the front of the pack yesterday, looking to do it again today.
Oh, he knifes down the inside just after the Rocky Mountain ATV drag strip here. That Suzuki all over our leader.
Looks like Chase Brown into third on the 27. And the 94, Jackson Wright moving into fourth. And that looks like it's the 150 Yamaha Laughlin Tech Rib rounding out the top 5. Rider out of Austin, Manitoba.
So Verhoeven, Chase Brown, Jackson Wright, Talon Hill, Austin Bolts, Laughlin Tech Rib, Terry Kinney, Chance Sharon out of Milford, Utah, as well as Adrian Hopkins, Chase Brennan, and Nico Verhoeven. A pair of chases, Chase Brennan and Chase Brown.
There you go. And right now they are both chasing the rider out front. Nico Verhoeven. Here they come over the FMF Powerwall. And top 2 starting to get away early here.
And the 14 giving a little look over.
So Nico Verhoeven, Chase Brennan, Chase Brown, Landon McBride, and Jackson Wright, your top 5.
With Tickrip, Kenny, Hill, and Shocklowitz back in 9th, with Chance Sharon rounding out your top 10 here. Dawn, not Dean, you are Dawn on lap number 2.
Got the long hair, not the,
not
the puffy hair.
Not the puffy stand-up hair.
Although we are both tremendously good-looking men.
That is right. As evident.
Oh, again, Chase Brennan on that outside line. It looked like it was going to work that time, but he kind of got dragged into some of the soft stuff. So Brennan loves that outside line. He's going inside here, though.
Verhoeven doing a great, whoa, check that out. Brennan all the way the right side of that number 5 step up.
You know what, though? He kind of catches a little bit of a berm on that there. That's kind of an interesting move.
Yep.
Oh, here we go, all over him on the gas alley section. He's going to be on the inside, and he's going to switch back to that midline. Verhoeven right there.
Yeah, Nico Verhoeven looks like he checked up just a little bit, dabbed his foot. Chase Brennan pulls up on the rear fender. Our front runner is going to launch off the number 8 ski jump, Don.
And it's on as they head to the Loop 270. Hey, that's the Suzuki sweeper, so Chase Brennan going to need to get it done down there.
He makes a pass. That's the part where it needs to be.
That's it.
Chase Brown back there in 3rd quietly with Landon McBride in 4th, Jackson Wright in 5th, and Lachlan Techreeb in 6th position, Terry Kinney in 7th, Talon Hill in 8th, Adrian Hopkins, Shocklowitz in 9th position, Chance Sharon in 10th, and Austin Bolts out of Jonestown, Pennsylvania, back there in 11th place.
All right, here we go. Top 2 riders going to head up and over that FMF power wall. Verhoeven with a better run into that section.
And Verhoeven just looked so strong Tuesday in those the Supercross format. And I was curious how he would respond at the motocross section, and he's running up front, Don.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like he is equally skilled in both disciplines.
There is Chase Brown out of Kemp, Texas on the underground compound ride. He'll be followed by the number 94, actually, Jackson Wright.
Look at this. Here comes Kinney challenging for 5th on the 14. So Terry Kinney picking up the pace. He is all over the number 14, Landon McBride.
And so that puts Terry Kinney, into 4th position now, Don?
No, it puts him up into 5th.
5th, okay.
But Jackson Wright is not too far up the road, so I wouldn't rule out 4th place quite yet.
Terry Kinney coming off that Mini Senior 2 win earlier, about an hour ago.
Yep, so he's got to feel good. He knows what the track is going to be looking like out there. So once again, we've got the Mini Senior 1 on the track. Open A Pro Sport should be lining up for your sight lap. Group sight lap should be in the staging area. You will go out right after the Open A Pro Sport sight lap, and then we'll line up the Open A and drop the gate for Moto 1 for the Open A Pro Sport riders. All right, leaders coming into the Texas 12 pack here. And Brennan slowly chapped down the gap there, so he's getting closer. Both riders at a 2:18.4, almost identical lap times. Like a few 100ths of a second separating, and Brennan able to close up the gap to less than a second. 27, Chase Brown kind of running all alone. Jackson Wright and Terry Kinney, 4th and 5th. But once again, Open A Pro Sports Sight Lap is next off the start straight. Those riders need to be in there. And the battle for the lead coming out of the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Freeway.
It's been this way since the very gate dropped on.
I mean, have they been any farther away from each other at all? I don't
Absolutely
think so.
not. Throw a paper towel over them. Nothing separates them. Literally a 0.3 of a second separate these two.
All right, so Brendan's going to go wide. Let's see if that helps. He's going to try and build the momentum. A little offline, though. You saw that back end step out a little bit, Shand.
Yep, that outside line may not be as smooth as he was hoping to try to triple up over the number 7, over the Honda Hills number 7. And here comes Brennan, though, on the Suzuki, charging down that Suzuki sweeper. He's going to go that outside of the Suzuki sweeper. Verhoeven hugs the inside rut through the Suzuki sweeper. That's a 270-degree turn.
Yep.
Big flowing turn.
And it's going to give Brennan the advantage there. He closes right up.
I see that, Don. They're going to head down to the team cramp corner. I talked to Lord Hance this morning at 6 o'clock this morning on the way to the donut store.
Was he still awake from last night? Or?
He was doing stock market trading stuff.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. What a race here between first and second place as our leaders launch off the FMF Powerwall. And the white flag has been waved here, Don. So if the Suzuki of Brennan has any tricks up his sleeve, now is the time to do it, to get it done. It is Nico Verhoeven out front, Chase Brennan second, Chase Brown in third, Jackson Wright in fourth, Terry Kinney rounding out your top 5, Don.
Yeah, and I know Chase Brennan is all in at this point. Just unfortunately, like I say, those trying to use those outside lines, and in some cases the outside berm just isn't enough to hold, and he kind of just steps out a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
But you know what? Hey, hats off. He's not following the leader. He's trying to find other lines. So he's just doing everything he can do. And hey, he's racing Nico Verhoeven, who we've seen at the front of the pack before. So both of these capable of winning. Here we go. Brennan's going to make a run on the outside again. Verhoeven holds the inside. I'm waiting to see if that slingshot down the hill is going to help. Here he comes.
Oh, he's hugging that inside line. Check it out. Oh, I don't think he's going to have the... Yeah, it's just a half of a bike length separation now.
But they're almost side by side now.
A great race back here for 8th, 9th, and 10th, Don, as well, between Sharon, Tekrib, and Bolts. We're going to take you back to the front of the pack around the Blake Baggett berm. Brennan tries to go back to that outside.
Yeah.
He's still sticking that rear tire.
Well, you know, hats off. He's trying to do everything he can not to follow Verhoeven. Just a little outside his line, but Nico, eyes in the back of his head, he's shutting that right off.
You're absolutely right, Don. And this is as close as he's ever been. Check it out. He carries that outside line speed. He may have made the pass, Don. He
Let's
carries
see.
the outside line on the Suzuki sweeper. Verhoeven going to cub the inside. Oh, they're
Brennan.
side by side.
Oh, a little bump. Oh, this one's going to come down to the 12-pack.
It absolutely is, Don. What a nail biter here in this mini senior one, 12 to 14 age group.
All right, here they come up the hill. Up and over Cemetery
Brennan
Hill.
got him
He got him at the bottom of the hill.
at Team Cramp Corner. It is Chase Brennan on the Suzuki, has made the pass on Nico Verhoeven, the Team Cramp Corner.
What a race that was. Brennan with the win.
And look at Verhoeven. He is aggravated.
I would be too.
What a charge there by
Two
Chase
turns,
Brennan.
2 turns to go. The guy steals it away.
We said on the last lap, he's got tricks up his sleeve, and it happened in Team Cramp Corner.
And you know what? He set that up by working that outside line in the big Suzuki sweeper because he knew at the top of the hill that was going to put him back inside.
Yep.
So some good racecraft. Can't wait to hear what Chase has to say about that one. Verhoeven will hold second and Chase Brown third, but it looks like it's going to be time now to send it down onto the podium. I cannot wait to hear Chase's take on this one.
Jackson
Dean?
Wright and Terry Kinney going to take over 4th and 5th. Dean, we're going to send it down to you, buddy.
Thank you, boys. I had to run back down to the podium after that one, man. That one was super intense out there on the racetrack. Chase Brennan, bro. You really had to work for that one. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I ran out of tear-offs in the first lap. Kept having to swipe and got it done.
Got it done for sure, man. Going into this, did you know you're going to have to battle out there?
No, I just hit my marks, but kept getting stuck around them, and I ran out of tear-offs.
Yeah, running out of tear-offs, man. That's tough. So you were wiping. At any point, do you think you had to pull off those goggles?
No.
Good job, man. Keeping those goggles on and making it happen. Tell me who you'd like to thank for making it all possible.
Mom, Dad, BC Goggles, Suzuki, Arm Army, One Industries, Temecula Motorsports, Pro Circ, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys, that's Chase Brennan. Definitely had to work for that one, but what a great moto. Take it away in the tower, boys.
All right, thank you, Dean. Yeah, that was one heck of a race. All right, so it looks like the Open A Pro Sport sight lap underway. Open A Pro Sport sight lap on the track. The group sight lap will head out next, and then we'll get ready to drop the gate for the Open A Pro Sport Moto 1. So again, Open A Pro Sport sight lap on the track. Group sight lap heading out now as well. And again, please tell your riders this is a wheels on the ground sight lap. There's multiple size of bikes out there. So if you're part of the group sight lap, you need to keep those wheels on the ground. The pros well ahead of that group.
And notice the flaggers are doing an excellent job holding up the yellow caution flag. That means no jumping, wheels on the ground. Man, Peyton Morningstar, Kyle Looney, Cade Miller, Jesse Furtado, Slade Shields, Jaden Wolf, Cameron Harrison, Franklin Bolsher, and Cade Groen all going for a Syntex Utilities $250 whole shot award, or $200, my apologies, $200. I'm spending Billy Harrison's money quicker than he
We're
knows.
just throwing money out there for everybody.
Billy's rich. We're going to just throw another $50 in.
Hey, it's a $1,000 whole shot.
$200 whole shot award from Syntex Utilities for all 6 Pro Motos. Thank you, Billy Harrison. $1,200 towards the Pro Purse whole shot awards here. So 9 entries here it looks like in the Open A Pro Sport.
And I got to tell you, I'm looking at the 67 of Furtado, your fast qualifier, and he's looked good in the yesterday's practice sessions and stuff. So
you're absolutely right, Don. But here's the problem: Furtado always on a 250F. Okay, this is the Open A Pro Sport. Cade Groen on a 450 can outpower him to turn number 1 if he gets a good jump out of the gate.
This is true, but you know, I think you and I both know we've watched riders on 250Fs work those 450s.
Sure.
So we'll see how it's going to get, but I'm not gonna give away the farm just yet.
I'm talking just about that whole shot.
Oh,
Just
absolutely,
about
whole
the
shot
start.
for sure.
This is probably, if you're on a 450, you've got the greatest chance of collecting a $200 prize here in about 4 seconds.
Yep.
That's about 4 seconds from the gate drops so they turn, press number 1, 3 to 4 seconds. So that's the quickest $200 in 4 seconds you'll ever make.
That's a pretty good hourly rate.
That's what JP makes every hour.
There you go.
JP, you are making $400 an hour, right? $200 an hour. He doesn't know.
Yeah, he took a pay cut. Down to $600.
That's $600 a second. So we are now into the amateur portion of the sight laps. There's Mr. James Coleman. Check out Coleman. We found Coleman's mom's cell phone yesterday out on the track.
Yeah, we're going to make an important call out there in the roller section.
Well, we're getting amped up, and the anticipation arises here for the first moto of the Open A Pro Sport, Don. As Don has alluded to, we just gave you the 9 entries. Morningstar, Looney, Miller, Furtado, Slade Shields moves up to the A class. Jaden Wolf, Cameron Harrison, Franklin Bolsher, and Cade Groen. be for 25-minute motos, Dawn. 25-minute motos. And we've got our 9 riders all loaded into the gate here. Furtado, just looking at our sheet here, Furtado should be the odds-on favorite for the overall or the moto win here. But the big question is anybody on a 450 going to step up, still a hole shot? And is anybody going to run the 25-minute moto with Furtado all the way to the checkers and pressure Furtado?
That's really going to be the key, is keeping the pressure on.
Cameron Harrison has chosen on the 450 to line up on the, what would be the inside area, inside gate. Cade Groen on the 450 Suzuki is lined up about 4 over from the 7 doghouse, but on the outside. So I'm just kind of looking at these 450s and trying to figure out where they're lined up. Number 74 is directly next to Cameron Harrison on the Yamaha.
Have to see how that strategy plays out.
I think what they're going to try to do is just rocket blast Slade Shields, the 74. I think what they're going to do is just try to rocket blast. The fastest line from point A to point B is straight. So they're going to use that 450 power, then knife it in, tuck it in, hug that hay bale, hug that tamer hay bale, and then secure a hole shot.
All right, so getting ready to go here with the Open A Pro Sport, just winding down the rest of our sight lap.
There is the 135 of Malachi Stamper. Hello, Malachi. Good to see Malachi Stamper. And we have the bikes.
All right, looking for the 2 card to go up. Here we go. Let's see who's going to get that $200 Centex Utilities Hole Shot Award.
Well, the gate has dropped. Here we go. Cameron Harrison with a good jump out of the gate. It's a Kawasaki. It is the 77 Kawasaki. With that, it is Jaden Wolf out of Franklin, Wisconsin on the Kawasaki with that Tamer or the Syntex Utility Hole Shot Award. With Franklin Bosher in second. Franklin Bosher, the 105, they're in second position out of Clinton, Louisiana.
Oh, Groen making some moves early there on the 423.
So here's what I was talking about. Furtado, not in that top 3 here on that 250F, just underpowered going down the start straight. So Furtado going to have to put in some work here.
All right, looks like the 67 making quick work to get around into third.
But congratulations to Jaden Wolf, $200 richer, wealthier, I should say, $200 wealthier thanks to Syntex Utilities.
Now, is he on a 450 or a 50? All right, Furtado trying to set up a pass to get to second. He's going to go around the outside, try to air out that Honda Hills step-up triple. Smooth to the downside, going to work on second place. Again, not following through that turn, trying to carve his own line.
Yeah, if you're Jaden Wolf, man, you are just relying on that KX 450 to just get as much distance as possible because you know at the 25-minute mark, Jesse Furtado is going to be there.
Well, that's the other side of the coin as far as I'm concerned. You've got a lot of horsepower, but you're also carrying way more weight on that 450, and the centrifugal force will beat you up. So during this 25-minute moto, that may be what's going to give a favor to Jesse Furtado.
It can get heavy. It can get heavy.
All right, Furtado alongside the second place rider right now. Here comes a 77 So Jaden Wolf, he is going to try and sprint away early on, open up a big gap if he can.
Furtado now putting the pressure on Franklin Bosher, the 105. It is Cameron Harrison back there in 4th position, followed by Cade Miller.
Furtado makes the pass.
Kyle Looney back in 6th, Peyton Morningstar in 7th position, and Furtado getting around Franklin Bosher.
And here's what he's got to do. He has got to really set sail now and close that gap on Jaden Wolf before he gets away too far.
Slade Shields back in 8th position. And Jaden Wolf has a 5-second advantage over Furtado.
Yep. And that's why Jesse knew he had to get at least to 2nd as quickly as he can.
That's right. Pull the tear off, get clear vision, and then focus for the next 23 minutes.
And again, now this is a time when your program starts to come into play. Okay, I'm here. I know where I got to go. I know how much time I have to do it. So sprint, back it off. Sprint, back it off. Just try to figure out where you can get that guy.
I'm going to tell you right now, Jaden Wolf carrying tremendous speed here. We just hope that he's in great shape and can apply the pressure the entire 25 minutes to keep Furtado in check and at bay. Look at Furtado, like he's not even able to clear that Honda Hills triple. And those little things right there take off fractions of 0.2 and 0.3 of a second, Don.
Yeah, coming from the inside like that, that's a tough one to get all the way over. And again, I think that inside line, not only are you giving up a little bit of momentum, but it seems like it's a tiny bit deeper.
Yeah. But then you risk going to that outside, and we saw where a couple motos ago where that back end, it's like that outside line is maybe blown out a little bit, so they're not able to just power that rut, power that berm.
If you look at that outside line on the Blake Baggett turn, see right in the middle where it kind of dips down?
Yes, it dips down. And then there's another dip. There's a second dip, yes.
There's 2 dips up here and 2 dips out there.
3 dips up here. Don't forget JP.
Oh, no, I was talking about you guys.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Don. Jaden Wolf still out front. It was a 5-second gap on lap number 1. It is a 5.5-second gap. So he's got the speed. He's got Furtado's speed all day, and he's on a 450, which makes it a little easier, at least in the first part of this moto.
And that's what it is. When we get about lap number 5 in the books, that's what I want to see where we're at with the fitness factor for Jaden Wolf. And again, please don't ever think we're not saying he's in shape. We're just saying the intensity level, the extra weight, the centrifugal force difference on the 450. We've talked to riders who say it is very hard to kind of carry that the whole way through.
All right, here's the opposite side of the coin of that. You're talking about the additional weight of a 450. Definitely gets heavy. After 20 minutes, a 250F starts losing horsepower because it's hot.
Yeah, so that can happen too. So we'll see. A lot of factors at play.
Yeah, that's right. We got 20 minutes to dissect this. 20 minutes to dissect this 25-minute Open A Pro Sport Moto. Our leader exiting the Shock Sox S turn and just riding flawlessly and smooth is our leader Jaden Wolf out of Franklin, Wisconsin. And that's what he's able to go to that inside line and triple up the Honda Hills. Furtado goes in inside line, and let's see what happens. He does triple it. He's just got to air it out. So good ride there by Furtado. Our third-place rider, Franklin Bosher, quietly back there out of Clinton, Louisiana in third, the 105 machine. He's about 2 seconds behind Furtado.
And, you got to wonder at some point, does Jesse Furtado decide, all right, I'm going to go inside, and I'm only going to double up and then just get those wheels back to the ground, because you saw he really had to lift to get all the way to that triple.
That's right.
Maybe it's going to be better to get the wheels back down to the ground and do a double and then run out of that section.
Franklin Bosher right there able to trail Furtado by just about 2 seconds. He was there to capitalize on any mistake that Furtado may have. You got 20 minutes for a mistake to happen.
Yep, and that's the kind of thing where that might start to give you a little bit of pressure if you're the 67. All right, I got to move forward, but I got to worry not to make a mistake because this guy's right on me.
That's right. Looks like Furtado going to shave off a few tenths of a second.
Oh, yeah.
4.7 seconds for Furtado.
Yep, that time around he was a 208 flat. Your leader a 208.7. So that game of inches is starting.
And that's exactly what it is, Don, a game of inches, buddy. Cade Miller back there in 5th position, just behind Cameron Harrison. Kyle Looney out of Lakeside, California, holding steady at 6th. Peyton Morningstar in 7th. And Slade Shields, the rookie Slade Shields. I believe this is the very definitely the first A race I've seen Slade Shields enter back there in 8th. So he's a rookie. He's back in 8th position. This is a learning opportunity for Slade Shields here.
Just get all the laps in, try to match the pace as much as you can, and learn. Like you said, just go to school, learn, figure out where you need to pick things up.
Talking about nicknames earlier, I nicknamed him Switchblade Slade a couple of years ago as he was slicing and dicing his way through the Super Mini ranks. Furtado continually starting to close in a little bit, few tenths of a second here and there. Jaden Wolf running a flawless moto on that 450 right now up and over Honda Hills.
And it looks like Furtado able to figure out that line, but again, he's really having to lift that front end, and then he's kind of slapping down.
Pacing off the top of that crest of that triple section of the Honda Hills. So those little things like there start to hurt. They start to, rob your energy.
Well, just that tiny bit of momentum being taken away, too. Even if it's a quarter of a second, over the course of 25 minutes, that's going to add up.
That's right.
All right, here comes the 77 Jaden Wolf through the 12-pack into the VMAX switchback.
He is. I think he's opened back up another 4.5, 5-second lead here. We'll see. It was 4.7 on the last lap. It is 5.6. So he now, again, Jaden Wolf, it's this yo-yo ride here we're on. Jaden Wolf literally gains a second on that last lap over Furtado from a 4.7 to 5.65.
Well, the one thing that Jesse has done is given himself a little bit of a gap now over Bowser, so he can stop worrying about what's going to happen with the guy behind him. That might have been one of those things where it just kind of played on his mind a little bit, kept him from charging. But hey, Jaden Wolf is putting in a great ride right now. Executed that start, grabbed that $200, and then took off on the front of the pack here.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Don. Morningstar still back in 7th, Cade Miller in 6th, Kyle Looney in 5th, and Switchblade, Slade Shields, the rookie, back there in 8th position. And he is about 16 seconds back behind Morningstar.
Well, you got to set your goals, realistically. So maybe right now Slade is like, you know what? I'm going to get all my laps in. I'm going to try not to get lapped by the leaders. I want to just maintain my pace.
That's right.
Because you know what? If you can stay at that consistent lap time all the way through, that's a mini victory.
Yep, you learn things. You absolutely learn things. Well, taking you back up front, our leader on the Kawasaki making his way down through the Suzuki Sweeper, Loop 270, the Valley of Love. And he is starting to separate from Furtado.
Yeah, Jaden is just, again, very consistent with his laps. He's been right around 208, 208 and a half, pretty much from the gate drop. So just got to keep it going. And as you well know, 3-moto format.
Yeah.
Second place, not a bad place to be. Third place, not a bad place to be in the 3-moto format because anything can happen. Wolf might have a problem at the start in the next moto. So you just got to put yourself where you can go. Run those races. Furtado just trying to match those lap times as much as he can.
All right, it was a 5.6 last lap. Now it's going to be a 6.1. So Jaden Wolf continually pulling ahead into the future from Furtado. And I think that has everything to do with that 450 right now, Don.
Yeah, I cannot argue with that. That's for sure.
It's just easier. You exit the corner, you got that abrupt power. Furtado carrying momentum, Wolf able just to accelerate.
And that's the thing where Wolf doesn't have to worry about, all right, I came up a little short. I'm still going to be able to power right out of that.
Right.
I'm still going to be able to go. Did I get out to the outside too much? All right, let me roll on a little bit more power. So, like you say, it's a different animal that he's running right now, and Jesse's got to work a little bit harder.
I do not know why Furtado does not have a 450. I just don't know.
Well, most of the time
he needs one.
Well, no, most of the time when these guys get on the EBR ride or the Blue Crew ride, they want them on the 250F all the time because it's one bike to maintain, it's one bike to get set up correctly, and that way you know what you're going to have every time. We've seen in the past a number of riders who came up to get to that pro sport, and they rode the 250 against the 450.
Yeah. You bring a valid point, but I know this. If I am a aspiring pro, a 3-digit local pro, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to have a 450 at my arsenal for these Open Pro Sport motos because I'm racing for money. Even if it's stock, even if I buy it on my own out of the dealership, I'm going to have that in my arsenal to race in the Open Pro Sport class.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a couple of different schools of thought on that.
Sure, absolutely. But it would be a lot easier for Furtado right now if he was on a 450.
Oh, it would make a big difference, I'm sure. But you know what?
JP's going to go buy him one.
This is not me saying this. I want everyone to be very clear on this. I've spoken to some folks who said that they waited to get on the 450 because it makes you lazy.
Sure, absolutely.
Once you get used to that power, now you're not going to try to have to push because you know you got a little bit more, and that gives you less kind of drive to move forward. And again, I want to make it very clear, I'm not calling anybody lazy, but it just changes how you approach the race. So
That's right.
I think that may be a reason why they want to keep him on the 250F, give him a rabbit to chase. That if you can get up there and get that guy on the 450, what a confidence builder that is.
Sure, you bring up a valid point. And speaking of that, Furtado, 4.9 now, so he increases 1 second.
Yep, he brought it down to a 208 to the Wolf's 209.
Yep, so it's just that yo-yo ride we talked about.
Yep.
Yo-yo effect here. Franklin Bosher's still back there in third. A good ride here for Bosher in third out of Clinton, Louisiana.
And we're at the halfway point. So this is where I want to see if maybe there's a little strategy involved. Now that we're at the halfway point, do we tell the 67, all right, turn it loose, hang it out, get what you can get?
Yep. We're just now approaching the halfway mark. Kyle Looney has now moved to fourth. Cameron Harrison is going to drop back to fifth. Cade Miller and Peyton Morningstar are going to continue to stay in their relative positions, respective positions in 6th and 7th, with Switchblade Slade Shields in 8th position.
And Shields, again, look at that, doing a good job. He's right on that same lap time pace, 219, 220. That's a good learning curve right there.
Yep, you're absolutely right about that, Don. And we're going to see if Furtado has what it takes here to close that it's a 5-second gap continuously, just a 5-second gap between he and Wolf. As we are on lap number 7 here of a 25-minute moto race number 36, which is not in numerical order because we've got a timed pro gate drops. 250A Pro Sport will go in 3 hours at 1 p.m. Again, 250A Pro Sport, you'll be racing in 3 hours at 1 p.m. Don, what is going on out on the track?
Your leader over the FMF power wall. Here comes Furtado over the power wall, and they're going to work through the VMAX switchback. And it looks like the gap about the same.
About a 5-second gap. 4.1.
Choose it down a little again. Both, he's at a 208, Wolf at a 209.
Yep.
So he's slowly going to creep up on him. And again, you get down to 2 laps to go, maybe that's when you're in position to try to make a pass. All right, the twist and shout section going to drop down to that left-hand 90. And your leader up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Still 4-second separation here.
Yeah, it really is looking about the same. Like I said, he's able to chop a quarter of a second, a half a second here and there.
And this might be where you're talking about where that 450 gets heavy, Don. As for Furtado,
yeah, still just getting over the crest of that. And you saw Wolf was able to smoothly downside that. So again, just this
little
much.
things right there. That takes 0.2 of a second, that little crunch.
Yep.
Robs a little bit of energy, but Furtado is coming. I can see it now, Don. Furtado closing in on Jaden Wolf out of Wisconsin. I think that's dropping from a 4-second to about a 3.5-3-second gap here. So Furtado hungry, chasing down the Wolf.
Yep. We're going to see what we see here as they make their way over Cemetery Hill.
Franklin Bocher still back in third out of Clinton, Louisiana. Kyle Looney in fourth as he made his way around Cameron Harrison to drop back to fifth position. All right, here, let's check out the time here, the time difference. JP Parsons says a 3.6 is a 2.5 second, 2.5.
So he's coming. And again, a consistent 208.0 to the 209.5 of Wolf. And it's just, he's able to just get here and there a little bit quicker. And again, I think that, yeah, maybe Wolf is just starting to kind of sit, maybe sitting down a little bit, maybe just losing a little bit of momentum here and there.
Well, I have no idea what Wolf's training is like. I know he's from Wisconsin, so, is he getting plenty of seat time? We do know Furtado has been training with Jake Bomer and Shannon Nide down here at the Underground Compound, and we know Furtado is ready for a 30-minute moto, no doubt.
Yeah, they've been definitely running the laps over there. He's close.
He is closing the gap here, Don.
Yeah, and you notice that time he went to the inside in that oak tree turn. He's been running the outside before. So starting to just shorten the track up a little bit, and he is as close as he's been.
Yeah, they're both together in the shock sock sweeper. I can tell you right now, Jaden Wolf's elbows are starting to angle in, and Furtado's are squared off, and that is it. Furtado making a little mistake. He's going to have to recalibrate, but I guarantee you in the next half of a lap, Furtado will be making the pass on Jaden Wolf, Don.
Yeah, he dabbed his foot a little bit there. And again, it just cost him a little momentum. Didn't lose very much space to him. Probably about maybe 5 bike lengths off.
Jaden Wolf is going to go back and go, well, maybe I got second place, but I also earned $200 from Syntex Utilities with that hole shot.
Let's not give away the lead just yet. Much as we know it's possible, let's not give it away just yet.
That's right. We still got plenty of time here, but Wolf has $200 in his pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, no matter what happens in the rest of this moto, he's got a couple hundred. And it looks like Furtado's staying right on him.
Furtado all over Jaden Wolf now. 0.9 seconds, so less than a second gap as they make their way through the first couple of turns, and they head towards the number 3 tabletop here at Freestone.
And he has knocked 4.5 seconds off the gap. And now he is right on the rear fender on the inside.
It is. It's JP's favorite section of the track, coming up the twist and shout section of the track. That is probably where the pass might be made. The Kawasaki and the Yamaha, 1 and 2 respectively here.
Here we go. Let's see what happens in the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Furtado going to be forced to go to the outside.
Will that help him back to the inside? No, Wolf faded over and shut that inside line off.
Wolf is going to start riding defensive, and that is the first sign of an injured, wounded bird.
All right, here we go down the gas alley onto the Shock Socks S turn.
Kyle Looney still in fourth out of Lakeside, California, up and over the finish line tabletop, with Cameron Harrison now being pressured by Cade Miller. So we've got a battle, Don, up in first and second, and a battle back in fifth and sixth.
Oh, and Wolf made a mistake. Furtado goes by. Wolf made a mistake on the entrance to that Honda Hill step-up.
Wow.
And Furtado able to go around the outside and get him.
So let's see if Jaden Wolf can grab a couple deep breaths, recalibrate, refocus, and keep Furtado or pressure Furtado into a mistake. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Furtado is going to start to slowly disappear.
Well, and you pointed out lap earlier that his arms were starting to kind of fade down. That could be the thing where he got into that situation and just a little bit of fatigue kind of bounced him off his line.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
But the 67 was right there to take advantage.
And how about Cade Miller, man? Cade Miller making the pass on Cameron Harrison.
Yeah, that's going to put him into the top 5.
Harrison made the pass back on Cade Miller. So what a great battle between 5th and 6th respectively.
He is not going to give that up easy.
And Furtado now starting to separate from
our
early mid-pack moto winner, mid-moto leader, I should say, Jaden Wolf.
Yeah, and the gap over the finish line, 1.2, and it looks like it's going to be out to almost 2 seconds now. Coming through the twist and shout section.
So all Furtado has to do here is ride the next handful of laps. Smart, smooth, and calm and collective, which he always does.
Yeah, and I think that's, what you just said is really the story of why we saw this race develop the way it did. He didn't go out there and go crazy, didn't ride over his head, didn't throw it away doing something stupid. Just put in the work, stayed on the back fender, and when the time was right, take advantage.
It's that old Rolling Stone song, "Time is on my side."
It is on his side.
That's right. Here comes the battle. What a battle we have here. Harrison, Cade Miller, and the 43 of Kyle Looney back there in the 6th. So 4th, 5th, and 6th. A good race here. Throw a paper towel over all three of those riders, Don.
Yeah, that's that one's not done yet for sure.
Peyton Morningstar drifts on back to 7th position. And Looney at one point was up to 4th. Kyle Looney was in 4th position, so not sure what happened to Kyle Looney, but he drops back, loses 2 positions to both Cade Miller and Cameron Harrison, Don.
You know, you have to wonder if Harrison and Miller were battling each other so much that they just went right by Kyle Looney because he was kind of settled into his spot thinking, all right, I'm here, I'm good. And those guys were battling, so that can push the pace.
Yep, you're right. Harrison on that Syntex Utilities Bermlord Shock Socks backed ride with Twisted Development, Rafter S, Merge. Going to list off some of these sponsors here. Franklin Bosher back there in 3rd position on the Gulf States Altus Motorsports. 100% goggles, Dunlop tires, and 6D helmets. Of course, the 67 of Jesse Furtado on that EBR Altus. One Industries, Bills Pipes, Tamer, Placerville Power Sports, and Jaden Wolf on the Kawasaki. We'll list his sponsors real quick on the Mom and Dad Midwest MX Academy, Answer Racing, Team Green Kawasaki, Southeast Sales, Cody Williams Performance, and many other sponsors listed here. So Furtado.
Yep. Making his way up toward that Leonard Skidded Oak Tree turn, and it looks like, unfortunately, Slade Shields might be in line to be lapped here. But again, it's his first time in the pro class, so a good learning experience. He's put in solid laps, no big mistakes.
Yep.
He's been pretty consistent at that 220, 223 lap time. So again, you got to take the small victories, learn a little bit.
Well, and as I called it at the beginning on the sight lap, Jesse Furtado is the odds-on favorite. Is anybody, I straight up said, is anybody on a 450 going to be able to step up and take it away from Furtado? And we had a good run by Jaden Wolf, just not quite strong and hard enough here. And here comes Furtado. He's going to put Slade Shields a lap down. And
Shields going outside there to say, okay, yep, I know where you are.
And what's impressive to me, Don, about Jesse Furtado is he is really moving through that Suzuki sweeper. There is no slowing up in Furtado.
Yeah, nope.
That speed is actually probably improving now that heart rate is really going well.
Yep.
He's got the track dialed in. He knows exactly what's happening with all the ruts, the braking bumps, acceleration bumps. Furtado just looking absolutely phenomenal right now here on lap number 12, Don. We got the white flag
Yeah,
has been
it's gonna
pulled
be,
out of the huddle hut.
One more time around as we see the 67 through the Texas 12-pack.
What a great ride here for Jesse Furtado, as well as Jaden Wolf, our second-place rider on the 450.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't think Jaden Wolf should be disappointed in that performance at all.
Nope, he's $200 richer from a whole shot award brought to you by Syntex Utilities. He's going to go back to the pit and go, okay, you know what? Let me see how I can make some adjustments for the second Open A Pro Sport Moto.
And you know what? It might come down to, all right, you know what? The rear end wasn't really doing what I wanted it to do, or I needed to get a little bit better setup on this. So, you know, it's 3-moto format, too, so anything can happen. Being in second place right now, that is not a bad place to be. Next off the gate, we've got the girls 65 to 85. That's race 15 in the order. Race 16, girls 65, 7 to 9 limited. You should be in staging. Race 17, Micro 1 Junior, 4 to 6 in staging. And race 18, 125, 12 to 17 down to the pre-staging area. All right, he'll either making his way down the big Suzuki sweeper, going to pop back up to the top of the hill. And Jesse Furtado, one more trip down to Team Cramp Corner, and we'll watch for him to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill.
What a fantastic ride here by Jesse Furtado. It took him a good portion of half the moto to really get around and put the pressure on Jaden Wolf, and once it did, Wolf had really no fight left in him to retaliate, and that's why Jesse Furtado is one of the fastest racers in the nation in the Pro-Am ranks here.
There you go, the EBR Altus Motorsports, One Industry, Bills Phillips, Tamer, Placerville Power Sports ride, grabbing the win. Jaden Wolf on that 77, solid run, grabbing that $200 Centrex Utilities hole shot. He's going to hang on to second.
Yeah, and our third place ride, we should be seeing the Clinton, Louisiana resident, the 105 of Franklin Bosher. A solid top 3 ride for Bosher. There is Bosher up and over the finish line, tabletop. Your top 10 riders need to head down to Impound, and then it'll check your frame numbers and everything for contingency purposes. We're going to be seeing Jesse Furtado make his way up to the podium with our good friend Dean Diaz. Dean, take it away, buddy.
All right, sorry about that, guys. We're the batteries up here on the podium. But the batteries were not worn out for Jesse Furtado, man. You were there, you stayed resilient, you pushed, and you did what you had to do to make it happen. Tell me how it went.
I didn't have the greatest start, but I'm still getting kind of used to this bike, but I made it work. He got quite a bit of a gap, but I just knew I had 25 minutes plus 1 to go. I just put my head down, ran consistent laps, tried not to make very many mistakes, and once he got tired out, I made one final push and then just cruised there to the end.
That's just what you needed, man, and it's got to give you confidence moving forward. Do you think you're going to get back up here for mode number 2?
That's the goal.
All right, man, I know you got a lot of people you'd like to thank here, a lot of people supporting you. Tell me who you would like to thank.
I like to thank Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, EBR Performance, Altus, Yamaha, Bill's Pipes, the Rye Helmets, One Industries, Gear. I'd like to thank Tamer, Glenn from Placerville Power Sports, my mom and dad, grandma, grandpa, and everybody else that helps me out.
All right, guys, give it up for the number 6'7", Jesse Furtado. Take it way back up to the tower, guys.
Thank you, Dean. Congratulations, Jesse, from up top here. We've got Yamina Burning out front leading Brinley Shepard, the 177 out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, with Cora Kinney, Haley Ash, and Brantley Hardalai, the 915 out of Wyoming on the KTM, out here on lap number 2 of the girls 65 to 85, 9 to 13 age group. It was Brinley Shepard with that hole shot, the 177 Dawn. She was passed around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree by Yamina Burning out of Pleasanton, California on the Cobra.
All right, down here, the Syntax Utility Hole Shot Award winner, man. Getting the hole shot. You're out there, you're doing it. We thought you had it, but some things happened out there, made a little mistake. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I thought I had the win, but once Jesse got by me, I I just didn't have enough for him, so I kind of backed it down a little bit, got another moto later. But I'd definitely like to thank Tamer for that amazing hole shot. And a lot of people don't know about it, but they have their rear. That helps. I like it so much. It helps me.
There you go, Tamer, hole shot, man. Get it done. Syntax Utilities making it happen out here, getting you that hole shot. Anybody else like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Brad from Club 57 and Kevin Wyndham from Farm 15. They helped me out so much this winter. And I finally got to stay down during the winter as I graduated from public school. And I also like to thank my mom and dad, my uncle, and the rest of my family watching at home. Southeast Sales, Answer, EVS, Junior Jackson, Team Green Kawasaki, Spectral Oils, Pro Taper, and everyone else that helps me out. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, get with the high school grads down here. Get that Syntax Utility Hole Shot Award. Good job, Jaden. Take it away, boys.
All righty, thank you very much, Dean. Underway here, well, again, with the girls 65-85. Brindley Shepard on the 177 grabbed the hole shot, but Yamina Berning about 3 turns later said, you know what, I think I'll take the lead, and she is out front. Shepard in the second spot, Haley Ash, Cora Kinney, and Brantley Headley. That's the top 5 running order here for the girls 65-85, 9-13. And again, don't forget, folks, TrackCast.tv to follow the live streaming action here from Freestone. And if you go to escoremx.com, you can see the live timing and pick up the race order, all the information there online. So if you can't watch the live stream, you can still pull your phone out and keep track of the escore.com live timing. Oh, you got to ride her down over the FMF power wall there. And just able to get going there, Brantley. So we've got race number 15 in the order out on the track, girls 65-85. 65cc 7-9 limited, race 16 next off the gate. Race 17, Micro 1 Junior 4-6 limited, you should be in staging. Race 18 to 125, 12 to 17 in staging. And first call for the 450B, race 19 down to pre-staging. And there is your leader on the 141, Yamina Berning. 177, Brindley Shepard staying in touch. She's only a couple of seconds off the back fender of the leader. So I wouldn't give this one away just yet, because looks like the 177 continues to try to push forward.
Definitely got to give it up for little Yamina Berry. Almost winning a championship in the 50 class, and Loretta Lynn's got a second.
Yep.
So maybe this year could be her year.
There you go. There's always another year to try.
There's a lot of young girls pushing out the boys, and, and it's just amazing. As you've seen, probably over last 6, 8 years, that more women racing than ever.
Oh, yeah.
Especially at 4 years old, all the way through the spectrum.
Yeah, definitely. Like I've said, we see much more activity on the gates in the women's class and girls' classes up north. Not only that, but just them blending into all the other classes, the 85, Super Mini. It's just great to see the whole family get involved and bring more people. Hey, the more people you get out there in the sport, the more bikes you sell, the more healthy this whole sport is for everybody.
And the more fun we're going to have.
Yep.
Well, no, that's good input. I appreciate you giving us that input on what's going on in your part of the country, because it's happening here, and it's nice to hear that it is actually wildfire spreading throughout the USA.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
And speaking of that, that's Haley Ash over the finish line tabletop, currently in third place on the 616 KTM. Here's the 401. Killer Cora Kinney out of Kemp, Texas, will be heading that way here on Sunday for the second step of the Texas 3-step.
Yeah, that Triple Crown, baby, that is going to be awesome. $30,000 on the line.
Underground compound, man. It makes me want to ride. Look, first place 225, second place 200, third place 160, fourth place 125, fifth place 100. I should be in the top 5.
Yeah, you could definitely be in the top 5.
Of something, I'm not sure what. And speaking of the top, here she is right here, the 141 out of Pleasanton, California, Yumina Bering.
White flag is out, JP, so one more time around for the 141. I got to say, hats off to Brindley Shepard. She is staying right in touch with the leader. 2.5 seconds off the back tire.
Yeah, that was actually, that was my exact sentiment thoughts, just when you said that.
Yeah, this is not a runaway by any means. I can hear the 65 7-9 limited fired up down there on the gate. They'll be the next moto off the start gate for race 16 in the order.
Tell you what, we got some hitters in here. Of course, Cade Schwartzfarger, Cole Jessup, Lawson Workman, Bodie Roberts, Connor Levering, Levi Morrell, Jeffrey Setoff, Nick Black, Ezra Armbruster, Zachary Poland, Bretton Gonzalez, Lincoln Bray, Billy McLaughlin, and Liam Shemwell. So good rounded out 65cc 7-9 class is on the line at this time.
Yeah, going to see who's going to come away with the moto win. Your leader out of the Shock Sox S-turn heading down Gas Alley. So Berning over the top of that Honda Hills step up, staying out front here.
Yeah, make sure to go check out Forthright Media. He can print photos on location. He makes 13 by 19 photos, and he can print right on site. And he has got everybody's photo in his system. So go see Nick Campbell with Forthright Media. Was located at the base of the tower. I assume he's still around there. There's the 616 of Haley Ash. By the way, of Valley Springs, California.
So working the final lap here for the girls, 65 to 85, 9 to 13.
There's 401, Cora Kinney.
And there's the checkered flag for the 141 of Yumina Berning. And again, the 177, Brindley Shepard right in contact with her, but going to have to settle for second in this one. We'll look for Haley Ash, Brentley Headley, and Cora Kinney to round out your top 5. And we'll let Yumina go down through impound and make her way over to the podium here in just a moment.
Yeah, she's down here on the podium. You know how quick she is. Yumina Berning getting it done here in the 65 class. Yumina, true professional down here. How's it feel to win the first moto?
It feels pretty good.
How'd that moto go for you? Walk me through. Give me a breakdown of the whole thing.
I got off to a not so great start, and then I tried to make the pass for first really quickly so then I could ride my own race, and I made a couple mistakes into corners, but I was able to hold on.
Yeah, so what you're going to do now is go back to the drawing board, right? Clean up for moto number 2?
Yeah.
All right, well, tell them who you'd like to thank for getting you back up here on the podium.
I'd like to thank my family, my mechanic TJ, my coaches Jake and Shannon Nide, 110, 100%, Bees Moto Lab, Cobra, and T-Rex, and everyone else that's helped me get to this point. Thank you.
All right, boys and girls, get up for you, Mina Burning, for getting it done here in moto number 1.
All right, so it looks like we're going to get ready to go off the line here with the girls, or with the, I'm sorry, the 65 7-9 limited. Race 16, getting ready to leave the gate. 2 card turns to 1. And here we go, 65 7-9 limited. Ezra Armbruster on the 297 Yamaha, grabbing the hole shot. So Armbruster with another good jump off the gate. We saw him out front earlier in the day. So I'm not surprised to see Ezra make the move out front. So look at the gap. Armbruster already pulling on the field. And it looks like it's going to be Jeffrey Sethoff on the 93 into second here. Rider out of Sterling, Illinois. And then moving into third, Bodie Roberts on the 25. And then it looks like Lawson Workman on the 24X running in the 4th spot. We got a battle going on for 5th right now. You got a few riders trying to get that spot. We'll see how that one shapes up as they make their way over the Honda Hills step up and heading down the ski jump to the Suzuki Sweeper. So watching the leaders here in the 65 7-9, the limited class out on the track. This is race number 16 in the order. We're looking for your leader to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill. And there's the 297 of Armbruster. And massive lead on lap 1 for the 297. The 93 of Jeffrey Sethoff continues in the 2nd spot. There's the 25 of Bodie Roberts, 3rd. Lawson Workman continues 4th. Let's see who's going to get that 5th place spot. 3 riders duking it out. Liam Shemwell's got it right now. The 400 of Zach Poland trying to get to the inside and take it away. And he's going to make the pass. So Zach Poland on the 400 makes the move to the top 5 early. So Shemwell will be 6th. Breton Gonzalez 7th. Conor Levering 8th. Lincoln Bray trying to hold on to 9th, but it looks like Billy McLaughlin going to take that spot away. So that's going to put Lincoln Bray down to 10th, and Nick Black going to round out the field in 11th. And Ezra Armbruster making his way back inside to the Shock Sox S turn, holding the lead. So again, race number 16 in the order, the 65cc 7 to 9. Working through their laps here. And Ezra Armbruster, the 297 Yamaha ride, doing it for the Blue Crew.
Man, not a big surprise here that Armbruster Don is out front and leading. He won a moto about an hour and a half ago. Satoff back there in second, Bodie Roberts in third, Cole Jessup in fourth. And rounding out your top five here on lap number 2, Liam Shimwell out of Central City, Kentucky, Don. But Armbruster still separating from the rest of the pack here on lap number 3.
Yeah, Armbruster said, you know what, I really had fun winning that moto before. I think I'm going to go out and do it again.
Yeah, why not? Seems like the cool thing to do.
That was a good time. I think I might want to do that again.
Seems like the cool thing to do.
I like that Dean guy down on the podium. I think I want to talk to him again.
Yeah, far better than visiting with Kevin Kelly.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's scary. He's
That
the
is scary.
tastiest white man in the universe.
Zachary Paulin in 5th position. Shamwell drops back to 6th. Bretton Gonzalez out of Vacaville, California there in 7th position. Connor Levering, Lincoln Bray, Billy McLaughlin, Nick Black, Lawson Workman and Company, as well as Cade Swartfogger in 13th position.
Yeah, and your leader out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
There is Billy McLaughlin holding moves up to 8th position. So good ride here for McLaughlin out of Valencia, California.
Yeah, and again, I think he's still on the road to recovery, kind of rebuilding after being off the bike for a while with an injury. And, you got to just kind of take baby steps, get yourself moving forward. I think if he can hang on to a top 10, maybe get to top 5, that's probably a good step right there.
Yeah. Connor Levering coming across here in 9th. And he had a pretty good run at the Dallas Supercross as well in the KTM Junior Challenge. So big shout out to the Levering family. If I remember right, he got 2nd or 3rd place, I believe, at the KTM Junior Challenge.
Just being on the gate in that massive stadium's got to be so cool.
Yeah, AT&T Stadium is a monster, Don.
You're on that big screen there. It's bigger than you. You're showing yourself on there like triple life size.
That's right. Yeah, the definition. Armbruster still out front. Satoff in 2nd. Bodie Roberts in 3rd. Cole Jessup in 4th. And Zachary Paulin in 5th. Liam Shimwell in 6th position. Bretton Gonzalez 7th. And Billy McLaughlin still holding a solid 8th, Don.
Yeah, like I say, that's a good return, Ren. You got to build on things, little building blocks at a time. And that's a good way to get back. So Armbruster leading him through. He's going to put lap number 3 in the books, working on 4 now. Very solid, consistent lap times for the rider on the 297. And again, you cannot overestimate that whole shot, giving yourself the advantage off the gate. There's Sathoff on the 93, hanging on to the 2nd spot on the KTM. And Bodie Roberts, the 25, continues to run in 3rd. So again, race number 16, 65, 7 to 9 limited. And we should be looking at the white flag shortly here. I don't know if it'll come out this time around, but we are getting towards the waning part of the moto. All right, so we are down to 1 to go. The white flag comes out for the 297 of Ezra Armbruster. He has led a pretty solid, flawless performance so far.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. He wants to go see Dean again. Hang out with Dean on the podium, Don.
He's like, I like that dude. I'm going to head out down there again.
That's right.
So again, white flag is out here. Final time around for 65 7-9 limited. Armbruster continues to lead. There's a 93 of Sathoff. Solid run in second for the 93. And the 25 of Bodie Roberts continues third. And they have kind of gotten away from the 24, separated out from the Workman a little bit.
Good ride here by Bodie Roberts. And I see his little brother Trip Roberts down in the infield. White flag is waving here out of the huddle hut, Don. It is Armbruster still out front, Satov. Bodie Roberts in third.
Yeah, and following your leader there as you see the 297 working that inside line, working through there.
Zachary Paulin still in fourth. Cole Jessup in your top five here on the final lap of the 65cc 7-9 limited class. We want to welcome James Stewart here to Freestone County Raceway. He is in attendance and in the booth here with us, Don. Awesome to see James and his two kiddos here. Armbruster, Satop, and Roberts 1, 2, and 3 respectively here. But man, check out that lead. Armbruster, Don, with about a 34-second gap over second place.
I mean, he just grabbed that whole shot, and then he laid down 3 absolute heater laps. And now on this final lap, he's kind of backed it down a little bit. But he just charged hard the first half of the race. And that gap is insurmountable at this point.
Yep, you're right about that. White flag is going to wave here, Don.
Well, that checkered flag is going to wave pretty soon.
And what do we have coming up next? We've got race number 17, Micro 1 Junior 4-6 Limited.
Yep, then we got the 125, 12-17, race 18. Race 19, the 450B, that's a 20-minute moto. And then race 20, an 85, 9-12. Those riders need to be in staging, but right now we need to show the love to the 297 Altus Blue Crew Yamaha Moose Racing ride. Ezra Armbruster with the win.
He made it look easy, Don.
Really
it's not
did.
easy, but he made it look easy. And
no, that's for sure.
Probably has about a 34-second lead over Satop and the rest. They will pull the top 10 into impound, and then we're going to make Armbruster is going to head up there to see Mr. Dean Dias on the podium. Dean, here comes Armbruster on that YZ65, buddy.
Yeah, Ezra's up here. He's super excited. He put something together out there, making the track even easier, what I'd say, getting those rhythms in, getting that flow going, dude. 30-plus second lead in the rest of the pack. How'd you do it? Run me through your race.
I just sprinted the first 3 laps, and those first 3 laps count. So, in the rest of the race, I was just having fun, trying to find my flow, and yeah.
Well, you definitely found that. I'll give you that. And you spoke like a true pro. Get out there, sprint your laps, get your gap, and maintain it, man. I know you got a lot of people helping you out this year. Who would you like to thank, Ezra?
My dad, my grandpa, my sister at home, and Lord for keeping me safe, my grandma, Altus Blue Crew Yamaha, Jordan, Ed, FMF, ODI, Bell Helmets, ASV, and that's all.
Awesome job, dude. We'll give it up for the 297 Armbruster down here on the podium.
Thank you, Dean. Appreciate it. Great job by Ezra Armbruster. Trip Roberts, Bodie Roberts down there in the infield. Good to see the Roberts family here. The 51 of Trip Roberts making his way down. And Don, let's get on back to race action here.
Yeah, we're going to have the Micro 1 Junior 4-6 Limited off the gate next.
It's going to be Araya Alessi, Bryson Bell, Malachi Stamper, Jason Asani, Tayton Davis, and Cruz Galvin. My crawfish buddy, Cruz. We got crawfish coming tomorrow. Friday is crawfish day, Cruz Galvin.
We'll be popping them crawfish.
Snapping them tails. There is the number 9 up and over the finish line tabletop. That's going to be Cade Swartwager. Just ahead of the 38 of Connor Levering out of Bastrop, Texas. So some of our riders still making their way to the checkered flag as we drop the next gate here. Probably going to be Bryson Bell or, well, I'm going to say Bryson Bell with that whole shot.
Yeah,
Am I right, Don?
I think it was, but I want to get a better look there.
Okay, we got Jason Asani, the 252 out of Blair, Oklahoma. Tayton Davis will be running the 411 out of Lodi, California. Cruz Galvin out of Norman, Oklahoma. Malachi Stamper out of Fairfield, Texas, or Malachi Stamper out of Fairfield, Texas. Bryson Bell, number 26, comes by way of Cheshire, Connecticut. And out of Victorville, California, Araya Alessi, number 3, aboard the Cobra. All Cobras here in this Micro 1 Junior 4 to 6 limited class.
Yeah, 454, Cruz Galvin out front.
No big surprise here. Cruz Galvin doing an outstanding job the last year and a half of honing his skills on the 50s. And he is starting to separate from the field here as he makes his way up and over the number 6 step up, Don, into the shock sock sweeper.
Nice little pop up over that jump there.
And they lowered, Don, I don't know if you noticed, but they lowered the landing of that number 6.
Yeah, it looked like it did look like it dropped off a little more.
So they're going to take the short cut here.
Yep. Tayton Davis and Jason Asani second and third as they go into the cut. So there's the 454, Cruz Galvin out front. Tayton Davis hanging on to second, and the 252, Jason Asani in third.
Yeah, attention to the pits, just a reminder, a quick reminder, no 50cc parents allowed on the track. There needs to be a fence between you and the track at all times here. Cruz Galvin, Tayton Davis, Jason Asani, the 252 on the Altus Motorsports Game Moto Altus Factory Suspension. Big shout out to Greg Albertson.
Yeah.
Our old buddy Greg Albertson up there at Game Moto. T-Rex, Guts, Tamer Holshot, and Huxenbrand, the sponsors listed here for Jason Asani. Malachi Stamper on the Elfix. Armada Ranch Top Hand Diesel Services back to ride. He is back in 6th position with Bell in 5th. Araya Alessi in 4th. Jason Asani in 3rd. Tayton Davis in 2nd. And Cruz Galvin, of course, still out front. Large and in charge here of this moto, Don.
And you hear the sound of Big Ben in the background there. We've just gone to London, England.
That's right.
All right, you're either going to pop over number 5 here coming out of that Rocky Mountain ATV MC Freeway. So Cruz Galvin bringing it into the shock socks S turn.
Well, we've got James Stewart up here in the tower.
We got a Motorola commercial going on in the background, James.
James, we heard you had some interesting flights here to Dallas. Welcome back to Texas, our good friend. And, boy, what a ride these 16 years have been, James.
It has. It definitely has. Last night was it was a long night. I brought my kids up here. And we normally, anytime they come with me, we're going to California and all that. I'm like, no, it's going to be a short flight. We're good. It's only 2.5 hours. And we ended up in Houston for a couple hours, then did some circles around Dallas. So we're finally here. Good to be here. It's been almost 15 years since I've been here. So, yeah, happy to be back, actually.
Happy to have you here and looking forward to you're going to help join us call some races, a couple of motos?
Yeah, I'll get back to the roots. It's been, I guess that's night and day difference from what I was doing here last time. But, yeah, life has changed. And just telling my kids out here, these 4 and 6 year olds give my kids the business, so they better step it up.
Right, that's right.
No pressure, no pressure.
You guys want to borrow 65 and ride? Sure enough, we'll highlight. We got drones for you and everything. We'll have you in the shot. Oh yeah, put up and shut up. Yeah, that's how we do it.
That's it. See, now you're stepping into the tough dad role.
Oh yeah, tired dad, right? It's like just do it. Yeah.
So, James, I got to ask you, what does it feel like the difference in the 50cc class with these Cobras and these KTMs now from the back in the day when you were running the P-Dubs?
Yeah, it's you know, I was always a PW, and then my last year on the 50, that's when the Cobras came out. And I remember my winning at Loretta's, and my dad picked up the PW. It was like, oh yeah, you know, still old school, kind of like the 2-stroke, 4-stroke kind of battle. But now, I mean, yeah, all these kids have gotten better. The motorcycles gotten better, and you know, you could just see it as each level how much they're growing. So it's hard to believe that these are 4-year-olds out here. That's crazy to me, but that's just how much the sport's gone.
Yeah, you seen that name before?
That's wow. Okay, all right. Yeah, Mike just sent me a photo of him winning last week or whatnot. So I still talk to him. That's really cool to see her. Tony.
Yeah, that's Mike's little sister.
They got some good genes in that Leslie family out there. Who's got Cruz Galvin out front? No. Yeah, Art, that sounds about how I used to race. Just tears in my eyes, loving it, right? Like hating and loving it at the same time.
Yeah. So, yeah, working through with the 4 to 6 riders here.
Yeah, she just crossed the finish line right there.
All right, so there is the 454, Cruz Galvin, putting another lap in the books out front.
Cruz, he's cruising right now. Got a pretty healthy lead, looks like.
Oh, yeah. He's a, 16, 18-second gap?
Yeah, he's about 5 seconds a lap faster, so definitely on cruise control right here. The kid, he's in the zone.
So, you know, we hear you guys talking on the broadcast about how different it is for the riders now to have a 2 or 3 second gap, and now maybe these kids for the old school are going to grab that 18-second gap again.
Yeah, I always debate that. You know, I'm like, nobody's comfortable being uncomfortable. Like when you have that close, so everybody would like to have the 30-second gap, but just really shows you how close everybody is. So, yeah, looks like Cruz is definitely going old school in this class for sure. Huh. Yeah, well, the neighbors had a crawfish party last week, and yeah, all of a sudden there was some crawfish sitting in my driveway over there. They thought they were pets. Like you're supposed to eat these things. So I'm like, yeah.
They're little mini lobsters.
Yeah, he was like, oh, it pinched me. I'm like, well, he don't like you either, right?
That's
it.
it.
He knows he's going to get ate. He's got to go out fighting.
Yeah, he knows what's in store for him. Yeah, so here in the micro, they run the short course. They're cutting them off before that lower section to keep everybody moving forward. Because on these little bikes, get a little bit deep back there. And there's Alessi across the line. Aria running in the top 5. Cruz continues to hammer the fast laps.
Lap 4 for these.
Yes, you know when a thunderstorm's coming. So, James, I got to ask you, after all those years, all the dedication, all the time invested,
Do we have a lead change right here?
Bryson Bell just jump out there?
Yeah, it looks like maybe.
Wow, did something happen to Cruz? No, I don't know what that might be a mistake in scoring.
Yeah. Scoring's like, he's too far.
Yeah,
he's too far.
we got to put somebody else in
Something's
front of him.
not right. There it is. He's back up there.
All right. Yeah, it must have been a little, a little miscue with the timing and scoring there. That happens at every level. I know you guys have dealt with that as well.
Yeah, it's either that or with ours, especially when you get a bunch of teammates, that since they all ride together, they all look the same, and I've been guilty of, that's Mike. No, it's, unless they got a single digit, they all kind of look like me.
Yep.
You're actually, this TV screen's bigger than the one we have in the truck.
See that? You got to step it up there.
Yeah, I was like, it definitely is. It definitely is. I'm like, every week I come to a race to watch a 24-inch TV screen.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people realize that you guys are looking at that screen when you're watching the race. When you're calling the race, you're not really looking at the track. Now, of course, you're going to sneak a look in here and there, but you've got to pretty much call what's on the screen.
Yeah, that's the one thing, like, I really do have a lot more appreciation, just kind of what you guys do and getting into broadcasting, because it's actually really challenging, and the better you get, the harder it becomes, because you get a lot of people talking in your ear, and yeah, you want to look out and see the race, like, all right, there's something on the screen that doesn't necessarily interest you. You want to see the lead, you can't, because otherwise you hear that, ooh, and, people only paying attention to what you're talking about. So it's a fun challenge. Over the years, again, it's been different, but, I really do enjoy it, and just kind of being myself, calling it. I always grew up watching races. That's how I learned how to ride a motorcycle, by watching things. So it's something that comes a little bit natural to me. I enjoy doing it. So to be able to travel across the country and do it at this level is really fun.
Yeah, and I noticed that it seems like you're really enjoying the breakdowns that you do after the races. It's a little more laid back. You get a chance to more kind of dissect things, which is really one of your strong points.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's having the rewind shows, me just sitting there talking to myself for an hour, 2 hours, entertaining my own self. But yeah, it's fun. There's so much that on the race you want to talk about, but you don't have time. Yeah, you're limited, and sometimes it's good. I feel like with Supercross, it's, even though it's more fast-paced, it's actually a lot easier, because you're just talking to the action that's going on, where outdoors sometimes things get drug out, so you have to be able to talk about things that you see and keep people entertained and like wanting to watch. So yeah, it's unique, but it's a fun challenge, and I'm glad that people somewhat enjoy listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, I think having kids help that, because you're learn how to explain things simple, and trying to teach them, and every day, just trying to like, all right, we're here, driving here, and I'm like, all right, like how do we spell that? You know, just things like that, and I'm breaking down like water towers and all that stuff. So I think that kind of just bleeds into the TV of being able to keep things simple, explain it simple, but explain it where people understand and enjoy listening, the hardcore fan and just the regular everyday. So thank you.
I got a question for you, James. Driving into Miller Ranch here, you obviously had some incredible runs here at the Nationals. You've been here for your race a few times. Bring back just a lot of memories on race day and those hot summer months of the Pro Motocross Nationals and the battles you had with Ryan Dungey and everybody else out here, James.
Yeah, I was telling them, I got out the car right here, right before we got here, and I'm like, man, the weather is about 50 degrees cooler than what I was here last time. But yeah, it seems like if you can get here this time, it's pretty good. But yeah, I had some incredible battles with Ryan that year in 2012. That was actually fun. So I kind of relate to what these 2-3 second guys live like here. I really couldn't pull away much farther, but yeah, that was a fun day. And then even in 08, when I was able to win here 100 and something degrees both times, it was fun. So a little different now coming here. I guess I'm a little bit more relaxed. I can actually see the scenery compared to where I was just so zoned in. But yeah, it's good to be back.
You're obviously here doing a job, so it's just, you know, not to relax, just out there and to win. That was what you were paid to do, and you did. And now you can come out here and just kind of enjoy the greenery, the scenery, the ponds, hang out, and big difference aging, is it not?
You could have left that last little part out over there. Just to say, just different, not racing. All right?
I was going to say, man, you're just throwing them under the bus there.
I like to always, we reminisce a lot, and I'm like, you just remind me how old I am. But no, I will say the one thing about doing TV and traveling now, that I actually get to go to the races, and I was just telling somebody this a couple weeks that it's like all the races I've been through in my whole career, like now it's like I get to enjoy that in a whole different way. Like the pressure of not having to, you know, perform, like I get to see the scenery, the cows, and just enjoy people. So for me, going to the races, it's like a different like enjoyment compared to I never had in the past. It's like the first time I've ever been to the race and get to enjoy all the success I had, and also, you know, interact with the fans and stuff. So it's been really cool for me. That's why I really do enjoy it. It's new to me, even though I've been to these places, you know, many a times. It feels a whole different feeling than I've ever had.
Yeah, that's the thing that we noticed, that it just seems like you've kind of gotten back to the fun of it. You've kind of gotten to a point now where all the pressure's gone and you get to just enjoy it.
I wouldn't say all the pressure's gone, but yeah, no, it is. You know, I guess the pressure of like, most likely, unless I fall off a balcony, I'm probably going to walk out of here, you know? So, yeah, that part it's unique and it is different. But, you know, I will say for all the kids coming up, like it's every sport, if you're doing it at the top level, like there's always that pressure. And the days that every race I ever raced was like, man, I hate this. I wish I could never do this. Why am I doing this? And then it's, you know, as soon as you finish, you're like, all right, tomorrow we're going to do it again. So, you know, there's going to be a part of, yeah, like you're going to not enjoy the work. But trust me, if you ever get to come back and be able to appreciate it, it's well worth it no matter how you finish.
Well, we certainly appreciate you having back in the sport. It's great to have you be a part of the broadcast, a part of the Rewind, and just coming out here to hang out with the fans and the racers. And I know there's some young riders that are looking forward to meeting you down on the podium, so I think they want to corral you down there, sir.
Yep, sit down.
Thank you, James. Enjoy the podium. The boys are welcome to hang out here or roll with you.
So Cruz Galvin taking the win, looking for Tatum Davis on the 411 to bring it across the line in second. And Jason Asani looking to hang on to third.
Araya Alessi going to finish up in fourth. Bryson Bell in fifth. And Malachi Stamper there in sixth. Pretty cool to have James Stewart's insight on a little bit more relaxed lifestyle now.
Yeah, definitely.
We say that. He's got 2 kids.
Not too relaxed.
Not too relaxed. James Stewart going to make his way down to the podium. Jesse Furtado up here. Good ride, Jesse. Sean Hackley up here in the Lynn Nickerson, Shan Garcia, J.P. Parsons booth. Here comes the checkered flag for That's going to be the 26 of Bryson Bell and Araya Lessie in 5th, with Malachi Stamper in 6th position here, Don.
And we're going to
send
get
this
ready.
down to the podium with Cruz Galvin and Dean Diaz.
And some very happy young riders.
Yeah, thank you guys. I want to get everybody stopped down in the impound. We've got a very special podium here. Cruz Galvin, turn around this way, buddy, so you can face that camera. Yeah, you're on TV. Can you believe it?
Yeah,
Pretty cool, isn't it? How'd that moto go for you?
it was fun.
Did you get a whole shot?
Yep.
Did you check out in the competition?
No.
No, you had a little bit of battle there, a little bit of action?
Another day in the office.
Just another day in the office, huh?
Yep.
All right, we got to see you back up here again.
Yep.
That's what I want to hear, dude. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
Thank my mom, my dad, my brother, Jesus for making me safe. Gay Moto, GC, Coach Greg, Bud, Altis, Guts, Troy Lee, and Alpine. Thank you. That's it.
Man, you got a whole lot of sponsors. I want to ask you something, though. Do you know, like, professional dirt bike racers?
Yeah.
You know guys that used to be professional?
Yeah.
You know a guy by the name of James Stewart?
Yeah.
You know James Stewart?
Yes, sir.
That's so cool, dude. I know James Stewart, too. Well, if you look behind you, James Stewart is headed our way right now to tell you congratulations. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, dude. So again, Cruz Galvin, if we get that moto win, we're going to bring up James Stewart up here. Hopefully have a little bit of word with you. How you doing, James?
Good. This was the little guy out there dominating. Good job, buddy. How was the track out there?
Good.
Your first moto today?
Yes, sir.
How you feeling?
Feeling good.
Were you just cruising out there? Or were you giving it everything?
I was giving it everything.
I love it. Well, good job, buddy. Good job.
Now, get some pictures up here. If we get everybody that came off in this moto, the impound area. If you guys want to get up here and meet James. Everybody get up for James Stewart down here on the podium. We get some pictures being taken up here right now. Yes, James himself is in the house here at the JS7 Freestone. Hey, boys, I know we're having a lot of fun down here on the podium, but there's some racing going on. What do we got coming out next?
Well, Dean, we're going to have the 125, 12 to 17 off the gate next. Looks like they're putting a little bit of water down on the track here, so taking just a moment to do that.
Yeah, a little pause for the cause here, Don Collings. We got the 125, 12 to 17 riders loaded in the gate, as Don just alluded to. Zeke the Freak, Terry Bam Bam, Gordy Niswanger will be bike number 4. Cabe Tangler will be bike number 21. Davin Kane will be the 60. Michael Wright will be the 109. Gage Brown, the 129. Briar Stesick, the 214. Tennyson Lopez, the 329. And Reed Valve O-Ring will be the 727. Reed O-Ring.
And this might surprise you, Shan, but it's going to be the 129 Gage Brown with the whole shot.
What a surprise.
Who saw that coming besides you
That's
and me?
right. That's right.
And everybody else that's been sitting here watching Gage race.
Oh, we got a couple riders going down together in turn number 2.
Oh.
It is
like
the
a Husqvarna
214.
rider.
It's the 214 of Briar Stesick and Reed Valve O-Ring going down together. They get together, lock handlebars in turn number 3, I believe.
That is not what you want to do at the start of the race.
Oh, picking yourself
You don't want to do
up.
it anytime, but the start of the race especially.
Hoping your gloves aren't muddy. They just watered a couple sections of the track. It is get down Gage Brown, large in charge here as he launches off the number 5 roller in for 6 step up.
Yeah, it looks like Davin Kane in second on the number 60.
And it's Cabe Tangler back there in third, the 21 machine in third, followed by the 109 in fourth. That's going to be Michael Wright out of Mineo Park, California, on the Southern Wake Racing CP Racing Team One Industries backed ride. Don?
Yeah, and it looks like that might be Z Schmeckwanger in the fifth spot there, the 04. Z Nieswanger
Yep, knee swinger. Zeke the Freak Niswanger.
Knee swanger. All right, so leader's working that big Suzuki sweeper. Going to watch him come back up to the top of the hill and then down to the team cramp sweeper.
White Towel Racing.
There you go. I got to tell you, that is a very bold move to wear a white T-shirt to a motocross track.
That is what Lonnie Niswanger, that is his wardrobe.
Well,
that is Zeke's father,
well,
always
I'll
in
tell
a
you
white
what.
T-shirt.
And it stays clean. I don't know how he does that.
That's
I'm looking
right.
around. I'm like, that's not a speck of dirt on it.
He's just tied.
There you go. So there's the 129. That is Gage Brown, the Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha ride. And the 60 of Davin Kane coming through in second. Pair of Yamahas out front. Actually a quad of Yamahas, if you will. The 21 of Cabe Tangler and the 109 of Mike Wright. Third and fourth. There's the 214 of Briar Stesic in fifth.
Yeah, Briar Stesic is one of those riders that got caught up with Reed Valve O-Ring, who's back in the final position in eighth position. So
Stesic
Lopez and
going to work.
Niswanger, victims of Stesic as he got remounted and charged and made a couple of passes.
Yeah, he did that quickly.
It is Gage Brown and Davin Kane out of Blue Lake, California, 1 and 2 respectively here with Cabe Tangler out of Malakoff, Texas, the number 21. They're in third position. There is Cabe Tangler's father making his way down through the infield.
The strategic spot there to make sure you can cheer your rider on.
Gage Brown has just separated from the pack as to be have expected, Don.
Yeah, that is not a surprise, but a little surprising to see the gap, though. I'm not surprised he's out front, but by, 30 seconds now?
Yeah, exactly. This is
In a lap and a half?
Check out this battle for fourth and fifth. That's going to be Stesic and Wright.
That might be third, fourth, and fifth before you know it as they close up on the 21.
214 has now closed in on Michael Wright and Cabe Tangler as they all make their way over the Honda Hills, the triple at number 7 flag stand.
And some of these 125s have to double up on that one there.
Man, big shout out to Big House Barbecue. Stop on by and grab yourself some barbecue. Of course, Paul's Pizza's here, Little Joe's Lemonade, Clutch Coffee, the Holland Coffee Company. We got 2 different coffee vendors here.
We want to make sure you're caffeinated, that's for sure.
That's right, and the Taco Lady.
Caffeine and tacos, what could be better than that?
Gage Brown slicing it. Not much is better than that, Don,
telling you.
actually. Gage Brown slicing and dicing his way through the VMAX switchback. And he has about a 17-second lead over our second-place rider, Davin Kane, out of Blue Lake, California, on the 60 machine. What a race here. The 214, the 21, and the 109. Stesic goes from dead last up to third after dropping that bike.
Three-way fight.
Cabe Tangler moves back to fourth, and Michael Wright drops back to fifth. So Briar Stesic, let's check out that lap time, a 2:24 for Stesic.
Yeah, but looking at the tail of the tape, Gage Brown at 2:14, everybody else 2:24 and above.
Yeah.
That is a massive gap in speed.
What that tells me in the second moto for second or third place in the championship run, Stesic is hopes alive here for second place overall.
He's doing everything he can to get to that second spot. And here's the thing. You and I both know that 125s, when you ride them hard, sometimes things happen. So Stesic gets himself to second today, and Gage Brown
has an incident.
Any kind of incident, that could put him in the top spot. So, you know, you got to play the long game sometimes.
Yep. Gage Brown through the Suzuki sweeper all alone, Don. Just starting to really stretch out his lead. He's putting in a Jesse Furtado type performance here.
Whoa!
I like it. The red carpet rolled out for Furtado. Oh, so the 109, Michael Wright, knifes into the VMAX switchback and pops out.
Oh.
And his legs were off the bike. His miraculous save, but that's kind of what happened earlier when you said they had to switch something up.
And you know
Unreal
what?
save here by Michael Wright.
Look at that inside there where it's starting to get a little wet and a little soft, where everyone's kind of using that carve to the outside. So the inside, he might have got a little too close to that soft stuff there.
Possibly, yeah.
Knifed up that front end. And I mean, it'll happen quick. Let's face it, this Freestone course can reach up and grab you.
Yep, absolutely. Very challenging track. What a ride here for Devin Kane and Briar Stesic back there in third. Their lap times are about the same. Stesic with a 2:21, Kane with a 2:23, Don.
Yeah, he's going to have to pick up the pace if he wants to hang on a second. Kane is starting to lose. He's starting to drop his lap times, or in the wrong direction, though.
Yep, the white flag has been pulled out for the Huddle Hut. So we're just a few seconds away. We're about a lap and a half away. If Stesic wants to get around Kane, he's got to apply the pressure now, Don.
Yeah, and you know what? He is going to start to feel that sense of urgency when he sees that white flag, because you know at that point, all right, there's only a little time left to get it done. And here's the thing, is Stesic close enough?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. They're both down in the team cramp corner, Don. No, there's about a 4-second gap, so I don't think Stesic is close enough to make a run at Kane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think he just let it get too far away. Yeah, and it's even bigger now. So, yeah, Kane just needs to maintain his lap time, just keep hitting his marks. He's going to hang on to second. And again, hey, second place right now. You never know what's going to happen in that second moto. That could put you in contention to stand on the top spot.
That's right. White flag is waving. It is Cave Tangler in fifth, Zeke Niswanger back in sixth position, Tennyson Lopez in seventh, and Reed O-Ring, who went down in turn number 3 right off the start, only completed 1 lap, so he must have exited the track.
Yeah, there might have been something up with the bike, man. You know, as he went through that lap, he might have noticed, oh, man, I don't have a front brake, or something's not right. The clutch lever's snapped off, so
you never know. Tangler out there in fifth. Niswanger on that Munn Racing Bax KTM. The 04 machine out of Woodway, Texas in sixth. And Lopez, the 329 out of Cleveland, Texas, in seventh place right now on the final lap here of the 125 12 to 17 age group, race number 18.
And that checkered flag's coming out. So look for the 129 Yamaha ride to pop back into view here.
What an outstanding performance here by Gage Brown.
Yep, representing the Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha crew. MX Tire Dunlop, Enzo 100%, and Guts Racing, and that's the checkered flag for Gage Brown.
And he's opened up about a 45 to 50 second lead over Devin Kane. So this is definitely Gage Brown's 125cc championship to take home.
Yeah, it's his to lose.
Barring any unforeseen crazy circumstances, I like to say.
I bet Gage Brown already down there on the podium. So we'll go ahead and send it down to you, Dean. Talk to our moto winner.
All right, we got the 125, 20, what do you say, 20 to 17? 12 to 17. We got Gage Brown. I think the competition's still racing out there. You had a huge lead. Good job. How was it?
That was good. I got the whole shot, and then I just really rode my race. I saw I had a big gap, and I just chilled out the whole moto.
Nice. How's the fitness? I mean, it was what, 5 laps normally? Is that kind of what you practice on, or you do a little bit more?
Normally I do like 20s, 15s, but yeah, that was a good moto. I was just chilling out there, really.
Nice. You look good out there. Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandma and papa, Mimi and papa, my sister, my aunts, my uncles, Altus, the mechanics at Altus, Ed, Monster Mike, Jordan, ODI, Moose, 100%, Bell, On Track School, T-Rex Throttles, Alpine Star, and everybody else that helps me out. Thank you.
All right, kid. Good luck. Good job. Gage Brown. Nice.
All right, so we're underway here with the 450B. This is race number 19. Out front with a hole shot, it was the 19 of Austin Camden, but he's going to give up the lead to the 58 of Darren Pine. So Pine leading him through that far side down to the Suzuki sweeper.
It's Pine time.
Indeed it is.
Tristan Pruitt also out there in the mix. Now, he won a moto earlier ahead of Pine.
Yep.
Should be in the 450B out of Westland, Oregon.
Leaders dropping down to that team cramp sweeper. We'll watch for your leader over the FMF power wall. There is the rider out front. So Darren Pine holding the top spot here on lap 1. There is Camden. Grayson Townsend in 3rd. On the 11, it's Henry Millicum in 4th. And the 976, Caden Martin going to round out the top 5.
Yeah, it looks like Tristan Pruitt is not out in this moto. He may have switched.
And here we go. It looks like Townsend trying to make the move around Camden.
Oh, we got Jesse Furtado up here in the booth here. It's Pine out front, Camden, Townsend, Milecam, and Martin, your top 5. Jesse, congratulations on that first moto victory here in the Open A Pro Sport class at 10 a.m. What was the strategy going into that, knowing that you had you got, I believe, a 3rd or 4th place start. What was the strategy?
I just first set down like the first 10 minutes. I was charging, couldn't quite catch up, so I just relaxed. Waited for the next rider in front of me to start making mistakes, and once I saw that, I put back on the hard charge and caught up, and then just rode my race.
How many laps were you into the moto before you started seeing the rider in front of you start making those mistakes?
It was like around the halfway mark. I don't really count the laps. I just go until I see the checkered flag.
Just put in the work.
Exactly.
Well, Syntex Utilities put in at $1,200, $200 per whole shot award, per whole shot moto award. So let me ask you this. Coming up at 1 p.m., you got the 258 Pro Sport. You're not going to be running against some of those 450 monster bikes. So what's the strategy coming off the gate here to earn an extra $200?
Well, I'm going to just go figure out the bike, do a couple test starts, and then just put the hammer down.
How about Shannon Ide and Jake Beaumart?
Oh, man, they're great trainers. I highly recommend them if you're down here in Texas. They're newly established at Underground MX. They've trained several very fast riders, Drake Kennard, trained Ryan Dundee, a bunch of others, et cetera. Just basically told me before I went out there for that race, ride like a pro, bro.
There you go. Solid advice. Ride like you're a pro. You are a pro, and you've been down the amateur ranks.
Yeah, it's been a long journey. It's nice to be here now.
There you go.
We were talking earlier, and it seems like Shannon his training kind of involves just telling you to follow the plan. Don't let anything rattle you. Go out there and ride, because it seemed like that's how Trey rode. That's how Ryan rode. They just made sure they hit their marks and just didn't do anything crazy. You feel like that's his advice?
He won't let you say anything back. He knows how to do it. He's trained for a long time, and as long as you just listen to him, he can make you into one really fast racer.
Right on.
Can't argue with that.
Yep, can't argue with that.
So it's Pine still holding the lead, but Camden and Townsend in a pitched battle for that second spot. Shan, let's watch them come back towards us, because through that shock sock sweeper, it looked like they were almost going to be side by side, and then Camden pulled away just a little bit. So here's your leader. And there's that battle for second, and Townsend has made the pass.
What a ride here for Grayson Townsend. Moves up into second position just before the finish line tabletop, with Austin Camden back there out of Piedmont, Oklahoma, in third position. Henry Milecamp still in fourth out of Woodland Hills, Utah, with Caden Martin in fifth, Jacob McPherson in sixth. But meanwhile, it's Pine time out front on that Triumph. He's got that bike dialed in. He's got the track dialed in.
Yeah, and like we were saying yesterday in practice, it looked like there was a couple sections where he was kind of struggling, and man, today that bike is absolutely doing everything he wants it to do.
And he is really starting to open up a gap here. It was a 6.5 second gap last lap. Probably about an 8 second gap now here, Don. And you think Townsend could run with Darren Pine, but unfortunately just didn't get that great start and was back.
Yeah, he put himself in a deficit off the gate. And let's face it, Pine has got the fast lap right now. Townsend a little bit closer in lap times, but Darren Pine has been able to lay down that 2:11 every single lap.
Yeah, solid. Solid to it. Nearly a 2:10.
Yeah, he's just shaving off the time. So 450B riders working through their laps here. This is race number 19 on the track. Race 20, 85 9-12 limited, going to be off the gate next. Race 21, 250C limited. You should be in staging. Race 22, girls senior, 11-16. Down in staging. Race 23, 65 10-11 limited. Make your way down to pre-staging.
Yeah, what a barn burner we have coming up. 85cc 9-12. Jet Rao, Liam Levering, Nico Verhoeven, just to name a few of these. Rowdy Bourbonus, Landon McBride, just to name a few of the riders here loaded up in race number 20 on the gate.
And look at this. Both riders bring it down to a 2:09. So Darren Pine must have got the pit sign and said, hey, you know what? Townsend's kind of closing up on you. Let's bring those lap times down, and he did. And Townsend a little quicker by about almost a half a second.
Yeah, you're right about that, Don. So I say it would be a great second moto if Townsend could get out of the gate. If they can both all get out of the gate, running first and second, and not have to make a lot of passes and be pulling tear-offs, and we're going to be seeing fireworks there in the second moto.
Yep.
Pine making his way around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. He's going to head down the Rocky Mountain ATVMC Highway. And here comes Grayson Townsend.
Looks like trouble for the 976. Looking down at the bike, Caden Martin going to pull off. As he came over the finish, he was looking down at the right side of the bike, trying to figure out what's going on there.
Unfortunate circumstance here for Mr. Martin. And a big shout out to Isla Phillips. Isla Phillips back there in ninth out of St. George, Utah. She won the Supercross portion of the program, and she runs really good speed. Don, ninth place right now in that 450B against some heavy hitters.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a 95 of Haley Johnson. So she's getting it done in the top 10 as well. And it looks like we are at the halfway point here as I see Them stepping out with the cross sticks there. So halfway through here in the 450B. All right, looking for your leader up and over the FMF power wall here. Going to be making his way down to the Blake Baggett berm.
The 107, Caden Martin, making his way up and over the finish line tabletop, holding a solid 7th place run here just behind Talon Trahan, who's in 6th out of Spring, Texas. But give it up to Darren Pine right now as we are nearing the halfway mark. It is Pine time.
All right, so working past half. So there you go, Darren Pine making his way through to put another lap in the books. Townsend, he's closing.
He is closing in, Don. It's a 3.6 second gap here.
2 seconds quicker that time around than Darren Pine. So Pine must have had a little bit of an issue and got offline or lost momentum because he dropped down to 2:12, Townsend at 2:10.
And just now slightly past the halfway mark. Plenty of time here to see if Grayson Townsend can close in on Darren Pine with Camden back there in third. A solid ride here by the 19 out of Piedmont, Oklahoma. They're in third position, Don.
Yeah, definitely. He's been putting in some good solid laps. Got out front early on, and then it kind of gave up the lead. Got in a little bit of battle with Grayson Townsend, but Camden settling in, kind of just getting himself situated in that third spot. And again, third place, not a terrible place to be.
Nope, not at all. Third place, when you're in third place, you still have championship hopes.
Oh, yeah.
All it takes is a rear tire, a chain to come off of the swing arm.
Hey, let's face it, anything can happen. JP might fall out of the tower and land on the bike at the finish line. Had to put him out of the race. All right, so the 58 of Pine holds the lead. And again, Townsend quicker. So Townsend a 2:10.6 and Pine a 2:11.7. So again, Townsend a full second quicker. And Grayson Townsend continues to chop into the gap, and he is closing up on the rear tire of Darren Pine out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Shan, it's been only about 3 or 4 bike links when they get near each other.
Yeah, he is closing in on Pine time. That is for sure, Don. As they both come off the number 5 roller into the number 6 step up into the shock sock sweeper, Townsend is closing in.
And he's just slowly been bringing the lap times down. He's been a second or 2 quicker the last 2 laps than Pine.
There is the 49 machine of Jacob McPherson out of Ravenna, Ohio. They're in a solid 5th place spot here, just past the mid-moto mark. Townsend to that outside to the Suzuki sweeper, the Loop 270.
Yeah, did you see him jump into that outside line?
He launched off that number 8 ski jump.
That's going to put him on the inside at the top of this hill. Can he take advantage? No, but you got a lapper right in front of both of them.
Oh, we do got a lapper right there. It's going to make it interesting down in the team cramp corner, Don.
I'm going to say they're going to muscle that dude right out of the way. You got to go. We got a race going on. All right, here we go. Over the FMF power wall. And again, we got a lapper in that switchback section. Townsend goes to one side, Pine to the other.
And Pine knows he's there.
Townsend's got to switch his line up, get through that lap traffic. Didn't lose too much time.
What an incredible moto this is shaping up to be here with the hard charging efforts of Grayson Townsend.
Oh, he's all over him. Look at this. He is right on the back tire. Through the twist and shout section. Townsend going to stay inside this time.
Pine going to cover that inside line down in the Rocky Mount 8 feet drop off.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he knows that Townsend's there. He's got to be able to cover those lines and protect his position.
Protect those inside lines.
And they're both going to go right through that midline in the Blake Baggett berm.
It's one of those things. Catching him is one thing. Making the pass is a whole nother ball game when you're running relatively the same lap times, the same speed, the same skill set, Don.
Yeah, you can get there, but then, like you say, you got to execute a pass and get away.
But you know, yesterday how we noticed some riders were faster in some portions of the track. Townsend likes this east side of the track, no doubt.
And he's coming up on the inside again. This time around, nobody in front of him. He's going to put a wheel in. Oh, that's the pass.
He makes the pass. It almost looked, from our vantage point, we're far away. It almost looked like just a straight-up stuff or a block pass.
He might have made a little bit of a bump, but I just think he took the line away.
Into that right-hand hairpin corner, and now Townsend has control of this moto here. With Pine Time just right on his rear fender as they make their way down through the legendary Texas 12-pack whoop section.
No white flag yet. Looked like he was very close.
Townsend grabbing a tear off, getting some clear vision. And we've got a new leader just like that here in the 450B class.
And look at that, 2:10 lap time to Darren Pine's 2:12.
Yep.
There's just no denying it. Grayson Townsend has been able to pick up the pace.
It is still Camden back there in 3rd position. Henry Milcam in 4th, with Jacob McPherson in 5th position and Talon Trahan in 6th.
All right, so Townsend now trying to stretch it out, get away from Darren Pine. The next time we see them at the finish, it should be the white flag coming out. Once again, race 20, 85, 9-12, next off the gate. Race 21, 250C limited, you should be in staging. Race 22, girls senior, 11-16 in staging. And race 23, 65, 10-11 limited. Make your way down to staging.
450B action out on the track on the final few laps here. We've got race number 20 coming up, 85cc 9 to 12. That will be a barn burner, folks. Jet Rao out of Big Sky, Montana will join the fray here. Nico Verhoeven, Traxton Delbot, Irakiro Miwa, Liam Levering. Don, what's going on the track here? White flag.
Yeah, white flag, baby, and it looks like Townsend walking away. He has really found his groove later on in the moto, a 212 to Pine's 215.
What a dominant moto here for Grayson Townsend.
All right, so Grayson Townsend able to make the pass 1 lap ago, and he has made the most of it as he's trying to stretch out the lead on the final lap.
Yeah, and still a solid ride for Darren Pine leading the majority of this moto. And there's always still the second moto to take away a championship. But Grayson Townsend deserves a lot of respect here because he chased down Darren Pine, made the pass, and now is separated from Pine time.
Yep, so Grayson Townsend, Darren Pine, Austin Camden, Henry Milliken, and Jacob McPherson, your top 5. Callan Trahan, Jamin Wilkie, Isla Phillips, Haley Johnson, and Caden Martin through the top 10. Again, unfortunately, Martin having to pull off there with a mechanical on lap 4.
Should be seeing our leader up and over Cemetery Hill any moment now, Don, any second now, as Grayson Townsend is very deserving of this moto win.
Absolutely, he's earned it.
You don't see very many people chase down Darren Pine time.
No, you know, and I think it just came down to Townsend concentrating on his lines, not having to worry about, you know, anybody else giving him pressure, and he was able to just put the focus on Pine.
He was applying the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's applied for a podium right now. They're going to accept him down there.
That's right.
You'll get your passport stamped.
Darren Pine time over the finish line tabletop. A solid, great second place run. Be looking for Austin Camden. Unfortunately for Camden, he's about 44 seconds back behind Pine and Townsend.
Yeah, those top two had a blistering pace. Well, let's talk to Grayson Townsend down there on the podium. We're waiting for him to pop his helmet off. And Dean can't wait to hear about that race down there.
Yeah, man, it was nothing but impressive to say the least. We'll get situated down here. All right, first moto win, 450B class, Grayson Townsend. And you're getting kind of used to being up here on the podium, aren't you, bud?
Yeah.
Well, I know you had the problem that one moto. I think you're able to catch back up to like third or so, but you're getting back up here with the win. How's it feel? Walk me through the moto.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I kind of got pushed wide on the start and then went into some mud, so I didn't have a very good start. And then, yeah, I don't know. It took me a little bit to pass Camden, and then I got around him, and then, yeah, just pushed towards Darren, and then I got around him.
Yeah, man, put in a lot of work. I know you got a lot of people putting in work in your corner. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my grandparents, Monster Energy, Monster Mike, Nick, Fast Company Flex Handlebars, everybody back in Utah holding it down for us. LH Works, Suspension, Elite Graphics, Grassroots Method, Grassroots, Alpine Stars, Fly, Flow Vision, Rob Floth, Ideal, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, get up for the first moto winner of the 40B class, Grayson Townsend.
All right, so getting ready to go now with the 85 9 to 12. 85 9 to 12 going to be next off the gate. Looks like a little touch up on the finish line before we get underway. So get a little touch up to that finish line turn here as we're going to get ready to go with the next race.
I'd like to say hi to our super starter, Lex Clark. She does the number 2 sign, but in my book, she's number 1. Got race 20 coming up next.
Yep, so coming out in the 85 9-12, we're going to have the 14 Gas from Fresno, California, Landon McBride.
On the 16, Gas out of Glen St. Mary, Florida, Hudson Work.
On the KTM, the number 17 from Ishpenning, Michigan is Braxton Gauthier.
On the 21 KTM, by the way, Wonga Wallen, I think Australia, is Rowdy Rabonis.
The 26 from Cambridge, New Zealand on the KTM is Nico Verhoeven.
On the 28 KTM, by the way, at Jackson, Wyoming, it's Traxon Dalebout.
The 30 Husqvarna from Conroe, Texas, Ishiro Miwa.
On the 38 KTM, by the way, of Bastrop, Texas, Liam Levery.
The 52 Yamaha from Gilbert, Arizona is Hayden Parsons.
On the 74 KTM of Mineola, New York, Billy Cassidy.
The 85 KTM from Longview, Texas is Brady Hall.
On the 98 Suzuki out of Hensley, Arkansas, it's Barrett Shaw from Arkansas.
From Lincolnton, North Carolina, the 211 Gas Gunnar Lusk.
On the 722, by the way, a Big Sky, Montana, Kawasaki mounted Team Green, Jet Rao.
On the 806 out of McKinney, Texas, the Husqvarna of Brody Carter.
On the 859 KTM out of Milford, Utah, is Chance Charon.
The 914 Yamaha from Yuba City, California is Maverick Gresham Lewis. That is the field in the 85 9-12. A little bit of track touch up here on some of these jump faces before we get underway, so we will take a moment here before we drop the gate. And again, don't forget, coming up at 1 o'clock, we've got the 250A Pro Sport Moto 1. That is just a little less than an hour from now. So 1 o'clock, we'll have the 250A Pro Sport Moto 1 for those riders.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. Now's a good time to get up to the food court. Go see Big Hal's Barbecue or the Taco Lady. Or we got Holland Coffee, or we got pizza, Paul's Pizza up there. And, of course, Clutch Coffee over in the pits, adjacent from HyperX. Go see Stacy at HyperX for all your on-site printing, whether it's jerseys, hoodies, T-shirts, whatever you might need. She has some garments over there that you might like that she can print on those also.
And don't forget, JP, it's getting a little bit warm out there. Little Joe's Lemonade, the perfect way to cool off.
I was just going to say that next, but thank you.
Oh, yeah. Got to love Little Joe's Lemonade. And, hey, folks, don't forget, please make your way down to the registration building at some point. We are doing a 50-50 raffle to benefit Kyle Partridge. Kyle, a longtime member of the motocross family out here at Freestone, and, of course, a Florida rider. And you know we've seen him all over. He's been a journeyman rider over the years. He had a very bad crash. He's in the hospital right now. There's probably going to be a long road ahead. And Kyle, no stranger to Freestone. He trained down here with Clayton Miller on the Supercross track that they had set up. You can kind of see it on the far side of the field. It's grassed over now, but that was where Kyle rode some practice here with Clayton. I know a number of Supercross riders of that kind of generation came out here, but Kyle, no stranger to the Freestone family. We want to do what we can do to help out his family. So make your way down to the registration window. It's $5 a ticket, or you can get 5 tickets for $20. And we want to make sure we raise some money for an old moto industry friend. Kyle Partridge needs a little help. Let's make sure we give it to him. And again, it's a 50-50 raffle. You buy the tickets. If you got the winning ticket, half the raffle goes to you, half the proceeds go to Kyle. And we want to make sure we raise as much money as we can. So please, folks, get down to registration and buy those tickets for the 50-50 raffle to benefit Kyle Partridge. So 85, 9 to 12 riders next off the gate. I hear them fired up on the line. So race 20 in the order, going to get ready to leave the gate next. And of course, don't forget, coming up later on this afternoon, folks, it's going to be the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. Maybe we might get James's boys down there fishing, maybe just hanging out. But after the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament concludes, we're going to make our way over to the pavilion, and James is going to give us a track breakdown of the Freestone course. And if you've been following his Rewind shows, you know he has got the most knowledge of how to pick apart a track, dissect the race, and just great to have an opportunity to listen to James break down the track. But now it's time to drop the gate on the 85 9 to 12. Oh, looks like the 26 ride of Nico Verhoeven, the Lee at Bridgestone Tamer Guts Racing ride with the whole shot here in 9 to 12. So Verhoeven going to lead him through the twist and shout section here. Trying to sprint away at the front of the pack as quickly as he can. Was that Maverick Gresham Lewis, I believe, the 914 moving to second? And then Landon McBride and Jet Rao third and fourth on the opening lap here. So there you go, Nico Verhoeven and Maverick Gresham Lewis, 1 and 2. And it looks like maybe the 21 sneaking up in there now as well. Trying to make some early moves.
All right, coming up on the line is going to be race 21, 250C Limited. In the stage area, race 22, girls senior 11 to 16. Race 23, 65cc 10 to 11. Race 24, 250B Limited. Race 25, Super Mini 1, 12 to 15. On the track right now, ladies and gentlemen, race 20, our 85cc riders, 9 to 12 years of age. I'd like to say hi to all our online listeners and viewers checking out the action for the 16th annual JS7 James Stewart Spring Championship. Brought to you by 7 and Guts.
Guts Racing, baby. So there's the 26, Nico Verhoeven leading them out. There's Maverick Gresham Lewis. And it's going to be the 14 hanging that third spot, so it's still Landon McBride. Jet Rao and the 21 of Rowdy Rabona is 4th and 5th. Liam Levering in 6th. Billy Cassidy running in 7th. Looks like the 30 of Ichiro Miwa going to round it in 8th. And then Braxton Gauthier in 9th on the 17. JP, it looks like Hayden Parsons is going to round out your top 10.
Man, we got to get him in the top 5. He's got my last name.
Yeah, huh? Going to have pep talk with that boy.
I know.
And he's riding the Yamaha, too.
I'm my favorite.
There
One
you
of
go.
My favorites. They're all my favorites, but I'm kind of a blue guy.
You know, you have a certain special place in your heart for certain bikes and certain brands. And, you know, for me, it will always be Suzuki because my son had so much luck on those bikes.
I love this.
Just loved riding them. He was on those from the 65 right up to the 250F.
I mean, when they came out with the RM250 in 1975, a real RM250, not the TM situation.
Yep.
But that changed moto just like the Honda did in 1974.
Yeah, it's funny how you see those different levels where a brand just says, no, you know what, we're going to raise the game. Okay, well, now we're going to raise the game.
You know, just like now when Suzuki dropped their price, I think it was $69.99 for a 450. Holy, the jeepers.
Yeah.
It's like people ask me, what bike do you like? I said, what color do you like?
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of.
They're really kind of all equally as far as performance-wise. Now, again, Suzuki gets kind of dinged a little bit for not having the electric start, but hey, you know what? That bike goes.
Hey.
Don't fall down, install it.
Real men ride kickstart bikes. Go
There you
Kenny
go.
Roxon.
There you go.
All right, back to race action.
Yeah, your leader coming to the top of the hill, heading back down to the Team Cramp Sweeper. And we will look for the rider on the 26 KTM, Nico Verhoeven, to pop over the top here in a moment. And there he is. Up and over the FMF Powerwall. And Maverick Gresham Lewis sticking with him here. He's actually closed up a little bit. Yeah, it was a 3.4 second gap last time around. That has shrunk significantly.
And we got a lot of fast guys out. I mean, I watched Nico all last weekend at Cycle Ranch, was dominant. But man, we've gone up the next couple levels with all the competitions.
We sure have. And Maverick Gresham Lewis brings it down to 1.3 seconds. Jet Rao and Landon McBride fighting over that third spot.
You know, look, check this out. Jet Rouse with the 229. Landon McBride with the 230. So race just got to work.
Yeah, that gives him a pretty good shot at getting them.
And of course, you got packages at the front gate. If you have ordered merchandise, parts, they'll be up at the front guard shack. So please check periodically with the guard shack, as UPS, FedEx will be dropping stuff off for the rest of the week.
Yep, packages, parts, any kind of little small items, mail order brides,
brownies.
They'll be out there. All right, looks like Jet Rao able to make that pass. So Rao gets around the 14 to Landon McBride. That will put him to third. But he's going to have a little bit of a gap to close to catch up to Maverick Gresham Lewis and Nico Verhoeven.
kind of cool to see Kawasaki kind of getting re-involved a little bit more with the Team Green program because, as you and I well know, in the 80s, 90s, it was green. It was green.
Powerhouse.
It was nothing.
Yeah, powerhouse team. You know, and that was right along the lines when they went into that collaboration with Suzuki. So the 65 and 85, the KX and the RM were essentially the same platform with just a few differences. Because I can remember buying parts for my son's 65 and going, hey, why does it say KX65 on it? Because it
when
fits.
They were sharing, that's right.
Yep, they were sharing manufacturing.
RM and KX. And it sounded initially like a economically way to do stuff, but
yeah. But competition comes in between eventually.
It's just, yeah, you can't. There's a 14 of Landon Pride.
Oh, Maverick Gresham Lewis goes down, and that is going to open up a big gap now. So the 914 came out of that number one stand and went to cut back to that big sweeping left-hander. It looks like he might have just buried the front end. So Verhoeven now, he's going to have a big gap.
Yeah, I mean, we were getting excited, man, because we were fixing to get, bar-to-bar action.
Well, you know what? This might be Jet Rao and Maverick Gresham Lewis now with that bar-to-bar because the 722 was right there as Maverick Gresham Lewis got up.
And Jet Rao's probably got 1,000 laps on Freestone since the whole family has come down here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at this. Right out of the Leonard Skinner at Oak Tree turn, down the Rocky Mountain into the MC Freeway, and it is going to be a pitched battle for second now. As there's Jet Rao, and very close right in front of him, Maverick Gresham Lewis. So this is race number 20 in the order, the 85 9-12. 250C Limited going to be next off the gate. Race 21. Race 22, girls senior in staging. So working through the race program here. There's Nico Verhoeven up and over the FMF power wall. So at the halfway point, so working past the halfway point here for the 85 9-12. So we have got the 85 9-12 on the track. 250C Limited, race 21 next off the gate. Race 22, girls senior, you should be in staging. And this is first call for the riders in the 250A Pro Sport. You're going to go out for your sight lap right after the girls senior. Group sight lap will follow the 250A Pro Sport. And then we will drop the gate from Moto 1 on the 250A Pro Sport. So once again, 250A Pro Sport riders need to start making your way down to staging. We've got 2 motos before we send you out for your sight lap and then your race. So Nico Verhoeven with a solid lead, but look at this battle, JP. Maverick Gresham Lewis and Jet Rao heading over number 1, and they are about a second separating them. So that little tip over for Maverick Gresham Lewis has breathed new life into it for Jet Rao.
Well, that's, sometimes you get up and ride like a madman possessed, but then other times it's hard to regain the momentum that you had right before your tip over.
Yeah, that just sometimes takes the wind out of your sails, too. You got to pick the bike up. There's dirt on the grips. You got to kind of dust yourself off, get your breathing back under control. So it's tough to remount that charge.
It's a whole process.
Oh, yeah. We got battles all the way through here. Look at that, JP.
That's right, man. Brady Hall and Billy Cassidy going into turn 1. A couple bike lengths apart.
And that is for a battle for 11th. That's what I love about this sport. It doesn't matter where you are in terms of position. If you got a guy next to you, you got a battle.
There's the 98 Barrett Shaw from Arkansas.
So working through the laps here as we're well past the halfway point now. 20-minute moto for the 85 9-12.
I was just thinking, we're looking for that 26, and there he is. Through the VMAX switchback, over the finish line tabletop, into the James Stewart ski jump section, over the number 1 rower. That is our leader, number 26, Nico Verhoeven, by the way of Cambridge, New Zealand.
Yeah, and he has just got himself dialed in here. Maverick Gresham Lewis, the 914, holding that second spot. Jet Rao is not going away, though. The 722, he's going to switch up lines, try to get to the inside, and looked like the 914 kind of anticipated that because he went up and shut the door.
And look at this. So for 4th and 5th, man, it's Landon McBride and Rowdy Rabonis. Less than a second apart. As they go through turn 2, they'll make that right-hand turn and hit the number 3 tabletop. Back into the twist and shout section of Freestone Raceway.
Yeah, we got some good battles all the way through the field here.
Yeah, if one starts fading a little bit, then we can find another
That's
one.
it.
That's what's cool. Just like going down the gas freeway.
Yeah, these guys are going at it. Here's that battle for second. Maverick Gresham Lewis still holding off the 722. But Jet Rao really charging up.
Hey, a big thanks to Justin Bray, the Bray family, for buying raffle tickets for Kyle Partridge. Thank you guys so much. I know you know what it is to be there in that kind of situation, and thank you guys. You're awesome.
Yeah, we've all experienced that unfortunate part of racing in to one extent or another, but certainly, luckily, none as serious as Kyle is going through right now. So, again, make sure you buy those raffle tickets down at registration. So once again, we have got the riders in the 85 9-12 on the track. 250C limited next off the gate. Girls senior in staging. And then we need the riders in the 250A Pro Sport. You're going to head out for your sight lap right after the girls senior. The group sight lap will go out after that. And then we're going to drop the gate for the 250A Pro Sport. And now Maverick Gresham Lewis opening up a little gap over the 722 at Jet Rao. He's going to lose some time on that lap. might have had a little trouble down there on the far side of the track down in that Loop 270 because his lap time went up to a 2:39. He was previously on the pace with Maverick Gresham Lewis, so something must have happened to the 722.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to get you an event t-shirt. The Texas Triple Crown, the inaugural series that we're implementing with our new organization, NMA, National Motorcycle Association. And for you guys who don't know anything about that, they actually started in the 70s. Ron Hendrickson out of California started this organization targeted towards 50s, 60s, and 80 riders, small bikes. He built this thing up into magnitude proportions. It was the NMA Ponca City National. Also, the World Mini Grand Prix in Vegas, which he had every year out in the desert. Our beloved Lynn Nickerson announced both those places, was good friends with Ron Hendrickson. And so it's been dormant. It was actually bigger than AMA in those days. AMA did not care about bikes, mini bikes. They were focused on 125, 250 opens, and where NMA was National Mini Cycle Association to build an association targeting for our smaller entry-level riders to graduate through the ranks. And so now we revived it. We're going to offer a better program. We're going to treat you guys with respect. We care about the riders. So NMA is the way.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing where it really helped to grow the sport. Because like I said, the concentration early on the big bikes kind of left out all the small bikes and the minis and all those kids. You want to feed them into the system. So what he did by promoting that and helping to grow that really was probably instrumental to the sport.
'38 of Liam Levering and the 30 of Ichiro Miwa. Make sure to check out Forthright Media. Nicholas Campbell. See St. Nick. He's got your photos. He's got a cool setup. He's got a table with a big screen on it. You can go through and navigate and find your photos for yesterday and today's. And he's got some really cool shots, a lot different than some of the other photographers over the years. So go check it out. Forthright Media. '16 Hudson Workman. And 74 Billy Cassidy, by the way, of Minneola, New York. New York City. White flag is out. There is our leader by the way of Cambridge, New Zealand, Nico Verhoeven. He's on his way to Little Joe's Lemonade. And second place, Yamaha mounted Blue Crew out of Yuba City, California, Maverick Gresham Lewis on the 914 machine. Here's the 722 of Jet Rao, rider for Team Green. By the way, a Big Sky, Montana on the 722 machine. And followed by the 21 of a Wongawallen, Australia, I believe. If I'm wrong, just punch Shan Garcia upside the head. Rowdy Rabonis. And followed by the Landon McBride out of Fresno, California on the number 14 Gas. And 38 is going to be Liam Levering out of Bastrop, Texas. Followed by Ichiro Miwa out of Conroe, Texas. That is 6 and 7. Those guys ride together all the time, and they're doing that right now. Out there having moto fun right here at the 16th Annual 7 James Stewart Spring Championship, brought to you by Guts Racing. If you got ruts, get Guts, because you will stick to that seat and get the traction like your knobbies do.
If you are slipping, you need to get gripping with those Guts seat covers.
That's right. Here's the 17 of Braxton Gartier. Gartier. 859, Chance Sharon, Milford, Utah. There's the 16 of Hudson Workman, followed by the 74 of Billy Cassidy.
And that's going to be the checkered flag race win. Nico Verhoeven, the Lee at Bridgestone Tamer Guts Racing ride with the win here.
13 different states represented and 2 from out of the country. Yeah, if you guys have any questions about NMA and how it came about, how it started, come talk to me, talk to Don Collins or Dean Dias, because we all grew up in that era, and it was massive. I mean, you didn't even think about AMA back then; it was just NMA.
All right, boys, I'm down here on the podium with Nico Verhoeven. Nico, bro, doing it and doing it well. How's it feel to be up here on the podium?
Oh, yeah, no, it feels good again to be in a separate class and win that.
Absolutely, brother. How'd that moto go? Walk me through it.
Yeah, I just got the whole shot, made a few mistakes in the first lap, cleaned them up, and then just rode my race.
Yeah, definitely a remarkable race, man. Great job. I know you got a lot of sponsors. A lot of people you'd like to thank. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
Motorinch, VHM, HS, Tamer Whole Shot Devices, Guts Racing, Mikamoto, Rental Chain Sprockets, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, that's Nico Verhoeven. Get it done down here on the podium. Back to you boys up at the tower.
All right, thanks, Dean. Congratulations, Nico. Race 21 on the gate. Race 22 in staging. Then we're going to need our Pro Sport riders. $250A Pro Sport.
Yep, after the girls' senior, we'll send them out for their sight lap. The group sight lap will go out after that. And then we line the Pro Sport up to drop the gate.
Go out there to the 04. KTM is Zeke Niswanger.
The number 11 Kawasaki from Carmel, Maine is Evan Witham.
On the 18 out of Jacksonville, Texas, Husqvarna mounted Blaine Westbrook.
The 22 for Yamaha ride from Roy City, Texas is Ryan Hele.
On the 30 Yamaha out of Park Rapids, Minnesota is Ike Anderson.
Revs are up. We're going to see who's going to get the whole shot here.
On the 85, Dylan Doyen out of Bay Bay. On the 100, Logan Ash out of Valley Springs, California. What you got there?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the 18 of Westbrook coming away with the top spot.
I tell you what, that rider, he is 90 plus, 95% of the time gets a whole shot.
Yeah, he's got the gate dialed.
Not only here, Cycle Ranch. Every track I go to, he's got that reaction time that's just unmatched.
Taking over the lead on the 11 Kawasaki. Evan Witham moves to the front of the pack. So Evan Witham in the 147, James Coleman 1 and 2 now. Looks like Westbrook getting shuffled back to third. Down the gas freeway. Coleman trying to make a move. And Witham going to keep that midline, hold the lead.
Also out there on the 133 out of Temecula, California, KTM mounted Talon Wagland. The 147 James Coleman out of Prosper, Texas on the Yamaha. And the 156 Kawasaki out of Garner, Iowa is Mark Vieira. On the 350 Husqvarna out of Cedar City, Utah is Ledger Hill. And rounding out race 21 is the 516 out of Tyler, Texas on the Yamaha, John Michael Cheery.
Look at the 11 with him to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill. He's going to have some company on the 147. And there it is, the Kawasaki rider into the FMF Powerwall.
All right, here we go. Down the Texas 12-pack. The pressure cooker is heating up. Coleman on the outside.
Little look over there. He's going to have the inside on number 1. He's going to make the pass. So Coleman set that one up coming through the 12-pack, JP. That's why he switched up his line to the other switchback line.
He's another rider that is always up, getting great starts, always in the top 3, 5. It's great to see him. He lays down some good action. Girls senior. We need you down to the starting line. 11 to 6 years of age, and we need 258 Pro Sport for your sight lap, and then a group sight lap following the 258 Pro Sport sight lap riders.
Yeah, and then we'll get ready to drop that gate from Moto 1 to the 258 Pro Sport. The Open A was a good race. I would anticipate we're going to see more of the same with the 258 Pro Sport. Again, hope anyone who is watching live online on TrackCast.tv enjoying the show here. We're certainly enjoying the racing. Great to bring all the racing action to you from down here at Freestone County Raceway. Oh, your leader goes down.
Leader makes a little bobble.
Coleman drops it in the midline, and Witham is now going to have a big gap.
Man, a quick recovery by Coleman, though.
Yeah, he got up and got going pretty quick.
Man, that was almost like NASCAR.
Yeah, right?
Whoosh on.
But that's going to be a big gap now for the 11 Kawasaki. Evan Witham,
man,
the Mountainside Power Sports rider.
Yeah, we still got a ways to go in these longer motos
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff, so anything can happen, and we'll see what's going to come up on the table.
Well, these guys are only going 5. So that might be exactly what the 11 wants to see.
I'm sure he's smiling and
Yeah,
quite
this-
happy right now.
This one is only a 5-lap moto.
Tough break for James Coleman. Right now, it's Whitman out front, Coleman in second, Blaine Westbrook, Dylan Doyen, Talon Wagland, Ike Anderson, John Michael Cheery, Zeke, the Freak Niswanger, Ryan Helly, and Ledger Hill. With them, excuse me. I'll get that right. I know, I want to say Wyndham, you know, but it,
All right, so Westbrook makes the move to second on the 18. The 11 are with him out front. Pretty good recovery. Looks like Coleman going to bring it across the line. Oh, he's going to be down out of the top 5. So he was not able to get himself moving as quickly as we thought. He's down to 6th. So Evan Witham, Blaine Westbrook, Dylan Doyen, Ike Anderson, and Talon Wigand, now your top 5.
and your leader around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, down the Rocky Mountain ATV drag strip through the drop into the sweeper over number 5 is Evan Witham.
Yeah, and if you're the 11 Kawasaki right now, you just need to run your race. Don't worry about what's going on behind you. Just try to hit those solid points and just keep doing what you've been doing.
finished lap 2. It seems like all the action that has happened so far, it's been, more laps than this.
I know, right? Feels like it was a 20-lap race already.
Yeah.
All right, looking for your leader on the number 11 down to the bottom of Cemetery Hill. And we should see him pop back into view. Here he comes up over the top and into the FMF power wall. And he has opened up a gap now. Not sure if something happened to Westbrook, but look at the distance behind the 11 Kawasaki of Evan Witham.
Lap 3 with a 2:18.4.
Yeah, Westbrook a 2:24. So I don't know if he stalled it or got offline or what, but he lost a bunch of time to the leader. So the number 11 out of the twist and shout section. Good to see the Dirt Care USA ODI Valley Home Services ride of Evan Witham out in front. Mountainside Power Sports and FXR sponsoring this rider here. Coming to us out of Carmel, Maine. And I have to say, JP, I am not surprised. I've seen Evan racing for the past couple of years with us up in New England, and he was one of those riders you felt like was just kind of coming to the top of that C-class, kind of coming into his own. So good to see him out there getting these laps in and getting himself out front.
Well, he's definitely worked for it, and the proof is right here. As he goes down to number 8, downhill ski jump into Loop 270, the Suzuki Sweeper.
And he's going to be looking at the white flag the next time we see him down through the FMF Powerwall and the Texas 12-pack. So he's only got about a lap and a half left to go to grab himself a win here. Girls senior again off the gate next. Race 22 off the gate next. And then 250A Pro Sport, you'll go out for your sight lap. We will send out the group sight lap and then drop the gate for Moto 1 on the 250A Pro Sport. And here's your leader through the 12-pack. He's going to get the white flag.
I will say, Evan with him.
There you go.
You got to be with him.
You do. You have to be with him. Yeah, when I saw his dad out there at the riders meeting, he was like, oh, God, someone's going to say his name right now. I guess Megawatt was having a little trouble with that.
Really?
He was calling him Whitham, Wiggum.
Yeah. Well, with your guidance and tutelage.
There you go. I said, I got you, man. Don't worry. You know, many years ago when I was listening live online to the Oak Hill race, there was the year that AJ Catanzaro took the Open Pro Sport win. And they were saying his name wrong. I actually texted Kevin. I was like, for Christ's sake, this is how you say his name. He's winning the race. Well, yeah, I mean, it was Kevin and Wes, so there's probably 2 brain cells between them. So through the inside, the Shock Socks S-turn, and down that gas alley, the number 11 ride, looking to get it out. About a half a lap left to go to take the moto win. All right, back to the top of the hill. The number 11 going to drop down to the Team Cramp sweeper. So Evan Witham, Blaine Westerbrook, Dylan Doyen, James Coleman, Ike Anderson, top 5, Ryan Helly, Talon Wagon, Zeke Nieswinger, Ledger Hill, and John Michael Sherry. That's the top 10 here on the final lap for 250C Limited. And that is going to be the checkered flag race win, the 606 Factory Mountainside Power Sports FXR Dirt Care Ride. Evan Witham with the win. Coming through the switchback, holding down the second spot on the 18. That is the Shock Sox Mended MX Ride of Blaine Westerbrook. The 147, Coleman back to third. Coleman had the lead, went down in the Blake Baggett berm, went back to sixth. So to get himself back to third, not a bad performance there. But not quite it's what he wanted, I'm sure. But we're going to send it down to the podium now and talk to a rider who definitely got what he wanted down there. Evan Witham with the win. And Dean, we'll send it to you.
Thank you, Don. I appreciate it. I'm down here. Right place, right time. Yeah, Evan, get with it with him. Making it happen, bro. Welcome to that moto.
Yeah, the track's gnarly. Pulled whole shot, and then got past, and then the kid in front of me tipped over, and then I tipped over. I was at the right place at the right time and rode my own moto.
So it's kind of exciting moto, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Awesome. You got any more left for today?
Yeah, definitely.
Am I see you back up here?
For sure.
All right, man. Who's going to help you get back up here?
My mom, my dad, my brother, the 606 Factory, Ronnie Brook, the whole Leonard family, Colbuck Trailers, Valley Home Services, Mountainside Power Sports, FXR, Serbies, Dunlop, Team Green, everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys. Remember the name. That's Evan Witham. Getting it done here. Back to you guys up into the tower.
All right, we're underway with the girls, senior 11 to 16. Brinley Shepard, the 177, out front with the whole shot. Looks like she's going to try to lead her through here on this first lap. So there is Shepard out in front.
Of course, in second, no surprise, out of New Middleton, Ohio, Husqvarna van 063, Kylie Hayes.
Yep, Kylie Hayes in that second spot. Looking for Kayla Papke and Cora Kinney third and fourth.
So we got Kaylee, Kylie, Cora.
That is a lot of Ks. Good,
is.
thank goodness Brinley was in there to break up the Ks there.
Yes. That's probably her middle initial is
There you
Brinley
go, yeah.
K. Shepard.
Oh, the 516 rolling off there. He looked like he was holding his left leg up. I don't know if that was a foot peg that came off or he's got an issue with his left leg there, but that was definitely looking like he was favoring that left-hand side.
John Michael Cherry. Make sure it gets your way up here. It gets you an event T-shirt, and we have hoodies. You never know what's going to happen at Freestone.
Well, this is my point. If you come all the way out here and you don't go home with an event T-shirt, did you even come? Why are you not going home with an event T-shirt? I already got one for my grandson.
That's because you're an awesome grandpa.
And the 063 going to take over the top spot. So Kylie Hayes moving out front.
How about Brinley Shepard out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yeah, at this stage in life, JP, I'm pretty sure you and I have the same issue with T-shirts. There's not one that I have that does not have a motocross logo of some kind on it.
It's like I tell everybody for any birthday, any Christmas, don't ever buy me a hat or a T-shirt, please.
You are filthy with hats and T-shirts. You got more than you're ever going to wear in a million
I
years.
think I'm going to start making some of those quilts.
There you go.
Well, there's a place that does it for like 12 of them for like $75. And you can do a 16 one.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, my wife does those actually.
Wow.
Yeah, yep. She's been a quilt maker for years.
That's
I'm going to have her take I still have all of my son's race jerseys. So I was going to have her do one with all my
That
son's
would be
race
very
jerseys.
cool. I hadn't thought about that too, but with the polyester type material, that was kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But that's actually just on the top.
Yeah, you can put that onto a backing on the top there.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right, folks. Welcome to the Sewing Circle with J.P. Parsons and Don Collins.
Yes, we're just upgrading the whole program.
That's it. Trying to give you
reaching
guys
out.
some ideas, some arts and crafts here.
Well, that makes for a more rounded individual.
There you go. Well, I'm too round right now for my own liking, JP. So I got to try to straighten out that rounded individual.
I used to relate.
So working through the laps here with the girls senior 11 to 16. Again, 250A Pro Sport riders. You should be on the start straight for your sight lap. And then the group sight lap will go out after that. And then we'll drop the gate for Moto 1 on 250A Pro Sport. All right, your leaders coming through here. It's still the 063 of Kylie Hayes. And the 177, the Beach Ford 110 Racing Dunlop A1 suspension ride. Brindley Shepard still hanging on to second after grabbing the whole shot.
And still holding down the solid third out of Kemp, Texas, riding for Underground Compound is Cora Kinney. Dad's the finish line flagger, so each kid that comes by, whether it's Terry Kinney or Cora Kinney, he gets a little encouragement from Dad.
Got to throw a little love out
Go
there.
faster!
Or that, or yell at him, one of the two.
Maybe good thumbs up. No, they're great kids, and they love moto, and it's just like all of us.
Yeah, it's great with the family is all involved there. All right, your top two coming through the Shock Sox S turn. Hayes and Shepard still running 1 and 2. Cora Kinney coming through on the Underground MX Nide and Beaumont Shock Sox No Toil ride. Hanging on to third with Kaylee Popke. There is the 24 continuing to round out your top 4. On the Dunlop Fuel Evolution Graphics AOT Popke and Co ride. So again, working through an absolutely gorgeous Thursday. I know what that was. And there it is, the 63 into the lap in the books out front here. For the girls, senior 11 to 16.
But Brindley Shepard is not letting her get away.
Yeah, no, she's right there with her, JP.
Yep, only a few seconds behind.
Yeah, and I mean, Shepard had the early lead, so she wants to get it back. That is nothing bigger motivation-wise than when somebody passes you and you no longer have that spot.
I would say age has some, there's 3 years difference in age, but in this kind of class, in racing, it doesn't matter age sometimes.
No, until you really get into the big bikes, I don't think there's that much of a jump in skill as far as that goes. So there is your leader over the number 5, heading into the number 6 jump stand. And through that shock socks S-turn down the gas alley they'll go. And once again, hoping everybody enjoying the live stream here for those folks watching live on TRACKCAST.tv. So next off the gate is going to be the 250A Pro Sport Sight Lap, Group Sight Lap, and then racing for the 250A Pro Sport Moto 1. And don't forget, $200 on the line for each of the hole shots in the Pro Sport classes, courtesy of Centex Utilities.
And a big thanks, of course, to the owner, Billy Harrison. Thank you,
Yeah.
Billy.
So if you can make that turn under the Tamer sign first, you're going to walk out with 2 Benjamins there.
While we're talking about that, we might as well talk about Tamer hole shots for the second motos.
Yeah, that's right. All the second motos, Tamer Hole Shot Awards in the second half.
So if you win your moto in second moto, you're going to get a Tamer hole shot device. Well, it'll be a certificate towards a hole shot. I confuse myself.
So yeah, in the second half, all the classes in the second half, you grab that Tamer Hole Shot, you're going to get a certificate for a Tamer Hole Shot device. And I'll tell you what, if you decide to take advantage of that here, they'll even put it on the bike for you.
That is one cool thing that they do. They're so gracious, for you using your product, man. They do it.
Yep, and that goes if you go down there and buy one. I'm sure they'd be happy to mount that on the bike for you. So great to have them on board here with the 2026 edition.
And plus, it's a good education to go over there and watch the installation. So when you buy your second device, then you'll know how to put it on the best, easiest, fastest way from the professionals.
And I mean, name something that has changed the face of the start of motocross more than the Tamer Hole Shot device. Think about how many times it came down to who just didn't wheelie off the gate and was able to deliver that power. Now with those hole shot devices, it has raised that game, and now it is just a hair's difference between riders.
I was going to say Wheaties cereal.
Well, that's also
Go
good.
with Brian Dungy on the front,
There you go.
Anyway, Tamer's the best, and he designed that, and he owns the patent on it. And any other hole shot device, they have to pay him royalties. So it's really a Tamer hole shot device on all of them in the world.
Not an imitation, it is the origination.
Yay.
So looking for the 063 there of Kylie Hayes to make her way up towards the FMF power wall. The 401 Cora Kinney Underground Compound sponsored ride continuing to run in that third spot. And that is going to be the checkered flag race win for the rider on the 63.
Man, but I tell you what, look at Brindley Shepherd.
She was right there.
We turn our heads for a second, and all of a sudden she's within 4 bike lengths.
Man, that was close. So Shepherd finishing up in second, but kind of letting Kylie Hayes know, hey, I'm still going to be here. So don't watch out, don't sleep on me in Moto 2.
All right, we're going to send it on down to the winner's circle with Dean Dias. Down to you, Dean.
Thank you, boys. You're doing such a great job. Now we're going to have Kylie Hayes in this girls 11-16 class. She will be our first moto winner. As you guys are saying, you guys, like I said, amazing job up there. As we get ready for this Pro Sport Moto, I'm going to have a word with Miss Kylie Hayes. Kylie, good moto. Got out there, did your thing, made it happen. Walk me through that moto.
Well, I got a really bad start. Had to pass the girl. And I came over, jumped, cased it, kind of hurt my thumb, re-hurt it. But the rest of the time was pretty all right. Definitely need to wrap my thumb up, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, definitely a pretty all right moto. I know you got a lot of people helping you, a lot of sponsors like to thank. So go ahead and do that, then I'll let you get back and ice that thumb.
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. I'd like to thank my dad, Bryce, Secondhand Moto, Thor, the O'Briens, Privateer Connection, TCD, SC3, Dunlop, Bell Helmet, and everyone else.
All right, guys, that's Kylie Hayes getting it done up here on the podium. We getting ready for that sight lap up there, boys?
Oh, yeah, we are. It's going to be the 250A Pro Sport sight lap. Group sight lap after that, Dean, and then we're going to drop the gate from Moto 1 in the 250A Pro Sport. And that looks like it is going to be another great race here. So, yeah, the 43 out of Lakeside, California, Kyle Looney in the Pro Sport. Out of Kennedale, Texas, the 56 KTM is Cade Miller. On the 67 Yamaha coming out of Maybank, Texas, Jesse Furtado. The 74 from Paradise, Texas, the Yamaha rider Slade Shields. On the 77 from Franklin, Wisconsin, the Kawasaki rider is Jaden Wolf. Cameron Harrison on the 90 KTM from China Spring, Texas. And then the 105 out of Clinton, Louisiana, the Yamaha of Franklin Bowser. That's the field in the 250A Pro Sport. We're going to send him out for a sight lap here in a moment. Looks like a little bit of water going down, a little bit of equipment doing some adjustment on the track here. So we will give him a moment to get that stuff situated and then send out the 250A Pro Sport sight lap. So again, a little touch-up work, little water going down here as the Freestone track crew gets this course back into tip-top shape. And again, it is not about smoothing it out. It's about making sure the sections are safe. A couple riders had come and said there's some kickers on some of these jumps, so they are addressing that. Want to make sure that the track surface is exactly what people want it to be.
It takes a certain kind of someone to fall in love with the challenge, to find joy in hard work and strength in solitude. But that someone can be anyone.
does orange blood mean to you?
Well, yeah, so orange blood, I mean, it's part of who I am.
The orange blood is a family.
A big passion, fun, adrenaline, and community.
Getting out of your comfort zone. Riding as much as possible and enjoy the life.
You find your friends on the orange community. The culture in KTM, yeah, is the passion and the love for motorcycles.
That is orange blood.
You ride motorcycles like your brothers?
You're pretty good. Are you a professional? Are you a professional? Yeah?
This one fun? Here we go.
Why did I start Stasic? I get asked the question quite a bit. The reason I started Stasic was to share the love of riding with my kids. Didn't know it at the time. You know, I was just doing something fun and had the means and some resources to build something cool for my kid.
When Ryan came up with this idea, was like, first I was like, oh my gosh, it has a motor, he's just gonna like take off down the street. And Robbie taking off on that first prototype, well, I mean, we didn't even call it a prototype at the time, was just like, oh.
You having fun?
And I just saw him going, wow, he got that really fast. Robbie was just, in that moment, I did it. And then Ryan's like, it works.
You like your bike? Your motorcycle?
You know, just to hear both of them. And again, we were just, it was in our garage. It was like, okay, I know Ryan was thinking, how can I get him on a dirt bike sooner? I don't like riding on the weekends without my kid.
I was fully selfishly motivated to get my kid to ride a motorcycle without mom being too upset.
I personally don't ride moto, so I do have a life outside. It's not just to get your kid on moto. It truly is just something fun. It is something that your kids can go do together. It's something that, or the whole family's gonna go ride their bikes to, you know, get an ice cream. The little ones can go also. There's, you know, many cool gadgets to bring your little ones along as far as a bike trailer. I've had those. But to know that they have again, they're building confidence with their independence.
Motorcycles and moto, right? It gives people a hesitation, for sure. But that's not what we're here to do. We're here to like introduce you to experiences at such a non-intimidating level that it's an experience with your family. It's not just about, you know, Instagram is the greatest and craziest things in the world. It's about the normal stuff, which is rad experiences with your kids. When I first did it, never once thought we would be a business. I mean, it just wasn't on the scope of things to do. And I was able to have this experience with my two kids, my younger two kids, and to be able to share that experience with other families. But when we kind of got into this and, you know, we sold a container and we're like, oh, what do we do now? You know, we decided to figure out how to make a brand and, you know, some tough conversations, and it really boiled down to, from sharing the love of riding with my kids to we're sharing the love of riding with everyone's kids. I designed the bikes to be able to do what Robbie and Thomas wanted them to do, and made something that I thought they could get them to a point, still be able to provide, you know, slow, medium, and fast motor characteristics and power characteristics to allow the non-intimidation piece to be there, but the platform is there for them to grow. And I think that's been the biggest thing we've focused on, is the frame and the chassis being capable to do the things that all the Stasic generation is like coming through already ready to do. But we still have this component of like, we can come down to a level for kids that's not scary for them if they're a little bigger than what we currently offer, right? So we're just continuing to fill in the gaps from 3 to 12.
He now has a tool that is not intimidating like a dirt bike, and they can practice all day long at home, change the batteries on their own, go build new tracks, they go change turns, and then, hey Dad, can you look at this? And so they're again building their independence, also their creativity.
Yeah, our STACYC generation is going to have more opportunity to develop skills. Less time, I guess less stress, and more fun, right? We provide fun and opportunity to build skill. The most important part about STACYC is how, I guess, non-intimidating it is when it starts, but those are where that's where we create all the memories for families, is the initial first. Now you start to really get a sense of like, oh wow, this is pretty cool that we've been able to impact families in a, I would say a consistent way. I made it for my kids at such a young age that the level of ability to do it is so low, but it can go so high.
The sun's breaking through the smoke, engines are firing up, but Ride in Smoke 2025 is on. Husqvarna welcomes you to a weekend full of raw two-stroke power.
The bike feels incredible, super responsive. The 250 is just the sweet spot for me. Husqvarna really knows how to put on an event.
To the first GP, but yeah, feels comfortable on the bike. Physically, like I say, I need a little bit more weeks.
Yeah, it was quite a good season for me. I mean, I had a lot of ups and downs. It started good. I was having a really good speed, so this was really the good point at the beginning of the season.
I think the biggest thing I changed this year is just to trust more myself, trust more my instincts, my feelings, and just follow what I think is the best for me, for myself. So yeah, I think that's the biggest change.
sport.
Well, it sounds like those Wortham winds are starting to pick up a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm hearing a little whistling going on out there.
That's right. Well, you know, let me ask you this question. We got a $200 Syntex Utility Hole Shot Award. All these riders are going to be on equal bikes, 250cc machines at least. There is no 450 Dawn. So Looney, Miller, Furtado, Shields, the rookie, Jaden Wolf, Cameron Harrison, Franklin Bosher. Who do you think?
You know, I got to say,
set for a hole shot?
It's going to come down to the 67 and the 77. Those are the two riders, I think, that have the best reaction off the gate. And like you said, now that we're on equal machines, those two are going to be the two I'm going to. I'm not going to narrow myself down to one quite yet.
Yeah, that way you're never wrong.
That's my main mission in life.
That's right, never to be wrong.
Well, you know, according to my wife, I never am.
That's right.
Yeah, I hope she's not listening.
All right,
All right, here we go.
We've got Chris Huddle, our NMA referee, over there to help with call this hole shot. I couldn't tell.
And that looked like a very close turn there to get the official word. And it's going to be 6-7, Jesse Furtado. 6-7, boys.
Well, look at that. You were right, Don. You were absolutely right. So Jesse Furtado, $200 richer from the Syntex Utility Hole Shot Award. And he is around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, leading the charge here, leading the pack and leading the charge.
All right, so Jesse Furtado getting it done out front with the hole shot, getting that Syntex Utilities Hole Shot Award. And we're going to see if they can, if Jesse can sprint away at the front here. That looks like it might be the 18 of Westbrook in the second there, James.
It looks like Jesse's starting to get away, or here, just a longer motor for these guys. So, what, 25 minutes plus 2 laps?
Yep, 25 plus 2. And you know, in the open pro sport, Jesse on a 250, the leader in that one for a long time on a 450. Jesse said his strategy was just to wait for him to start making mistakes, see if that 450 kind of weighed him down a little bit. But now they're all on equal machines.
Yeah, they put a little bit of water down on the track, so some of these guys might be more comfortable in that slick conditions, just waiting. But they are young kids. Seems like so far he's starting to get away right here. 6-7.
Yep, so that's the 67 of Furtado. Kyle Looney on the 43 in second.
Yeah, I talked to Jesse a little bit before we went out, and he said he felt pretty comfortable. He was talking about just the different tracks here in Texas, and he said this one's a little bit more hard-based, so feels pretty good here. Even though he rides at a different one, he feels pretty good, and felt like if he got a pretty good start, he was able to do what he's doing right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, I'm sure that during your career there were tracks that you just looked forward to coming to because you knew how the dirt was going to shape up. So you got to feel like maybe that's going to be another confidence booster for Jesse.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just listening to his attitude, he said a lot of his friends, they struggle a little bit here. And he said, I love this place. So there you go. And that's not surprising to see him out front. Really comfortable to me. I like his line selections, being on the inside of that wet stuff, keeping one arc on this corner. Really important. Keep that momentum up around here.
Yeah, there's definitely some spots where it seems to get a little bit deeper. There's a hard-packed section, and you get this kind of softer stuff in those berms.
It's the one place that even when I raced here, it made it tricky because exactly you had those loose parts on this track, but then you had a hard base. So it's one part about Freestone besides when it was in August when we were racing the heat, just the challenge of the soil conditions. So it seems like Jesse's got that part figured out. Everybody's up and safe. Long moto.
Yeah, everybody was laughing at me when I said it gets warm up in New England in 60, 70-degree weather. They were like, that's not really warm.
Yeah, my kids just said it was hot out here too. I just looked at them like, okay.
We got to come back in August, see y'all can see that.
Yeah.
Well, you're in Florida though. It's not like it's not hot down there.
I mean, yeah, they're there too. So I think maybe just tired. We wanted something to drink, but nonetheless, gonna be here. It's gonna be hot all day, son.
That's it. Get a taste of what Dad had to deal with.
Yeah. It's pretty comfortable out front. Everybody else seems to go outside and in before this finish line. Jesse's running outside. Here's number 77 doing the same thing. Jaden.
Now, do you think that's a symptom of just him being all alone out front, and the other guys got to kind of pick their line versus whoever they're next to?
Yeah, I mean, second and third, they kind of followed each other in that line, and then obviously Jesse's going to go wherever he feels more comfortable. I do like the outside here just because you can scrub this tabletop to finish line a little bit better. It just seems like you can keep that momentum up going through this next section, but so far, he looks good. The 77 and Jaden, he ran that same line. Looks like he's trying to make a pass on third place Cameron.
Yeah, Wolf was the 450 rider in the Open Pro Sport that Jesse was chasing, and he was on a 450, so Jaden had the advantage at the beginning of the moto, but like we said, as the laps wear down. Now, I'm always curious to know, when you made the jump from the 252 stroke onto that 454 stroke, was it a significant difference in weight that you had to deal with?
Yeah, it was a pretty big difference, but I think at that time, the four-stroke was so new that, I don't know, it's more of a mindset. Like, we knew that was a direction, so I don't think it was one of those, like, there was no option going back to the 250 class. Like, this was it. So I don't think I've really paid attention to the weight. It was really just a inertia of, like, how the four-stroke worked. But honestly, I felt pretty comfortable on it since day one. The way I kind of grew up, riding without a clutch and just keeping your momentum, that four-stroke, if you can ride it right, keep it in that low RPM, I think it's actually pretty easy to ride compared to a two-stroke. So I enjoyed it from the beginning.
And you delayed a couple of years. You know, Honda came out with their four-stroke, and Wyndham was the first one to jump on it, and Carmichael next, and then you were kind of the last Lone Ranger out there on the 252-stroke, James.
Oh, yeah, don't bring it up. Yeah, I don't think I delayed it. I was like, we didn't have it. They were more worried about it. But yeah, I wish I had it that year. Maybe I would have had to.
It sure made for some great moments.
It made for some long weeks. A lot of soul searching there. Is it me or what's going on? But I was able to eventually make it through, and we found out where the industry was going at that point.
Yeah, you're right. Well, it's the 43 of Kyle Looney still holding down second, but the battle and rages here between Harrison and Wolf.
It's like Wolf makes the pass to third. He switched up his line. I don't know if it's way up. A couple passes in the last two laps.
Yeah, that's where Jade Wolf finished up in second as in that first Open Pro Sport moto, Don and James, and now he can get around and catch up to Kyle Looney, but there's about a 15-second gap back to Jaden Wolf, so he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to crack inside that top three.
We're watching the 67 of Jesse Furtado heading down the gas alley. Yeah, I'm noticing Jesse hitting those same lines. He is right on the same mark every time through there.
Yeah, you could tell by his riding. He's in the zone. The reason he's able to do that because he's not rushing. There's no rush to get in anything. He sets up, and if he misses mark, he'll just slow down to make sure he makes it. So for him, not surprising. These other guys, they got to make it happen, especially if you're either getting caught or trying to catch the next guy. You got to take those chances, and so far, I like what I see. I think this battle for second is going to close up.
Yeah, it comes down to something I think we hear you guys talk about, being comfortable, uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're comfortable, it's still uncomfortable. You know, I think it's just about slowing everything down, you know, being able to see it before it comes. The longer you can process that, the easier it is, whether the bike's moving around or not. It's just being able to process it. So you don't have a lot of stuff going on in your mind and not a lot of things happening. You're able to do that.
He's definitely looking like he's in the zone here on the 67, coming through the switchback.
Yeah, mean, right there, you can tell even hitting a little turn down. He's been doing that since lap 1. So no rush for him. Nice lead. He went quite a bit faster that last lap. He ran a 2:13 before. Now he's in a 2:11. So now we go in that battle. Seconds closing up.
Yeah, here we go. Here it comes. Wolf all over Kyle Looney out of Lakeside, California.
Oh, Looney shuts down that inside line. Wolf looked like he was trying to get under him there.
Yeah, he was able to make a pass on the guy before in the last lap, but he actually went on the outside. I think right now that line funnels into 1, so he probably just sit back and wait for it to open up, try not to lose too much time, but also not stay so close and get roosted the whole time. Probably feels like he's going to be able to get him eventually, just win.
And it's kind of a tough position to be in because he's trying to make that pass on second, but you got the rider in fourth who keeps creeping into the rear picture there.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a couple weeks ago here in Dallas at the Supercross with Cooper Webb and those 4 guys. But you got to play that offense and defense at the same time. Just some of these corners, even if you're going to switch that line, just make sure the next one doesn't open up the door. Keep an eye on that 4th place. Figure out where Wolf is for sure.
Yeah, what a battle we have ensuing. James, we got Dean Dias up here. He wants to ask you a quick question.
James, I want to talk to you. You always talk about things being stoolable and this and that. You obviously know the fast line, so I got to ask you here. I know you do the track breakdown later, but would you rather single than pop up over that step up, or would you rather launch into the step up and single off?
Depends how tired I am or where I'm trying to go.
I think you're popping over the step up.
Opening laps is whatever it takes. Yeah, I mean, if you can get over that hump and get on the downside, obviously that's the best way. But sometimes you can use it as a breaking point. So it just really depends on how that next that rut is on the half.
That's true. Hop over there, carry the momentum in off the hump. I get that for sure. Well, thank you for that. Had that little bit of question there. Thank you, Shan.
Oh, I'm glad, Dean. Ask, fire away. We got questions. That's a local expert asking a true pro questions. Don and I don't know how to evaluate all that in the beginner class.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Yeah.
Don Collings and I don't see that.
No.
We don't see that triple or quad or single off.
Well, the thing I've noticed too is it almost seems like because of the advance in suspension, you can see riders, like you say, they would kind of jump into the face of that and soak it up and then just kind of drop over the top of it. And that's something I don't think we've seen until like the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if Wolf can make that pass now, which he does. So there you go. Yeah, nice line. He worked on it that last lap. But yeah, I think sometimes the factory bikes, they help really more when you get in trouble. I think having a thing a lot stiffer, it helps you out, at least bail you out, gives you a chance. But at the same time, a softer motorcycle will probably be easier to get over that section because it has more spring to it. So it just really depends on how you're attacking that. The stiffer the bike is, the more patient you have to be to either bunny hop over it or you have to just slam into the face and hopefully the bike reacts that way.
Hopes it soaks it up for you?
Yeah.
Without pitching you over.
Yeah.
Cade Miller and Cameron Harrison back there, the battle for 5th and 6th ensuing. The KTM's heading around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, but man, that battle still tightened up and around the number 5 step up.
Yeah, looks like since Loney's got in that second position, he's starting to open that gap. So might be important for these guys these next couple of laps if they want any opportunity to at least hold on to him and beat him speed-wise. Unless he starts coming back to them, it's like he's starting to get away.
Jaden Wolf on the Kawasaki up and over Honda Hills. Looney, and a big shout out to Franklin Bosher, the 105 out of Clinton, Louisiana, as these 3 riders make their way off into the Suzuki Sweeper, the Loop 270.
Here comes the 67. So for Tato, we're at the halfway point here.
He's making food out there for Tato. Yeah.
Now, I got to tell you, James, I was listening to that Pulp MX interview, and there was a particular line that came out about you being on a bike at some point this year. Now, is that just some fun riding? Are you planning on, going out and just kind of running a little bit amateur stuff, or what's it looking like?
Just riding.
Okay.
Just riding at this point. Yeah.
I figured that was it. I mean, it's one of those things where they always talk, what, do you want to come back and compete? After doing it all those years, On this side of it, you think maybe just to have some fun?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, the real motivation is my kids when they want to ride, then I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll go. Like, I always felt like when I stop racing, something happens, there's no reason for it. I'd be bummed. I crashed a few times afterwards, but I think that was me still thinking I was used to be who I was. But, you know, it's all for fun and just, you know, I get to enjoy going to the races and doing the TV stuff and being a dad, but they want to go ride, I'm all for it.
There you go. I kind of figured that was it, but it was one of those things I was like, you know, I got to ask. I just have to ask.
Yeah, that word spread fast. People started, is he going to ride at Freestone? We're like, we don't think so. We made it real clear. We don't think he's going to ride here at Freestone. But everybody here was getting questioned that, is he going to ride at Freestone? We do not think so.
All right, it's a good problem to have, maybe. Yeah.
Well, and I'm sure you have just a completely different perspective on it at this point, too, you know?
Yeah, if I knew what I knew now, I don't think I would have been as good as I was. I think the part I didn't know all this stuff and take those chances, now I'm like, nah, I probably wouldn't do that.
Not.
I watch old races of myself, and I get scared, and I know the outcome of it. So, yeah, it's a little different.
You'd be telling your former self, hey, maybe don't do that.
Yeah, like, man, I watched the race, I'm like, man, you were good, huh?
Well, let me speak for as many fans as I can and say we're glad you did that stuff.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Some of the other guys on the track against you, probably not so glad, but...
Yeah, no, some of my biggest competition, Chad Reed, I mean, good friends now. So it's just life. Racing's racing, and then
it's like boxers. Boxers hate each other when they're boxing. 20 years removed into retirement, they're all buddies.
Yeah, they realize a lot more stuff in life to enjoy
than just racing. Yeah.
And I mean, who else would have the perspective on that you guys would? You have to be in that pressure cooker.
Yeah, it is. Like I said earlier, it's miserable. Like doing this. I mean, every level you go, it's just more and more, but it's a different type of misery. It's not, you enjoy it and all that, and you want to continue, but to be at this level, there's a lot of sacrifice that you have to do, just mentally, physically, and every one of these kids out here, they're willing to do it, and that's kind of what separates, the guys at the top, and even honestly between first, second, and third. It really just goes down to that mindset because everybody's good these days.
Well, it forced you to grow up quick. The reality, you were at 15 and 16, you're a young adult. It's your job, it's a profession, and you have to grow up real quick.
Yeah, but I think these kids, the reason they're getting better is because the opportunities they got. Like now, you're seeing these facilities, everybody kind of, training, and kids are leaving home and going to these facilities. So you are growing up, but you're also growing up in an area that it's going to benefit you, by having the opportunity to ride with pros and having a racetrack. You're starting to see it pay out, and that's why I say the field's gotten deeper of just good riders everywhere because everybody really has an opportunity to do it. And as they continue to go up, get more opportunities in the series, racing at certain places, you can see it. These kids aren't scared anymore.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Definitely not.
Here is your running order right now. Furtado out front in first, Jaden Wolf on the Kawasaki in second, Franklin Bosher in third, Kyle Looney in fourth, Cade Miller back there in fifth out of Kennedale, Texas, Cameron Harrison in sixth, and Switchblade Slade Shields, the rookie here, his pro debut, number 74 out of Paradise, Texas, back in seventh position here. Furtado cranking it sideways over the finish line tabletop here at Freestone for what is now the 16th annual 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by Guts Racing. He's making it look easy. He's got about a 33-second gap over Wolf now.
I'm sure he feels like it's easy right now.
Yeah, everything's happening slow for him. I can tell that. And for him, he's got speed to play with. He's out there still running over 2 seconds lap faster. And it's like he's relaxing, but this battle right here is heating up.
Yeah, the 105 of Bosher wants that second spot. He's going to get it.
He is going to get it, Don. He chased down Wolf, makes the pass here.
Oh, and 4 seconds quicker on that lap, man. Where did he find that time?
Yeah, I thought it was important once because he was behind Wolf earlier, and when Wolf got around him, and then he was able to get around the third place rider, it was important for him to stay with him, not let old Kyle get relaxed, maybe start saving some of his energy. You got to keep that pressure up, and now wore them out. This is when you're a rider, you're in that position, you relish for it because you know, put in like a good lap, the guy probably is gonna just start riding behind him. So you try to do everything, put in a half perfect lap, make this race easy for you the rest of the race.
Guy starts thinking backwards, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, which kind of like what you guys refer to as breaking a guy.
Yeah, and you'll be surprised how quickly it happens. I've been in spots where it's happening in the corner, guy behind you, and I've been that guy behind. Get past, the guy's starting to pull away, you just make one mistake in the corner, you're like, all right, he's gone. So
he's gone, that's it.
And that race is over with.
And it's funny to hear you refer to things as going slow for Jesse when he's absolutely going fast as he can, but it seems like that when you get in that zone, everything kind of slows down.
Yeah, it definitely does. And some of the races I noticed when I stopped riding, and even if I was hurt, worst part was just getting that vision back. Things start coming quickly, and that's when you start making those mistakes.
The processor up here, James, your processor up here in your brain slows down, speeds up.
Yeah. The slower that brain operates, the faster you can go.
Oh, look at that. Jaden Wolf definitely looks like he has lost the pace as Bauscher going to put about 6 seconds on him that lap.
Yeah, and our friend Kevin Smith up here telling us Bauscher is on a bone stock Yamaha. So maybe right fresh off the crate possibly.
Yeah. Donnie Luce rolled it down here in his truck and just gave it to him. All right, go.
Yeah, exactly. Straight out of Clinton, Louisiana.
Franklin, looks really good to me right now. Probably if he's on the stock bike, it might be easier for him to ride out here, especially with the smaller braking bumps. You don't necessarily need it as stiff. Probably pretty comfortable for him in these corners. That's why he looks so good in them.
Yeah, it's funny. We've heard, like maybe a week ago, it was Weimer was talking about his years at Kawasaki when he was asking him, hey, can I just put a pair of stock triple clamps on here? Because they work better for me. And it's like, well, no, the whole package is what it is.
Yeah.
And you got to figure out how to make that work. And it's like, sometimes these bikes are now stock so good.
Yeah, I mean, Jake's 100% right. I mean, working with some of the guys, like when I work with Chase, and even when I race, you would think that, on the factory stuff, everybody wants that. It's the opposite. We're actually say, can we put the stock stuff on? And the reason they put all these stiff parts on there is because we go so fast. They don't want it breaking. It looks bad for the manufacturer, but not necessarily what we want. You want something that's going to have a little bit more flex and all that. So 100%.
Work with you,
Yeah.
Work for you, work with you.
Yep.
And it's funny how often you hear that about the frames, that flex kind of aspect of the frame where it does or it doesn't, and that rigidity as far as making the bike turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think over the years, one thing that you can really get better at as a rider, and it's going to help you in your career, is just understanding and the language of it. Being able to explain to the mechanics and the crew chief, your team manager, what you really want. And even to this day, there's a lot of progress, and not going to name names, but guys who's winning out there that have a hard time doing that, and just seeing that process of them trying to explain what they need to the team and getting confused, it affects them big time. So if anything you can do, I know you do your training and work on your bike, but just learning that skill of, to know a motorcycle and kind of know what's going on and tell them, like, hey, the thing's turning, or is it turning too much? And a lot of times guys would say that the bike doesn't turn, and reality is actually turning too much, and you're not turning because it's so. Understanding that, it's as you get older and the more time you get it, that will help you a lot. So make sure you pay attention to that as you grow.
James, let me ask you this real quick, Don, to interject. At what age were you when you started to be able to describe that to your mechanics or your dad, or, were you 12, 13, 16?
Yeah, I think I I would say I was probably explaining it to my dad younger. He just didn't listen.
Of course, well, he's your dad.
Yeah, he was telling me, no, Junior, it's just you.
It's just you.
I believed him. Yeah, so, you know, I was a little bit different because a lot of times, like I set my bike up for me, even though I knew it was wrong. I needed a feeling for me and not necessarily how it was going to work around the racetrack. And then I kind of went backwards from there.
Yeah.
So even though like I had the stiff front end and low rear end, like I knew that most likely for everyone else, it probably wouldn't work. You know, it's probably not the way you want to set up a motorcycle, but I was going after one thing. So yeah, probably wasn't until the 2011 Yamaha when they switched back to the backwards engine that I really got to understand how bikes work.
Okay.
We were testing. So kind of answer your question, like, yeah, when I was on 85, 65s, like, I could tell the pro circuit of those guys, like, I want it stiffer and just make it faster. But it really wasn't until you go through all this, you know, turmoil and get lost on a motorcycle that when you really figure out all these parts and how each part really affects the motorcycle. And that wasn't until I was on Yamahas.
That totally makes sense. Great answer. I'm just curious. I remember you being at Mosier Valley, you know, at the GNCs and Lake Whitney, and you wonder, okay, man, he's so fast, he's so talented. Are you giving the feedback to those mechanics? But you told me in 2011 when the Yamaha motor was backwards, you know, is when you really got it dialed in.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in amateur, and, you know, I think there's a lot of kids out there now that probably get too caught up in it. And as I'm saying, like, hey, you need to learn it.
Kind of overthinking, overanalyzing.
Yeah, and I think what you got to do, you just need to learn it. You don't necessarily have to take action on it. You just need to be able to, when you get in those spots, kind of understand what you're saying. Because the biggest thing with our sport, even to the top level, is just communication.
Yeah.
You're saying one thing, and the way you explain it, they do the thing that you're not wanting the bike to do, and it just makes it worse. And you get, you know, get over it, frustrated, and it makes
Start
it
digging
hard.
a hole, it gets
Yeah,
deeper
you
and
start
deeper and
digging a
deeper.
hole, and it's just really how you're explaining it. And so
that makes sense. Don, what do you got?
You know, I was speaking with Justin Barsha one time, and he said he probably wasted a year and a half, 2 years chasing settings that he just, every single time, it wasn't right. And he got in that mindset where I've got to get it right.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard. I've been there, so I've lived and learned through a lot of different ways on doing it. But I can tell you, chasing that rabbit hole, it really doesn't really benefit you at that point. And so, yeah, you can get caught up into it, but eventually, there are riders that make it out of it and say, you know what, I'm just going to go do it anyway. I'm going to figure it out.
Going to deal with it as it is. Now, what do you think about, like, Brock Tickle doing all the testing for Coway? Does that help the rider when they don't have to go through every triple clamp, every seat, every this?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, having a test guy, you know, at one time Tim Ferry was our test guy back at Yamaha, and it helped. And it helped in a way, like you said, just eliminating some of the things. But then there becomes a point to where, like I was just mentioning how I set my bike up, that it was going to, he couldn't test for that because he didn't ride it that way. And so eventually you're going to have to go do it yourself. Like Brock and these guys, they can help a lot, but most likely they don't go as fast as you do. Otherwise, you'll probably be testing for them. So.
There you go. Well, we are in the waning moments here. The white flag is flying. Jesse Furtado, James, like you said, he has been large and in charge out front. Boucher, Jaden Wolf, second and third. Cade Miller and Kyle Looney rounding out your top five. And that is definitely looking like Jesse is feeling it.
Yeah, if you look at the lap times of Franklin in second, him and Wolf are running the same times. But before that, when he was in that breaking point, he was down in a 2:12. So as soon as he got that gap, the race was over. Now he can just ride it out, and they can ride the same lap times.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a huge gap.
Yeah, Jesse, he's in a different zone right now. Yeah.
Well, you know, when you see those whips over the finish, he's feeling it.
Yeah, I should have known the way he was talking down before we went out. You know, I was like, how you feeling? He just smiled. Well, he knew what he was about to go out here and do.
There you go. All right, so there it is. Checkered flag, race win, and a big whip on the One Industries Blue Crew ride for Jesse Furtado.
Still running 2:14s.
It's going to be a minute before we see second place.
Yeah, might literally be a minute. Yeah.
Well, for my son and I, our home national was always Southwick, so I know there was some good and bad memories for you up there. There was some mechanical stuff that happened that definitely was not fun. We were there for that one, but it was always great to see you guys duking it out. It was just a pleasure to watch your race. Seeing you and Ricky especially going at it with each other, you and Chad. I mean, we feel like we watched some of the best racing you ever could see.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I had some mechanicals, but trust me, I evened it out myself.
Yep.
Like, I crashed on my own a couple times out there, so it was unique. Southwick was a hard race track to ride because now they're starting to dump the sand back in there on top of it, but it got so hard you can almost run a hard pack tire there.
Yeah, it did. It really did. They called it the sandbox,
Yeah.
but for a while there, it was a hard pack dirt.
Yeah, started packing the rain and definitely got a lot harder.
All right, sending it down to Dean.
All right, thank you for that, guys. Jesse, man, he's getting a breather down here, but I'll tell you what, I was just checking timing and scoring. You're 2 seconds away from having a minute gap on the rest of the pack. It's a pretty good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, I felt great. I got off to a great start, and I was just feeling good that moto, and I just kept on chugging. Pretty sure I saw my parents tell me to slow down, but I wanted to get a really good gap on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Got definitely a good gap on him, and it looked like you're in the zone out there. And you got a lot of people helping you, a lot of people supporting you. Please tell me who they are.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. I'm sorry, I forgot to thank J-Bomb and my trainer, Shannon Nide, Sheila Nide. They, without them, I wouldn't be on this podium right now. And as well as EBR Performance, Altus Yamaha, Bill's Pipe, Araya Helmet, One Industries Gear, Guts Racing. Oh man, I'm out of breath. That was a good moto. Bill's Pipe, and everybody else, thank you.
All right, he gets done here in the Pro Sport class. Give it up for Jesse Furtado for getting her done. All right, back to you guys in the tower and your conversation with James.
Well, Don, what do we got going on? I think he's done. He is done. Dean is done. Thank you, Dean Diaz.
All right, so we're underway with the 65, 10, 11. Ryder Anderson out front on the 77. Ryder Rabona is on the 21, sitting in second. Hayden Ash, Braxton Gauthier, and Cade Dupuis through the top 5. Brady Hall rounding out the field in 6th right now for the 65, 10, 11 Limited. That is race 23 in the order, Shand.
Yeah, and Don, Ryder Anderson has won the Supercross, couple of Supercross plates. He's won a moto earlier yesterday. So looking forward to see if Rowdy Rebanos can chase down and keep Ryder Anderson and checking it. But he's about to get about a 3-second gap back to second.
Yeah, look at this through the Shock Sox S-turn. The 77 starting to pull away.
He is, Don. He looks really, really, really comfortable and confident going down that gas alley.
And Rabona is going to deal with Ash and Gauthier as they're closing up the gap on him 3rd and 4th.
Want to thank Big Hal's Barbecue Emporium for the lunch delivery up here. Thank you, Big Hal. Much love for you. It is Anderson, Rabonis, Ash, Gauthier, Dupuis, Hall, and Kennedy Papke back there in 7th position.
And here comes Anderson over the FMF Powerwall, Shand, and he is continuing to try to charge away out front. But this battle for second is starting to push the pace.
Wow, Ryder Anderson just flying through the Texas 12-pack and the VMAX switchback. And a good ride here for Rowdy. Holding a solid 2nd place, followed by the 17. of Braxton Gauthier has now moved up to third from fourth, and that's going to put Hayden Nash back to fourth there, Don.
Yeah, and that's that battle we saw, the three riders there. So one rider making the move up, and now Rabonez is going to be only 2 seconds ahead of him, and he's going to have to pick up the pace if he wants to hold on to second because Braxton has got the speed.
Yeah, he does, and Braxton putting a 2:34, Anderson with a 2:33, so just a second off. So that could be a matter of Gauthier closing the gap, sensing a little blood in the water, so to speak.
Yeah, it might be.
But Anderson has the confidence. He's won a couple of Supercross titles the other day on Monday. So we'll see how this one shapes up over the next few laps.
So this is 65 10-11 limited. Race 23 on the track. Race 24, 250B limited next off the gate. Race 25, Super Mini 1 in staging. Race 26, the Mini E Open down in staging. And race number 27, the 125C. You make your way down to staging as well.
Ryder Anderson just looking flawless.
So looking for the 77 of Ryder Anderson there, the leader in this one, trying to stretch out that gap.
And here he comes off the FMF Power Wall up and over Cemetery Hill. It is Anderson out of Blossom, Texas, Willie manualing through the Texas 12-pack. Look how smooth he is.
Yeah, just making that a double section.
On that 65cc machine.
That's probably the fastest way through there, just trying to rhythm through. You're not going to skim the top of those on a 65, so.
No, and you're not going to double through either.
No, just going to rhythm through it. The double here where you can, then single, double next.
Raboni still in second, and Gauthier back there in third. Hayden Nash still holding strong in fourth, and Cade Dupree just inside your top five out of Foothills County, Alberta, Canada.
I think I'd be able to double through. I'm sorry, that's double cheeseburger. Never mind.
Double cheeseburger.
Different thing. Different thing entirely, Shan.
That's right.
So again, this is race number 23 out on the track, 65 10-11 limited.
There's Mr. Brady Hall back there in sixth position, the 724. And Anderson now making his way around the Leonard Skinner oak tree that's actually pecan tree. Hey, man, we want to welcome Bill Stevenson here in the Shan Garcia, Lynn Nickerson, J.P. Parsons suite, the owner of Billadilla. That'll be the third step of the Texas Triple Crown. He owns Billadilla, and it is, Don, as we've been bragging about all week, probably the best track in Texas for like a year and a half. JP's corrected me. Yeah, about a year and a half. About the best track in Texas and probably top 10 tracks in the entire nation here, Billadilla. And Bill Stevens up here in the tower with us. Check that out. We got a pit board being used by one of our mechanics, which is really cool, and I like seeing that. That is going to be for the 17 of Braxton Gauthier.
Got the pit board out there? Go.
I like seeing that. You know, I think more dads and mechanics and moms need to communicate with their kids earlier on with a pit board. You can sit on the fence line and yell all you want. That's not giving them a real signal.
Should you just like wave it and smack them with it as they go by? Go faster!
Ow. But if you watch any pro motocross or supercross, you know, all the mechanics communicate with a pit board.
You know, I'm on the fence about that. I think at a certain age it's not helpful, but once you get to, you know, the 85 Super Mini and above, that's where I think that information is going to be something they'll be able to process.
Sure.
I think honestly, and I don't mean to offend anybody out there, on the 50 and 65. You might confuse them more than help them. As they're trying to look at what you're trying to tell them, the bike goes sideways. So like I say, I'm not sure at the young age it's as helpful as it is later on.
I think it depends. You got a valid point, but I also think it depends on the maturity level of that rider and the skill set.
True, very true.
Ryder Anderson has enough gumption amongst himself to look over, go on that mechanic row, and his father say P1 plus 30. Right. 30 seconds.
Right. And I think if you're just giving little nuggets of information, then that's a good thing. But like I say, I've seen it work well and work bad.
Yeah, both ways. You bring up a valid point. I think, it depends on the maturity rider.
I mean, because
maturity
my
level of the rider
is having the mechanics area directly in front of me. So the start turn goes this way, and they're on the other side of the track for the mechanics area. So I can see them. They're like 40 feet away.
Right.
And that's when I can see, all right, that didn't seem like it helped.
Right.
No, that was good. Or maybe don't use that.
That's right.
Hey, guys, I'm sorry to touch in on this one, but I mean, usually I think it's good for all ages, even the little kids. All you got to do is put on the pit board a smiley face or a sad face, a mean face. It's pretty simple if you ask me.
There you go, Dean. And Dean's a trainer.
Yeah, I had to jump in on that one.
Dean's got 7 kids.
Guys ganging up on me here?
7 of his own kids. Use the pit board for all 7 of his kids.
Even if it's for position. 5th, 6th. They can understand that.
There's the 54 machine of Kennedy Papke out of Kempner, Texas, aboard the GasCast. Back in 7th position here, just behind Brady Hall.
Well, we're winding down the final lap. It looks like the 77 going to be making his way through as the checkered flag is in hand.
Mr. Anderson down there in the Altus Motorsports shirt, mechanic shirt. In the infield.
Looking sharp. Got to look good there. So looking for the 77 of Ryder Anderson. Going to wait for him to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill here.
What a convincing moto win here in this 65 10-11 limited class, Don, for Ryder Anderson out of Blossom, Texas.
And here he comes into the FMF Powerwall.
He was part of our push-up challenge last year at the Texas Winter Series during a rain delay.
There you go.
I think, if I remember correct, he busted out 230 push-ups.
Whoa.
Not too bad for a 6-year-old.
Yeah, and checkered flag coming out. So that's how he's holding on to them bars so hard.
That is right.
Push-up arms. But Ryder Anderson, the EMT Racing Lansum Racing Engines ride with the win. And it looks like the 21 KTM Rowdy Robots is going to hang on to the 2nd spot. Braxton Gauthier on the 17 will bring it across the line in 3rd. Dupuis and Ash going to round out your top 5, and we'll get ready now to send it down to talk to our moto winner down there with Dean Dias. Dean, break out that pit board and get that guy up there.
All right, I am down here again with Ryder Anderson. Started to become a pretty comfortable person down here on the podium. I don't think he knows anything but to get up here on the podium. Getting the win there in that 65cc class. Ryder, tell me, how did it go for you out there on the track?
It went good. I got off to a good start, and then I just rode my race.
Just rode your race? That's what you got to do, right? Just get a good start, get out front, and ride your own race, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, man. You got any more for today? You think you're going to be done for today?
I think I have one more.
Awesome. I'm going to see you back up here for that one?
Yes, sir.
That's always the goal, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me who you'd like to thank. I'll let you get ready for it.
I like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe and letting me wake up today. Altus Motorsports, Game Moto, Bud, DC, Greg, Mom, Dad, my 2 brothers, Troy Lee Designs, and everybody else.
All right, give it up for Ryder Anderson for getting her done down here on the podium on the 65.
And we remember him with a quick pace off the practice sessions yesterday, so not surprised to have that Oliver grab the whole shot there.
We'll let J.P. Parsons put his eyeballs on and tell us who's back there in 2nd and 3rd. It is Oliver Camp out front through the twist and south section of the track, about to lead up to the pond jump and head into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. And we got 14 extremely fast 250B limited riders out on the track. Don Collins as they make their way down the Rocky Mountain ATVMC drag strip.
And that actually was the 910. So Oliver Camp, the 910.
Yes.
Grabbing that whole shot, leading him through.
Yep, that was Oliver Camp. followed by Caden Wygant, the 133, followed by the 17 of Francisco Rodarte.
Yeah, Tristan Pruitt, the 7 in third.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Tristan Pruitt, the 7, they're in third. So where was Pruitt an hour ago in that one moto?
You know, I think he might have switched out of that class. Like I said, I think he signed up and then decided to switch to this one, and they just didn't remove him out of the list.
Okay. You got Colt Street, Luciano Tessine, Francisco Rodarte, Peyton Smith, Mason Brown, Isla Phillips, Oliver Wetzel, Talon Trahan, Caden Wygant, Chase Landis, the 168, Brock Worcester, Kobe Lasar, and Colton Street. Your 14 entries here, Don, this 250B limited class.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so Oliver Camp, Tristan Pruitt, and the number 11, Kobe Lasar, top 3. On the 133, dropping back into 4th, Caden Wygant. And it looks like the 16 of Luciano Tessine going to round out your top 5.
And now we're starting to see some riders take this inside VMAX switchback option here.
Yeah, when they're bunched up like that, you kind of have to.
That's right.
They seem to want to go to that outside every time when they have a choice. But when you don't, well, guess what? You're on the inside now.
JP and I have seen passes on the inside and outside throughout the years.
So
there's no advantage on either one.
I agree, because I've said that. You see people go in, they enter at the same time, they leave at the same time.
That's
so there's
right.
really no advantage unless you stuff the turn.
Yes.
Now,
and we've seen that.
Exactly.
We saw that about 3 hours ago.
Oh, and look at what we're seeing right now, Shand. The number 7 rockets himself all the way around the outside on that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn and takes the lead.
Yeah, Oliver Camp now pushes back to 2nd. Pruitt moves up into the driver's seat here. Kobe Lasar back there, number 11, and 3rd to the shock sock sweeper, and he's got his radar locked and loaded for Oliver Camp now, Don.
Yeah, if you're Kobe Lasar, you got to get around Oliver Camp quick, because Tristan Pruitt's going to get away.
That's exactly right. And every one of those riders so far, Don, hugging that inside line. None of them are taking that outside line around the Blake Baggett berm.
Yeah, it seems like that far outside line might not work that well.
It might have blown out. We've talked about how those lows and those 2 low spots.
Yeah, see that guy went around the outside, and as he exited, that back end stepped out.
That's the Kawasaki of Mason Brown, who was currently in 7th. It looks like he might lose a position or 2, Don.
Yeah, he was hunting for that line, but like you said, it's kind of blown out. He got into that, and then the back end just kind of went away.
Gosh, and you just don't know, because your sight lap was an hour and 15 minutes ago, so you don't know at this point what has taken place out on the track, surface-wise.
Well, hopefully they were out there with the sight lap when the Pro Sport went. I mean, that was 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and again, you know what? He's trying to do something creative. He's trying to go where no one else is going, and sometimes that works out. Sometimes it doesn't.
Speaking of that, Lasar has closed up on Camp. Lasar to the inside of the VMAX switchback.
And he can get inside here.
And he makes the pass. Kobe Lasar has made the pass where James Stewart was talking about the Bonnie hop over that Dragon's back. What a pass here by Kobe Lasar, putting that number 11 Yamaha ahead of Oliver Camp out of Chesterfield, Missouri. And that was where Dean was asking about James Stewart, about how you're going to approach that section. You're going to wheel tap, double in, double off, triple, single off the Dragon's back.
All right, so coming out of the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Freeway, the 7 of Tristan Pruitt, he is going to be on a sprint lap for sure, as the 11 Lasar has made the move to 2nd, and he's trying to put a hook into the leader. Hey, speaking of putting a hook in it there, Shand, what do we got going on later on?
Well, we've got the Big Kahuna, FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. Malcolm Stewart kicking in a jersey. And then after that, after the FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament, James Stewart will host the track breakdown up there at the pavilion on the big screen. Be very, very, very cool. All the racers will get to hear firsthand from the fastest man on the planet how to break down this Freestone track layout, how to get around the track, and which lines you want to take when available.
Yep, that is definitely something you want to take advantage of if you're a racer here. That's his. This is mine. So clicking off the laps as we continue to follow that battle between Colby Lassar and Tristan Pruitt. So out of the twist and shout section. And Lassar is closing the gap. He's closing in on the number 7 of Pruitt. The gap last time was 1.8. Watch him come to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. It is going to probably be down to under a second shortly.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Well, we're on lap number 4 of a 7-lap moto here, so we've got about 3 laps left here to see if Colby Lassar can chase down Pruitt. Meanwhile, Camp quietly there in third. Great start for Camp. Grabbed the whole shot.
And hey, you know what? Even though he's dropped back a couple, he doesn't have any pressure on him right now. Getting that good start has still put him in a good place to be for the overall.
Yep. Luciano Tassine, a great ride there in fourth out of Springtown, Texas. Awesome to see Tassine on that Mini Moto Mafia, MT Racing, Pinnacle, Flow Vision, Steel Horse Ministries, and many others. Mike Boffelson training program. So Tassine putting in a valiant rider in that 250B limited class with Caden Wygant out of Temecula, California there in 5th. Oliver Wetzel out of Columbia Falls, Montana in 6th. And Mason Brown out of Kemp, Texas on the underground compound. They're in 7th position here, as well as OGs, Dunlop, All Balls Racing, ODI, and OGO Gearbags. Speaking of OGO Gearbags, what is JP Parsons doing? There he is. There's JP's. He's OGO-ing.
He's an OG.
He is.
All right, so there it is, the 7. Pruitt, another lap in the books out front, but Colby Lassar continues to charge.
Hey, and Don Collins, check it out with James Stewart just off the microphone a minute ago. Lord Hance just texts and says, Team Cramp approves these announcers. Thank you, Mr. Hance. There have been 2 significant bomb passes made down in the Team Cramp corner today alone, Hance. Sure. You want to interview us? No. We're trying to interview James Stewart's 2 kids. They want no part of it. That's right.
All right, following that battle for the lead, down into the big Suzuki sweeper. So Tristan Pruitt, Colby Lassar going to head down the number 8 ski jump, down to that big Suzuki sweeper. Pruitt right through the center. All right, Pruitt over the FMF power wall. Here comes Colby Lassar. And this is a 7-lap race, so we still got a couple to go here.
Yeah, we're on lap number 6, Don. Lap number 6. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It is
Yeah.
underway.
It is definitely kind of winding down the time.
There is the 910 of Oliver Camp, still running a good, solid third-place ride here to stand on top of the box at the end of the week.
Stand on the top of the box. Any day he'd be happy.
That's right.
Today especially because he's got Tristan Pruitt right in front of him.
Oliver Camp drops the bike here in the shock sock sweeper.
He's going to give up one spot, maybe two.
We just talked about that third place podium.
Yeah. All right, so looking for your leader over the top of Cemetery Hill. And Pruitt looks like he's gotten a little bit more of a gap. He's getting away a little bit. White flag is going to come out. And Tristan Pruitt has answered the bell. He's got himself a little more gap. Lessard right there still. Any mistake out of Pruitt, Lessard's going to be able to take advantage.
And while a mistake could be rare, it does happen, as we saw Oliver Camp just drop the bike on 2 laps to go in the shock sock sweeper.
And without pressure, without anybody giving him a hard time, it just got into the wrong spot.
Yeah. Just a mental mistake there, Don.
Yeah, it happens. Like we said, this track can reach up and grab you. You get that soft stuff on the outside, you're down.
White flag continues to wave here for the 16 of Luciano Tessine, who moves up to 3rd, so a good rider for Tessine.
Yeah, nice.
And being in 4th place the entire moto pays off for Tessine.
Well, that mistake by Camp put him in position to take advantage.
Sure.
That's why you always hear them say on air, you never stop charging. Never stop, because somebody in front of you could give you a position. You need to be in position to take it.
And Tessine had no idea that was even going to happen.
Nope.
He's just in la-la land doing his own thing, and all of a sudden, he may not even realize he's in 3rd.
Oh, Kobe Lessard with a big mistake in the drop-off after the Rocky Mountain ATVMC. Look at the gap now.
Yeah, that opened it up.
He didn't drop the bike. He got in that inside rut and just kind of knifed the front end a little and came to a stop.
Just enough to break momentum for about 3 seconds.
Yeah, and that's it. It's all over.
Yeah, that is it. What a fantastic 250B limited moto. Camp getting the whole shot. Lessard, Pruitt mixing it up. Camp dropping the bike. Tessine goes up to 4th, or to 3rd. Caden Wygan, Mason Brown. Brown started out in 7th, moves up to 6th.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't think Tessine should relax too much because Camp has remounted and is challenging for that spot up and over that Honda Hill step up.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Oliver Camp is on the move. Kind of riding angry, probably.
There's about a 2.5, 3 second gap. I don't know that it's going to be enough to actually make a pass, but he's there to let Tessine know.
You never know.
I'm going to have you in the next moto.
And checkered flag going to come out in this one on the number 7. That is going to be the Motorsport Hillboro Monster Army 110 Racing ride of Tristan Pruitt. Yeah. Kobe Lessard keeping him honest all the way through, Shan, but just going to have to settle for 2nd in this one.
Ain't nothing to it if you're Tristan Pruitt.
There you go. Let's see what happens with Oliver Camp and Luciano Tessine. They're going to come over the power wall. He's close.
He is very close. Tessine, though, just going to have a slight edge going through the Texas 12-pack.
Yeah, he turned it loose through there.
Checkered flag and wave. So Tessine going to hold on to 3rd. Oliver Camp with a solid ride to 4th. And we are going to send this one down to the podium with Tristan Pruitt with our boy, Dean Diaz.
Yeah, thank you, boys. I'm down here with Tristan Pruitt, a repeat offender out here on the racetrack, dude. Getting it done out there. It looked like a fun race. Somehow it went.
It was pretty good. I thought I had a good start, but the guy inside of me decided to just keep going straight and push me wide. It's all good. Made the pass the first lap and then just had a good race from there.
No doubt about it, man. Sometimes it be like that, but tell me who you'd like to thank. I'll let you go.
God for keeping me safe. My parents, my grandparents. It's my grandma's birthday. Shout out to her. All my family, friends back home, Motorsport Hillsborough, the whole team Husqvarna, Darian, Jed, the whole crew down at Baker's Factory helping me get this ride. We put in a lot of work down there. All Covey gets you there. WP suspension, TCD. Bike's been amazing all week. Pro Taper bars, G2. Chris and Jen at 110 Racing, EVS, Alpine Star, Aaron Kane over at Oakley. Got to keep my vision clear out there. Danny at Bell Helmets, Nick over at Monster. Motor X, Dunlop, tires are hooking up out there. The MX-14's been great all weekend. Just can't thank everyone that helped me get up here enough. Thank you.
All right, guys, you heard of Tristan Pruitt. You're winning the 2 to be limited. On to the next one, guys. What's going out there on the racetrack?
All right, there, Dean. Looks like we are underway here with Super Mini 1.
All right, we're going to be looking for Jackson Wright, Terry Kinney, Talon Hill, Grayson Wilkie, Colt Wahlberger, Kaylee Papke, and Adrian Hopkins. Schalkowitz out of Whitman, Arizona, the number 9.
Looks like the 504 Kinney out front as they make their way over the number 8 ski jump.
That does not surprise me one bit, Don, because we have watched Terry Kinney get a lot of hole shots over the last 2 years here in the great state of Texas.
Yeah, he's done it again.
He just has the starts dialed in. He's got great gate reaction time and reflexes, Don. So it does not surprise me one bit. And we'll see if Terry Kinney can hold on to this lead.
Yeah,
his sister says he should.
Down to the bottom of the hill there.
His dad says he better.
All right, up and over the FMF Powerwall. Here comes the leaders. So Kinney out front, the number 9 of Adrian Hopkins Selkowitz in second. On the 94, Jackson Wright in third. So your top 3 working through into that number 1 roller section. All right, looks like that's going to be Colt Wahlberger on the 45 working through in fourth. And there's the 100 rounding out the top 5. That's Talon Hill. So Terry Kinney and Adrian Hopkins Salkowitz with Jackson Wright. 3-way battle coming up to the old Leonard Skin at Oak Tree turn. Kinney holding the top spot here. Looks like the 94 going to try to sweep the outside, take that second spot away. That's going to put him back on the inside here. Can't quite make the move, but he does on the outside. So switching it back up to the outside line and making a move to second. That's going to drop the number 9 of Adrian Hopkins Salkowitz back down to third. But he is still in the battle. And right now they're both chasing the 504. So down the number 8 ski jump. So Kenny holding the lead, but here comes the 94. Jackson Wright going to start to put the pressure on. And they're starting to get away a little from Adrian Hopkins-Salkowitz. So leaders working their way across the right side of the track, heading towards jump stand number 3. And down into the twist and shout section. Yeah, there's a 94 coming out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. So Jackson Wright takes the top spot. Kenny going to drop back 1 to second. And Adrian Hopkins-Salkowitz, Talon Hill, Colt Waldenberger, Caleb Papke through the running order here. So working through the laps here for the Super Mini 1. And this is race number 25 out on the track. Race 26, Mini E Open, next off the gate. Race 27, 125C in staging. Race 28, 65, 7 to 11 down in staging. And race number 29, the women's 12 plus. Make your way down to pre-staging.
Right here between me and Don. Yeah, so Barrett Shaw, take me through what happened. It looks like Terry Kinney may have dropped a position.
Yeah, Jackson Wright is in first.
Who is in third place? That's kind of a hard name. Adrian Hopkins?
Yes.
What about fourth place, Barrett?
Talon Hill.
And how about fifth place there on the gas?
Colt Walberger.
And then it's Kaylee Papke back there in sixth. Don. Say, Barrett, that wasn't too bad, was it?
Colt Whataburger? What? No, Walberger.
Yeah.
All right, there is the battle for the lead out of the Shock Sox S turn down the Gas Alley. And it looks like Terry Kinney trying to mount a charge here to get back around right. He's closed back up. And just a few bike lengths behind. So up and over the Honda Hill step up. Kinney looking to pick up the pace. And down they go, down to that big Loop 270, the Suzuki sweeper. So working through the laps with the Super Mini 1. Mini E Open going to be next off the gate. JP, we're cranking through the race order.
I love it when a plan comes
Oh,
together.
yeah. Absolutely.
What a great week so far, Don.
Yeah, it really has been. The weather has been cooperating, and it's been great racing. So here we go, the 94 down through the rollers here, the Texas 12-pack.
Tell you what, the 504, Terry Kinney, Dad's cheering him on at the finish line, Calvin, as they go over into the James Stewart ski jump section over the number 1 rower.
Well, they've still got a couple laps left to go, so Kinney's definitely got a shot at making a move.
A little over a second behind, about a second and a half behind. There are possibilities.
Well, but when you look at the lap times, they're pretty close, almost dead even. So Kinney can just pick it up a little bit. He's going to have a shot at getting that top spot back.
Well, this is one of his. He just got this bike at the beginning of the year, and he really likes it. And all right, your leader around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree on the 94 machine out of Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, Jackson Wright. Doing it the right way as he goes to the sweeper. He'll roll over number 5 into 6, being chased down by the 504 out of Kemp, Texas. Underground Compounds, Terry Kinney.
Yeah, and you saw Kinney use the outside line there, JP, trying to build that momentum.
Yeah, I gave him, his first couple races on this bike, I just call it, he charged so hard, I called him the terrorizer.
Yeah, he was on the move for sure.
Yeah.
So Jackson Wright, Terry Kinney, Adrian Hopkins, Shalkowitz, Talon Hill, Colt Waldeberger, and Kaylee Popke. That is the running order here in Super Mini 1. White flag in hand for the next time we see your leaders.
Also coming up, race 26 is the Mini E Open 4-8 Limited with 11 entries. Of course, we've got Team Alessi out there, Lawson Workman, Kate Schwartzfarger, Nick Black, Malachi Stamper, Cave Woman Racing, Sawyer Tramble, Maddox McMullen, Callahan Russo, Liam DeLowry, and Carter Kopitzer on a 811.
White flag is out. 94 ride of Jackson Wright holding the lead.
Dropped back just a little bit more than a second and a half. Didn't gain any momentum on that last lap, Don.
Yeah, definitely.
Shalkowitz in third on the gas out of Whitman, Arizona. There's the 100 Talon Hill out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. We have event t-shirts on sale. We have hoodies. Make sure and make your way over in the vendor row area. We'll see all our fine vendors. Stacy from HyperX.
Yeah, she'll put numbers and letters, all kinds of different stuff. You want your rider's name on stuff. And I know she's got some different apparel over there, flannel shirts, hoodies you can buy.
Or a windbreaker.
So put it right on there, yep.
Which is a necessary item here at Wortham, where we have the Wortham wind.
I don't know that you can break these winds.
Well, I
don't know that you
break some wind, but you don't want that.
I was going to say, as soon as that came out of my mouth, I was like, oh, this is not going to be good.
Open it up. All right, back to racing.
Year leader, working down that left side. See if he's going to work down the ski jump right now. Kinney continues to charge. So Terry Kinney's still trying to get back around into the lead, but so far, Jackson Wright has been able to keep those fast lines flowing.
Also coming up tonight at 6 p.m., the Big Kahuna, the Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament brought to you by FMF. They're going to be giving out all kinds of swag. We'll have a prize for the smallest and for the largest fish.
Yeah,
and
that
for
is
anything else you might catch.
always so fun. Yeah, bullfrog, pull it out of that turtle.
That
you
was
know,
good that year, the bullfrog.
do little frog legs there. Get some garlic and some olive oil. Ooh. All right, here we go into the finish line turn, and it is going to be the checkered flag for the 94 Jackson Wright, the Fast Laps MX EVO ASV OGO ODI ride. Kinney on the 504, solid second place run. Looking for Adrian Hopkins-Shalkowicz to finish it out in third on the number 9. Talon Hill, Colt Waldenberger to round it out, and we'll get ready now to talk to our moto winner there. We'll see what the race was like for Jackson Wright. And Dean, we will send it down to you.
Thank you, boys. Just down here getting some frame numbers, and soon we'll have Jackson Wright get up here with that Super Mini 1 win. Jackson Wright, bro, get it done out there. Was not the greatest start, but you made some passes, made it happen. And your words, tell me how it went.
I got off to a decent start. I think I was third out of the first corner, and just kind of rode my race from there. I made a few passes and got into the lead and just tried to check out from there.
Yeah, man, making it happen for sure. So you done for the day? You got any more motos coming up?
Not sure. I think we might get 33 today, and if not, then I'll be done.
All right, man. Well, good luck in 33. Tell me who you'd like to thank to help get you there again.
My mom, my dad, One Industries, 60, 100%, Mobius Braces, OGO, Team CPT, Fast Laps, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, give it for Jackson Wright for getting it done out there in that Super Mini 1 class. Oh, you got one more sponsor. Who else would you like to thank?
And Steven Squire, Stu Baylor, and the whole Shoals crew. Thank you so much.
All right, there you go. Good old guys for Jackson Wright getting it done out here. We're not paused or anything, guys. The e-bikes, they just took off onto the track. So give me a rundown of who's going to be in that one.
All right, Dean, thanks. It does get awful quiet with those e-bikes out there, but it was the 26. Looked like the Jones and Roman 110 Racing Hex Moto rider Cade Schwarzfager with the whole shot. Had a couple riders that got to that turn and could not get the bike stopped. So Schwarzfager able to cut under and take that whole shot. And it looks like it's going to be the 24 Lawson Workman making the way into second out of the Leonard's Good at Oak Tree turn. Looks like the 100 Nick Black into third and Callahan Russo, the 594 to fourth. And it looks like the 603 Liam DeLowry going to move into the top 5 now as they make that turn on the cut section. So Mini E Open rider out on the track.
Our next race coming up is going to be race 27, our 125C riders, followed by race 28, 65cc, 7 to 11, class 15-minute moto. Race 29, women's 12 plus, 20-minute moto. Race 30, 450B limited. Track right now is race 26, Mini E Open, 4 to 8 years of age.
There you go. Cade Schwarzfager, Callahan Russo moving to second. Lawson Workman third. Nick Black now fourth. And Liam DeLowry going to round out your top 5. Carter Colpetzer, I should say, the Gas rider in 6th. Maddox McMullen in 7th. Mavis Alessi out of Victorville, California, running in the 8th spot. And there's the number 3 of Aria Alessi running in 9th.
And down the gas freeway is Cave Woman Racing number 312, Sawyer Tramble, under the tutelage of J.P. Tramble.
And Cade Schwarzfager making his way out of that Shock Sox S turn. Your leader going to head down to the cut turn. And he has opened up a big gap early on here. Looks like Nick Black on the 100 making the moves to get himself into second. And we got a battle now for fourth. And it looks like Liam DeLowry going to sneak up the inside line to take it away. Cade Swarthegger going to put lap 2 in the books. There's Cave Woman there.
Hey, put your feet on the pegs. There you go. Girl. Oh, look at this.
So there's Nick Black. There's the 594 Russo. There's Liam DeLowry. And there's the 24 of Lawson Workman. So Workman going to drop back to 5th. DeLowry on the charge, trying to get himself into 3rd now.
And the 811 of Carter Holpetzer. That's the 365 of Maddox McMullen. And right next to him, putting the charge on, is Mavis Alessi out of Victorville, California, number 6.
Your leader out of the Leonard Scoot Oak Tree turn there. The number 26 going to head down the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Freeway.
Check that, 154? Yeah, on the cut track, but still 154.
That's quick.
I mean, that's like 8-9 seconds faster than second place.
Yeah, that's quick. There is, I would say the 26 has got that bike dialed in.
Must be those green wheels.
Got to be the green wheels.
I like that. I know Mom and Dad like it because they can spot them anywhere on the track.
I was going to say, I'm always a big fan of that when you can tell who's who from a mile away.
Yeah, you know, it seems like here lately in the last few years, we're not having like all neon yellow helmets or the neon orange helmets. Because, like I said, we can spot them down at Loop 270.
Yeah. Yeah, I was telling Shannon at Supercross Day, one year there was a parent who was a distributor for Arai. 8 kids in the 50 class bought white Arai helmets. All white, all in the same class. Impossible to tell who was who. Like, you guys are killing me.
Well, I mean, we used to put numbers on the side of our helmets.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep. Nope, nothing. Just pure white helmets.
that's just wrong.
All right, so here's the 594, Callahan Russo. Kearney's at Law, making his way into that 2nd spot now. Liam DeLowry moves up into 3rd. And Nick Black going to shuffle back to 5th as Lawson Workman moves up to 4th. So Swarthegger, Russo, DeLowry, now your top 3. And the 603, got to say, he is on the move.
All right, here comes 6th place, Carter Kolpitzer, or actually Maddox McMullen, Mavis Alessi, yeah, kind of crazy. You got your 2 dogs. Tony's probably going, oh man, oh man. He's got confidence in the kids.
Oh, yeah.
It's in their genes. Yeah, it's so cool to have both of them out here.
Oh, absolutely. Good to see them getting into the grassroots of the sport, starting out at that 50cc level. Going to be a long road ahead, Tony.
Oh, yeah. Wait, long road. Keep working.
And
Keep working out.
there you go. That's Aria Alessi coming through in 9th on the number 3 ride. Good solid form on that bike. And that's going to be the checkered flag. Race win goes to the 26 of Cade Swarthegger. All right, looking for the battle 2nd, 3rd, and 4th here as they're going to come down the rollers. The Texas 12-pack. And it looks like it's going to be the 594 Russo. And DeLowry making the move to 3rd on the final lap. Liam DeLowry going from 6th to 3rd here in the Mini E Open. So good charge there for the rider out of Plymouth, Mass. And that is going to do it for the Mini E Open. And it's going to be time to send it now down to the podium. Talk to Cade Swarthegger down there with Dean Dias. Dean, we'll send it to you.
Yeah, down here, Cade Swarthegger, man, gets it done. One of those guys, you know, he doesn't know anything but the podium. He's back up here again. Man, I got to tell you, this Mini E machine is a cool-looking one. He's got the green, the yellow, even got corn on the bike, corn on the cob on this motorcycle. Cade, man, get it done. How's it feel?
Pretty good.
How'd that moto go for you? Walk me through it.
I got the whole shot. I was staying consistent and I rode my race.
Know about a stay consistent road your race. That's what I like to see. The Corn Kid. Is that what you're known as? You're known as the Corn Kid?
Yeah.
All right, the Corn Kid, Case Warfigure, getting it done out here, man. I know you got a lot of people to thank. Long list of them, so let me know who they are.
Mom, Dad, God for keeping me safe, Jones and Roman, Hex Motor, PR2, 110, Dunlop. What's the oil code again? Blood Racing. Everyone else, thank you.
All right, guys, give it up. Not Children of the Corn, but the Corn Kid down here on the podium getting it done in the Mini E48 class. Take it away up there in the tower.
All right, thank you, Dean. 125 Sea Riders, race 27 is next off the gate. Here they go. And that looked like it was the 727 to Reed O-Ring with the whole shot. So yeah, O-Ring having a little bad luck earlier in the day, looking to give himself a little bit positive energy here as we work through the afternoon. Oh, and I think he stalled the bike. He definitely missed a shift because I saw his leg pounding that shifter down. And the 21, Cabe Tangler going to take over the lead. Yes, it looked like he just got to that turn, went to downshift, and either hit neutral or just stalled the bike because he came to a stop. The 109 ride Mike Wright into third as they head on down the Gas Freeway. So working through the Blake Baggett berm. Oh, another rider going down. And that looks like it was the 109 of Mike Wright tipping the bike over in that Blake Baggett berm. And that is going to drop all the momentum for that rider. He is going to have to go back to work here. So race number 27 in the order, 125C on the track. Race 28, 65, 7 to 11 next off the gate. Race 29, women's 12 plus. You should be in staging. Race 30, 450B limited in staging. And race 31, micro open, 4 to 8 down to staging as well. And this will be first call for race 32, Schoolboy 1, down to the pre-staging area. All right, so the 21, Cabe Tangler trying to hold on to the lead. He's got the 727 to Reed O-Ring, challenging him. Ryder Ramos in third, Austin Perry fourth, and Zeke Nieswanger going to round out your top five.
Now, Don, did I hear correctly? Reed O-Ring stalled the bike?
He went into that turn right before the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree section, got to the inside, and just came to a stop.
Oh.
And I saw the leg furiously pounding down the gears. So I don't know if he caught neutral or if he stopped, but he came to a stop completely.
Okay. He had the whole shot.
Oh, yeah.
Now Cabe Tangler takes advantage of that O-ring mistake.
Yeah, right there is where all of a sudden he just came to a stop.
The battle is on.
Oh, yeah. You know that Reed O-Ring has got to be angry under that helmet after grabbing the whole shot and then giving it away like that. And they're side by side.
Tangler makes a small mistake on that inside rut. It looks like there's a hook there.
Yeah, but he's going to hold on to it. Ryden Ramos continues to hold on to that third spot on the 53.
Check it out. We've got Cave Woman up here getting some photos with James Stewart.
So 125 Sea Riders through the big loop 270, the Suzuki sweeper. Looking for your leader back to the top of the hill here.
Don, what is going on over in Team Cramp Corner?
Well, I'm going to wait to see here. Looks like they're starting to bunch up down the bottom of the hill.
Well, they're both going to carry the same speed. They're both on YZ 125s. This is going to be good, Don.
You're going to be very evenly matched as far as power. And here comes your leader over the top. Oh, somebody made a mistake.
We've lost our second place rider. He's
Well,
about 4 seconds back.
He's there, but he's not where he wants to be.
So that is going to be...
The 21 holds the lead.
Yeah, Tangler, Cabe Tangler out of Malakoff, Texas on that Raptor S ride. Followed by the 53 here of Riding Ramos. So Reed Valve O-Ring making a huge mistake. Goes back to about fifth or sixth position, Don. Unreal.
Yeah, you know what? It comes down to just the momentum on these bikes. You cannot have any of those things where you get into the soft stuff and just lose that drive. Look at how much gap that opened up.
And you're right about
one
that.
spot.
But no telling what took place for the third time down in Team Cramp Corner.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery that wrapped in an enigma.
That's right.
Surrounded by questions.
It's just a blur down there in the corner. Yeah. The Team Cramp Corner
Well,
is
it's a blur for us down there. These guys probably are seeing pretty clearly, but it was pretty clearly not his best spot for Riding Ramos. And Cabe Tangler there is going to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, what a good lead he has, too. Riding Ramos out of Anchorage, Alaska, moves up to the second place spot there, the number 53, Don.
Yeah, O-Ring with a big mistake down there. And again, he's got to be really kind of bummed out. After having the whole shot, he made a mistake that cost him the lead, and now going to make a mistake that's going to force him back to battle in third and fourth. Going to be eating roost back there. You don't want to be doing that.
And I hate to pour salt in the wound, but that's the third major mistake from O-Ring today.
You know, that's lots of times I would say that is going to be, 50% of the problem is that they've got the speed, but they just don't know when to push it and when to lay back a little.
It's all part of the C-Class, Don. 125C, it's all part of the C-Class.
You don't expect to see them mistake-free.
We got two riders down. O-Ring, I'm being told, went down. So who is that, Don?
Yeah, 109 and 195 went down, I believe.
Michael Wright and Austin Perry.
Yep. And it looked like maybe O-Ring was going through the center of that pack there, and they both kind of just switched up lines unexpectedly.
Yep. That's what happens when you put a pack of 125 two-strokes together. Everything and all things can happen.
And that spot, that Blake Baggett berm, it's so wide. You got so many choices, but sometimes you have too many choices. And you get that front wheel in one rut, rear wheel in another. And this is what you get. The 21, Cabe Tangler holding the lead. There's the 53 of Riding Ramos, the Alaska Concrete Sawing Ride. 727, O-Ring going to be the benefactor of that as he comes around in third.
Niswinger back in fourth position, so good ride on the Munn KTM 125 machine.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big gap now with that little miscue for those riders.
And check it out. There is Cabe Tangler's dad and sister. Sister in the vest shooting images, dad walking in the infield. They've got to be pumped on Cabe Tangler. There's the 195 and the 109 of Austin Perry leading Michael Wright here out of Menlo Park, California.
Yeah, and I believe those were the two riders we saw on the ground there. Which, again, that opened up the door for O-Ring to get back to third.
You got race number 28, Don, loading into the gate. Race 29 down in staging. Race 28 in the gate. Race 29 in staging.
Yep, race 30, 450B Limited should be in staging. Race 31, Micro Open in staging. As we work down through the bottom of the race order.
Cabe Tangler wheelie manualing down the gas alley just ahead of Riding Ramos, about a 4-second gap, 3 or 4 second gap. And our third place rider, Reed O-Ring, desperately trying to chase down Ramos, and he might be chasing him down, Don.
You know what? I think he's got a good shot at least getting second place. Looking at the lap times, Ramos was at a 220 or 231, and O-Ring at a 227. So he's got the speed, but he's going to see the white flag this time around, so he's going to have to turn it loose.
You're absolutely right. And how about this battle towards the back of the pack and the shock sock sweeper? This is the battle for 5th and 6th. Wright and Perry bunch back together here down to the Blake Baggett berm.
A lot of bad memories for them in that turn right there.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, man, I was taking a dirt nap down here a minute ago. What's going on?
They were both laid out in the Blake Baggett berm.
All right, so looking for your leader on the 21. Cabe Tangler going to get the white flag this time. We'll see if O-Ring can get around Ramos and make something happen here. So there you go, Cabe Tangler through. There is the 53 of Ramos, and it looks like O-Ring going to have a beat on him here.
He is closed in. I think O-Ring is going to chase down Ryden Ramos. Now, will O-Ring be calm, cool, and collective, or will he make a slight bobble mistake? That is to be determined.
We'll just have to see how this one shakes out.
He is all over Ramos, Don. Reed Valve O-Ring chasing down Ryden Ramos as they launch over the number 3 tabletop, Don.
Yeah, it looked like that off camera there. O-Ring had a little bit less drive coming out of the turn. Perry and Wright renewing their battle 5th and 6th.
Live Fast Films. Live Fast Films.
All right, looks like we're seeing a challenge now for that second spot. Let's watch O-Ring on the outside.
Oh,
no.
O-Ring charges to the outside. Ramos checks up, and it forces O-Ring off the berm.
Oh, yeah. Ramos just took every single bit of the room on the top of that berm.
And he might be down over the backside of that berm.
Yeah, he quite likely is. He's back up, going to lose a spot. And he is
just
probably not happy.
He's got to learn, Don. You're in 3rd place. You're in 3rd place. Just stay there in 3rd place. 3rd is better than a 4th or 5th or a broken lever or a wrist. He charged hard, Don.
Shane, look at this. He's on the water track road, and he's got his left arm down off the bars.
Yes.
So he may have gone down and given himself a stinger, or he might have got hurt. You see, he's keeping the left hand off.
And, Don, what did I say 45 seconds before that incident? And he charged so hard down in the Rocky Mountain 8 feet drop-off and did not check up and shoot back to the inside. And Ramos checked up, and it forced O-Ring with that much momentum over the berm.
Ramos didn't check up. He went to the top of the berm and left O-Ring no room.
That's a check up to me. He checked him up.
Checking up? No, that's letting somebody go over the berm.
Well, hey.
Now, I have no problem with that. It's for position.
O-Ring's responsibility is to slow down himself.
He should have seen that coming and cut back under.
Wow,
but
unfortunate.
Again, hey, C-Class, let's not try and give anybody a hard time here.
That's right. No, it's just racing.
Yeah.
It is racing. That was a good moto.
And there you go. Good moto for the 21 of Cabe Tangler. The 53 of Ramos going to hang on a second. And he's probably going to have a couple of words from O-Ring on that one. But again, you know what? You got to know what's going to happen in that turn. You had to know he was going to take you to the berm. You had to know that.
That was 100% on O-Ring. I'm going to call it how it is. I'm a 40-year novice rider. I understand these things.
There you go. And there you go. The 04 of Nieswang are going to come around and take that 3rd spot. But again, I just hope that O-Ring is not hurt. It did look like he was favoring that left arm. So we'll see. Here he comes through. Now got both hands on the bar, so maybe just a little bit of a stinger on the elbow or something like that. And he does not look happy. I think he knows, you know what, that should have gone another way.
Yeah, totally should have. He's just got to calm down, that's all. He's got the speed.
Yep.
He's got the talent. He's got to just calm down a little bit.
Well, let's go ahead down and talk to our moto winner down there on the podium. Dean, let's talk to you.
Yeah, I'm down here waiting on Cabe Tangler now, just getting sorted out, getting his frame numbers. Here comes Cabe Tangler now, man, to get this podium interview. A chance for him to thank his sponsors up here in the 125C class. Cabe Tangler, man, getting the job done out there. Walk me through it. How'd it go?
It was pretty slick because they watered it the back section, and pretty good.
Yeah, you held your composure, did what you needed to do, and you took a win here in the first moto. I mean, how's that feel?
Pretty good. I got arm pump at the end.
Oh, so we got to go back, get hydrated, relax a little bit, maybe do some stretches or what?
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, who's in your corner? Who's helping you out this year?
The Browns, my mom, my dad, Merge Racing, Honda Max. That's it.
I get.
And B. Dolan.
Awesome job out there. That's Cape Tangle. Give me some knucks, bro. Good job. Great racing out there for the 125C class.
All right, so it looks like a little water going down on the track here. Going to do a little bit of pause for the cause, put some liquid into the dirt. 65, 7 to 11 is going to be next off the gate. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go with the 65, 7 to 11. All right, it looked like that was the 77, Ryder Anderson with the hole shot here in 65, 7 to 11. So Anderson, another good jump off the gate. All right, Anderson with the lead here. And it looks like the 141, Yemina Berning into second. .297 and 311, third and fourth. Ezra Armbruster and Hayden Ash. Right now, Yemina Berning trying to chase down the 77 of Ryder Anderson. So your leader on the 77 through the ski jump down number 8 and into the big loop 270. All right, here we go, up and over the FMF Powerwall for the 77 ride of Anderson. Berning on the 141, giving chase down through the Texas 12 pack. .297 of Ezra Armbruster able to make his way to second. The 311 now up into third. That's Hayden Ash. And it looks like the 17 of Braxton Gauthier, the Cobra Rider, going to round out the top 5. So again, Ryder Anderson, Yemena Berning, Ezra Armbruster, Hayden Ash, Braxton Goff, your top 5. Jeffrey Sethoff in 6th. Rowdy Arones in 7th. Brady Hall, Bodie Roberts, and Zach Poland through the top 10 here. Lap 1 for the 65, 7-11. So race number 28 out on the track. Race 29, women's 12 plus next off the gate. Race 30, 450B limited in staging. Race 31, micro open 4 to 8 down in staging. And first call for Schoolboy 1. Race 32 down to pre-staging. So Anderson Berning battling over the top spot, heading back down the hill and up over the top of Cemetery Hill. The 77 holding the lead right now. But Yemena Berning on the 141, she's not going anywhere. She's going to continue to put the pressure on that CP Racing Cobra 110 Racing 100% Alpine Stars ride. Top 2 breaking away from the rest of the field here. Armbruster on the 297 Altus Motorsport Blue Crew Yamaha ride continues in 3rd. And it looks like a little bit of battle. Hayden Ash and the 17 of Braxton Gauthier going to start to fight over that 4th place spot.
And of course, we got 6th place, followed by Jeffrey Sadoff. Rowdy Rabones on 7th place on the number 21 KTM. In 8th place, Brady Hall on the 724. 9th place on the 25 is Bodie Roberts out of Point, Texas. 10th place, Zachary Poland out of Calgary, Canada on the number 400 disc. Make sure to check out Forthright Media. Go see Nicholas Campbell. He's got his setup set up where you can actually view your race. And I guarantee he's got everybody in every race that you can go pick, and he can print you out on site a 13 by 19 photo and laminate it.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing that you take home an actual item instead of just a file on your phone. And I love to see that.
And he's definitely got a different approach. He's getting different photos from different angles. I've seen him all over this track, just trying different things. And this is his first time here, so it's cool.
Yeah, very much so. It's a different thing to offer the riders. It's always nice when you give them something different. All right, here's your leader over the FMF Power Wall. And I got to tell you, the gap has not changed, JP. 1.7 separating them last time around. Yemena Berning continues to charge, and she is staying with them.
I don't know if I'd want her behind me, listening to her coming up on behind me.
Yeah, because she's definitely riding that bike hard.
Brewster in 3rd over the finish line tabletop out of Garden Grove, California on the Blue Crew 65cc machine. right, so Ryder Anderson.
Yep, up and over that FMF power wall, JP. Here comes the battle for the lead.
We should see that 141, Humana Bearing out of Pleasanton, California, and she has closed up on him just a little bit.
Yep, she's close. And she's going to push that Cobra all the way to the end. She is definitely not going to give Ryder Anderson a moment of peace.
As they rip through the James Stewart ski jump section of Freestone Raceway over the #1 roller into turn 2. It is still Ryder Anderson out front on the 77 Blue Crew YZ65. And Humana Bearing on the 141.
So working through the laps here for the 65, 7 to 11 riders. Oh, and look at this, JP, coming out of that drop. Here comes Anderson, and Berning is closing right up.
Oh.
Humana Berning bringing the heat.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time to rock. As they go down the gas freeway. Anderson still out front, being chased down by Bearing.
Oh no, Anderson goes down. The 77 down in the Blake Baggett berm.
Man, the pressure was being applied by Humana Bearing.
And he's stuck under the bike, finally able to get up. Oh, that's going to be a lot of time. He might lose third. Yeah, he's going to give up that second spot if he doesn't fire that bike up, and he does. So Sethoff looks like he's going to move to second. Anderson still trying to fire the bike up. Oh, that is a heartbreaker.
He is back up and going. He just had a little bobble in there.
That corner right there, it gets really deep on the outside. So if you go to that outside line, it is going to cost you.
The Blake Baggett Bermuda berm turn.
So Humana Bearing coming around out front on the 141. Looking to see who's going to pick up second place here.
Probably Armbruster on the 297.
So Ezra Armbruster picks up second. Hayden Nash on the 311 moves into third. 77 of Anderson up and running in fourth.
Number 24, Brady Hall. And then there's the 21 of Rody Rabonis. And the 93 of Jeffrey Sadoff by Sterling, Illinois. On the track right now is race number 28, 65cc 711. On the lines, race number 29. That is going to be women's 12 plus. It'll be a 20-minute moto. We're going to go through all the motos today. So we got up till 38 motos.
Warm up those fishing poles.
Oh, man. Can't wait. And your leader over the finish line tabletop, the speedster out of California, Yumina Bering on the 141 Cobra.
Yeah, she is absolutely gone out front after that battle with Anderson, and now she is just gone. We'll see if Anderson can get back around Hayden Ash. All right, Armbruster gets into the second spot on the.
Currently running 7th, I believe.
Yep, 7th.
Currently running 7th, I believe.
Yep, 7th. Sethoff in 8th, it looks like, on the 93. Gauthier 9th, and looking like Bodie Roberts. There's the 25 to round out the top 10.
Followed by Cole Jessup, Liam Shimmerell, Zachary Pollan, Billy McLaughlin, Connor Levering, and Lincoln Brave, Heart of a Champion.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Reed Ulring, please come up to the registration tower. Reed Ulring, please come up to the registration tower.
There's the 821 of Liam Shemwell. Met him last weekend down at Cycle Ranch out of Central City, Kentucky.
He's got a battle going on there. Shemwell, Jessup, Paulin, and McLaughlin all in close proximity.
And here comes our leader through the Texas 12-pack. White flag is coming out for the 141, Yumina Bering out of Pleasanton, California. And who's feeling Pleasanton right now? It is Yumina Bering.
Yeah, she's got a 36-second gap over Armbruster, so that's definitely a pleasant feeling.
Oh, yeah. But then again, there's always Moto 2.
Oh, yeah, it's not over yet. We still got another full set of motos to race throughout the rest of the week. And Moto 2 is always the decider.
Yep.
Armbruster, good solid run to get that second spot. He's got no pressure right now, so he's got one more lap around to hang on to that spot.
As Shand would say, for any crazy unforeseen circumstance.
All right, so there's the 77. Anderson gets third. Ash in fourth. So yeah, any unforeseen lightning strike perhaps. Bad luck.
Yeah, Anderson with the 238. Yumina Bering going at 236 on that last lap.
Yeah, Anderson's got the pace. Just that mistake and not being able to get going right away.
Man.
That just costly time-wise.
Because, they would have kept going at it down to the checkered flag, and they may have gone back and forth. It could have been a photo finish, but we'll look forward to the next moto that they're in.
Yep, that was definitely a good battle shaping up. And, hey, unfortunately, that one mistake was the decider.
So Ryder being 11 years old and Yumina being 10. 7 to 11-year-old 65cc class. Big thanks to all our online listeners and viewers. From up on top of the Stasic Tower in the Lynn Nickerson, Shan Garcia, JP Parsley Suite, joined with the super announcer from the East, Don Collins.
Good to be out here in Texas again this year. I love coming out here. You guys know that. You've heard me say it. You'll hear me say it again.
One of these days when we got some breathing time, man, Shannon and I need to bust a move and come up there and see what real life is like.
You guys are welcome to come on up anytime. You know that.
Thank you.
Bring
so much.
bikes. You come up and race that track.
Well, he's got his bike and he's going to start riding pretty soon.
All right, so there you go. The 141. The Cobra of Yumina Berning taking the win there. The CP Racing 110 100% Alpine Stars BS Moto Lab Cobra ride with the win. And it's going to be a little time before we see Ezra Armbruster. He's going to hang on a second. It looks like Anderson going to hang on a third. Ash and Rowdy Rabones looking to round out your top 5 here.
All right, Don, check this out. Coming up, 12 entries, women 12 plus. This will be exciting.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a good one. It's a 20-minute moto, too.
But speaking of women, we're going to send it on down to Dean Dias. Not to say anything about that, but to our winner, Yumina Berry.
I thought you were calling me a woman, but I get it now. I pick up what you're putting down. We got Yumina Berning down here. She's quick up on the podium. She's quick out on the track. We're going to shift cameras over here. We're paying attention to that camera over there. How'd that moto go for you?
It went pretty well. I got a decent start, and then I tried to stay steady, and then Ryder made a little mistake, and that's how I was able to make past him.
Yeah, it was awesome. You know what I call that? I call that the right place at the right time, right?
Yeah.
You put yourself there. You made it happen. Who else is making it happen out there?
My family, my mechanic TJ, my coaches Jake and Shannon Nide, Alpine Star, 110, 100%, Dunlop, Cobra, Bees, Motolab, CP Racing, and everyone else that's helped me get to this point. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it for Yumina Berning for getting that win in the 65cc 7-11.
Yeah, looking forward now to the women's 12-plus race 29, getting ready to leave the gate next. Race 30, 450B limited in staging. Race 31, micro open in staging. And then we have Schoolboy 1, race 32, and 85, 10-14, final race today. Race number 30.
And I'll let Don pick up since he
Yeah, the 60 of Kylie Alvarez and the 94 of Kiana Klurtz. That is second and third right now.
Also on another 94 is Leighton Dalebout, the 95 Haley Johnson, 257 Freestone's Lex Clark, and 338 Johnny Whitmer, and 379 Lana O'Brien.
Yep, that's the field in the women's 12-plus, but right now Isla Phillips looking to get away out front.
Man, she's already, she's already stretched it out, going down into loop 270.
Yeah, she's going. She knows she's got to go to work early, JP.
I think she's like about 6'1", 6 foot.
Going to help you on those whip sections.
Yeah, she looked good on the Supercross.
Yep. All right, so looking for your leaders, come back up to the top of Cemetery Hill. There's the 38 of Phillips. So Phillips with the lead, Alvarez on the 60 in second. And now we got a battle between the 95 of Johnson and the 94 Dalebout. So Isla Phillips, Kylie Alvarez, Haley Johnson, Kiana Kurtz, and Kylie Hayes, your top 5. Skylar Drake in 6th. Lana O'Brien and Leighton Dalebout in 7th and 8th. Carissa Kinsey in 9th. Lex Clark, the 257, going to round out the top 10. Yeah, and again, Nick Campbell, a Forthright film, is going to be set right down in the base of the registration tower. Going to be there all night with that setup. You can go over, browse the photos. If you pick out one you want, he's going to print that 13 by 19 for you right here. Put that baby in the truck or the motorhome and have that to take home. And you're going to probably want to get a couple of those because we were talking earlier. It's just a nice size to frame. Going to be really something nice for a memory of your time here at Freestone, racing in the 2026 7MX James Stewart Spring Championship here down at Freestone, courtesy of Guts Racing. So looking for your leaders to come back up to the top of Cemetery Hill here. The 38 of Phillips trying to open up a gap, but she has got the 60 of Kylie Alvarez. The CP Racing, Roseville Motorsports 100% OGO ride, trying to close the gap on her. But oh, Phillips with a nice run on that lap. She's going to open up a gap. And we got to get a look and see what the lap time was for the 38 because she has walked away at the front of the pack a little bit. So a 2:28 lap time for Phillips. And Alvarez at 2:32, 6.5 second gap. Kylie Hayes moving up to third. Kiana Kurtz dropping down to fourth. And it looks like it's going to be the 24 of Skylar Drakett moving up into the top 5 as she gets around Haley Johnson. Johnson now in 6th. The 94 ride of Leighton Dalebout is going to run up into 7th. So that's going to put O'Brien on the 379 down to 8th. A little gap back to 9th and 10th, and it looks like that's going to be a battle coming up and over that FMF Powerball. No, it's going to be one rider there. It looked like Clark was going to be able to close the gap, but I believe it is going to be Carissa Kinsey. There's the 28 hanging on a 9th. And there it is, Lex Clark, our 32 card girl, rounding out the top 10, the number 257 Kawasaki. And again, great to, it's just a really positive person. Great to see Lex out there having fun on the bike, helping out here with the Freestone crew, and just always a good influence, always happy to be around, always cheering on all the other girls. You know, it's just, you raise the game a little bit when you're willing to be positive for everybody. Negativity has no place in this sport, and Lex Clark is a ray of sunshine.
I have never seen her not smile.
No, same thing.
If you're not feeling 100%, go over and talk to Lex Clark because she will change your life.
And not only that, but like you and I last night were talking about this. In the last 2-3 years that I've seen her racing here, she has gone from just getting around the track to racing.
Yeah, to actually charging. It definitely has improved over the last 3 years for sure.
That was an interesting angle on that interview, Shand. So Isla Phillips, though, large and in charge on that Husqvarna as she holds the lead here. So she is going to be the rider you got to beat. Kylie Alvarez, Kaylee Hayes looking to try to do something with that. But it's a 6.5 second gap last time. JP looks like it's going to open up.
Yeah, and she's 16.
Yep, she's going to have a lot more time to race out here.
All right, here comes second and third.
Oh, yeah. 63 of Kylie Hayes starting to get pressure on the 60 of Kylie Alvarez. So the battle of the Kylie is going to ensue.
I was just looking at that, Don.
Kiana Kurtz there. So now it's Kylie, and Kiana, second, third, and fourth. Drakett on the 24. Skylar breaking up that onomatopoeia, as it were. And there's a word I defy you to listen to a motocross announcer say ever. Onomatopoeia.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Yeah, there you go. See, there's another one. We're dropping them out here. This is like just dropping pearls of wisdom.
Reaching from the sky.
I don't know how wisdom it is, but it's pearls or something.
It's something. Speaking of something.
Might be something that comes out of the south end of a northbound bull, as they say.
Oh, here comes our two riders around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree down to Rocky Mountain ATMC Freeway.
Yeah, they are definitely starting to battle for that. Now you're going to have 3 riders in that turn. So that is second, third, and fourth coming over the top of 5. Side by side in the battle for second. Alvarez holds it. We'll see if Hayes can do something here in the Blake Baggett berm. Now they're going to kind of funnel into the same line. Yeah. And you can see even that midline now, if you look through there in the binoculars, it's starting to get a really side-to-side choppy aspect to it.
And it looks like there's a couple little dips also that they hit.
Wow, that was quick.
Oh.
You actually got it out of your mouth before I did.
Sit down too long, Shannon.
So working through the laps here with the women's 12 plus, great racing out front. Isla Phillips the Team Flow Vision Phoenix Handlebars 110 Racing Dunlop Acherbys Liat ride. And here she is up and over the FMF power wall. So solid run out front on the 38. And the women's 12 plus going to go a 20-minute moto, so there is plenty of time left in this race for the battle between second.
I was just looking at him and going, who's in shape and who wants to be in shape?
Yeah, there you go. Kylie Hayes moves to second. Alvarez now third, but she's going to deal with the 94 of Kurt. Kurt's up the inside in the ski jump.
And she makes the move and makes the pass.
Just like that, the 60 goes from second to fourth.
Here's the 24, a Skylar Draycott.
Yeah, kind of all alone in fifth, but she's going to start to get some company. Looks like the 95 of Haley Johnson starting to pick up the pace. Yeah.
And she weighs 108, Skylar.
I don't ever ask a woman what she weighs, JT.
Well, no, I didn't. She told
Don't
me.
ever ask the woman what she weighs. And don't ever ask a woman if she's pregnant unless you see an actual baby in her arms. Some rules to live by, kids.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wise one. Back to race action.
Yeah, looking for the 63 of Hayes. She is starting to chase down. I mean, she's got a pretty solid gap. So Isla Phillips doesn't have anything to worry about at this point. But Hayes trying to get away from those riders behind her. She just got around Alvarez, and she's looking to get a little bit of a distance. So again, this is the women's 12 plus on the track. Race 30 450B Limited is next off the gate. Race 31, the Micro Open 4 to 8. You should be in staging. Race 32, Schoolboy 1 in staging. And the final moto today, the final moto in the order, the 33 85cc 10 to 14. And that will do it for the race day today once we wrap up that one. But we still got a lot of racing to go in the women's 12 plus.
Flags are crossed. We are halfway through. Believe it? Yes.
Yeah, that's, a 20-minute moto, solid amount of time to make things happen. Oh, we got a rider down on the far side of the FMF Powerwall. Oh, that looks like the 257 of Clark going down over the Powerwall.
Yes, she is. Even though she's an FMF fan to the moon and back, she's intimidated by the wall. Of course, I am too.
You know, that's a tough spot.
It is. I mean, you pull up to it and you just look at it and you go, oh my gosh.
And you see Lex kind of pulling up there, letting those riders go through as she's still trying to adjust the bars and get things back in shape. So doing a good job getting out of the way there and not impeding the race that's going on.
Well, that is the professional courtesy.
Yeah, there you go.
That she always expresses 24/7.
All right, Skylar Draycott still hanging on to fifth. I thought Johnson was going to close up a little bit because she had a good pace, but it looks like Draycott picked it up a bit.
You know, interesting thing, she's only been, this is her third year, basically.
Oh, yeah.
The first time I saw her, it looked like she'd been riding for years. Her riding form, when she crouches down. Of course, her whole family rides. Her older brother, Dawson Draycott, has run outdoor nationals.
Yep.
And
so Isla Phillips getting it done out front here, stretching the gap out a little more.
yeah, because I did an interview with her when she won the Supercross at our new Supercross track.
Yeah.
And I hope everyone liked it. The response was, I think, 100% from everyone. I didn't hear anybody say anything negative, about it. So I think it's a plus for the whole program.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be another great addition to the event.
And I think a great first ditch effort, man.
Oh,
It
yeah.
worked out great.
Oh, absolutely. I can't agree more. All right, so the 38 now working through some lap traffic as she continues to run a solid lead. The 38 of Isla Phillips. All right, here we go. Starting to tighten up this battle. The 94 and the 63. Kylie Hayes and Kiana Kurtz second and third, but Kurtz all over Kylie Hayes. All right, can have attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Rider Jackson Wright. Jackson Wright, the rider, needs to come down to registration. Jackson Wright, the rider, Jackson Wright, needs to come down to registration.
So 24, Skylar Draycott being followed by Haley Johnson on the 95 Yamaha out of Motley, Minnesota. So the first 9 riders are all from different states.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Pretty cool.
Great to see.
Utah, Ohio, Ontario, Canada, California, Texas, Minnesota, Wyoming, Indiana.
So Isla Phillips, Kylie Hayes, Kiana Kurtz, Kylie Alvarez, Skylar Draycott, your top 5. Haley Johnson, Leighton Dale, but Lana O'Brien, Carissa Kinsey, and Lex Clark through the top 10 as you see your leader working through here. Another solid 2:32 lap time for Isla Phillips.
We'll see what Miss Kylie Hayes out of New Middletown, Ohio, comes through, what her lap time is, and there she is right there. Oh, check this out.
These guys are still battling. They have been battling for that spot for the last 2 laps. Right now, Hayes and Kurtz, that's the battle on the track. And coming out of that big sweeping right-hander now, heading by the mechanics area. All right, that battle for second now going to head up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree.
Oh, it looks like she made.
Nope. No, Hayes has still got it. Kurtz is right there, though. It looks like Kurtz got a little bit on the outside, maybe showed her a wheel, but Hayes able to rocket out of that turn and hold it. But here we go. Again, JP, outside, inside. And, Kurtz not able to execute the turn. Looks like there's like an acceleration bump right in that line, and she kind of dropped into it.
It was substantial.
So heading down the gas alley, that battle for second is the battle on the track right now.
So Kiana Kurtz tries to rail the outside, not enough drive as they go with the Honda triple step up. They'll make that 128-degree turn down to number 8 downhill ski jump into loop 270.
Yeah, here we go. That battle for second place. Rider in third going to go to the outside. Let's see if she can make that line work.
It all happened at the team cramp corner.
Well, this is what we're watching here. When you're on the outside through that turn, you come back up the hill and you're on the inside here, but not close enough to take advantage. Hey, out there in the pits, if you are looking in your pocket for your phone and it's suddenly not there, we had a phone turned in down at registration. So if you've misplaced your phone and are currently panicking about your life, head down to registration. We have a phone down there. So Phillips holds the lead. Kylie Hayes, Kiana Kurtz still battling for that second spot. Here we go. Trying to set it up on the outside. Can she get to the turn first? No. Nope, Hayes is going to hold it. And they have been no more than a couple of bike lengths apart. Oh, nice move on the inside. Hayes goes wide. Oh, she faded out to the outside. I don't think that was on purpose, and Kurtz took advantage of that. So we'll see if Hayes can answer back. Yeah, it looked like Hayes just placed that front wheel in the wrong rut and kind of drifted over more than she wanted to. Attention, please, out in the pits, Jackson Wright, the rider. Jackson Wright, please come down to registration. Here we go. Hayes back on the inside in that drop-off. She's going to get to the inside. Can she make it happen? Yes. Side by side. Is Kurtz going to force the issue? She is. Oh, man. This is a great battle for second place here. And I'll tell you what, Kurtz just said, no, you know what? If you're going to take this, you're going to have to knock me down. Yep. A little bit of a berm there, just enough to hold the line.
I think both those ladies deserve a little Joe's Lemonade,
Oh,
and
my
I will
God,
sponsor
yeah.
that.
I'll tell you what a good battle that is.
That's awesome.
Meanwhile, Isla Phillips just all alone out front, kind of riding her lace. But the battle on the track, second and third, Kylie Hayes, Kiana Kurtz.
That's just great racing, man. And it's not through yet. They are still banging bars. They're coming up towards the team cramp section. What do you see, Don?
It looks like the KTM rider going to be on the inside, not able to make it happen there. All right, Phillips comes over the top. So your leader is going to go over the FMF power wall and make her way to the checkered flag. But we're going to stay with this battle for second place. And here they come up and over the top of Cemetery Hill. And it looks like the Husqvarna ride has got the advantage. Kurtz able to get a good line up the hill.
As they come through that Texas 12-pack, through the VMAX switchback.
The 94, Kiana Kurtz, takes the second spot. Kylie Hayes will finish third, but my friends, that was a battle, and they should definitely hats off to those two ladies, really laying it down.
Also on top of that, a 20-minute moto, which they're not normally used
Oh,
to.
yeah. I mean, that's a long time to be out there battling, and they were going at it.
It was a long time for me to just announce it.
We're out of breath from watching. So women's 12 plus does not disappoint, but now it's time to talk to our winner in the moto, the 38 of Isla Phillips, and Dean, we'll send it to you.
Yeah, Isla Phillips, an outstanding ride out there. Go ahead and take that helmet off. I know you need a little breathe. That was a long moto for you women out there. But a great job to say the least. How'd that moto go? Walk me through it.
It was good. I got the whole shot, and then I just kind of tried to find lines and not take up all my energy and just go all the way.
No doubt about it. Cruise and just stay consistent, right?
Yep.
All right, well, I know you got a lot of sponsors, a lot of people you'd like to thank, so tell me who that is that you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, and the Lord for keeping me safe. 110 Racing, Flow Vision, Phoenix Handlebars, Dunlop, Amateur MX Team, Alpine Star, Blood Racing, and everyone else, thank you so much.
All right, guys, go for Isla Phillips. Everybody, the first moto winner here. What do we got on the track?
All right, we got 450B Limited. Looks like the 191, Austin Camden, going to grab the whole shot. 133 of Caden Wigan into second. So Austin Camden, another good start. He had a good jump and grabbed a whole shot earlier and ended up fading back to like third or fourth. So we'll see if Austin can keep himself at the front of the pack here. Leaders coming down out of the twist and shout section. Up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Camden trying to get away out front. So Camden with the lead, Milliken in second. It looks like the 11 of Colby Lassar in third. And then you have the 133 of Caden Wigan going to sit in the third spot right now, or fourth, I should say. And it looks like Oliver Weitzel, the 81, going to round out your top five here early on. We'll see if Camden can get away. He's got Milliken and Lassar second and third behind him, a pair of 11s. All right, here come your leaders down the Texas 12-pack. Camden holding the lead. And it looks like Milliken in second. Lassar third. There's the 133 of Wagon fourth and the 81 of Weitzel rounding out your top five. So that is the running order right now. Mr. X, Brock Worcester running in sixth. Oliver Camp, Callan Trahan, seventh and eighth. Colt Street in ninth. And Chase Landis rounding out your top 10. All right, here comes your leaders. Camden up into the Oak Tree turn. Milliken and Lassar still second and third. Oh, Lassar going to lose third, it looks like. Wigan coming up the inside, and so he is going to take over the third spot. Lassar trying to answer back. He's going to get the spot back. See if he can hold on to it at that drop off. He hit that big hole on that inside line, but keeps himself moving forward. All right, so Camden trying to get away out front. He has got to open up a gap if he wants to get away from Milliken and Lassar and Wigan. Weitzel still hanging on to fifth, it looks like.
Also in this class, race 30, 450B limited, 9 states represented.
There you go. So 450B limited, race 30 on the track. Race 31, micro open 4 to 8 in staging, or I should say off the gate next. Micro open 4 to 8 off the gate next. Schoolboy Juan in staging, and 85 10 to 14 final moto today down in the staging area.
And our leaders over Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerwall. Then they hit the treacherous Texas 12-pack. Austin Camden is our leader through the VMAX switchback. Second place is going to be the gas mounted of Henry Milliken.
Yeah, Weitzel going to make the move to third as he gets around the 11 Lassar. He's going to make that stick. Wigan hanging on to fifth, but losing time to the fourth place rider. Camp Worcester 6th and 7th. Colby Street up to 8th. Callan Trey and Peyton Smith 9th and 10th, and Chase Landis just outside the top 10 looking in. So Austin Camden and Henry Milliken battling 1 and 2. So again, 450B limited riders out on the track. This is going to be a 7-lap moto, so plenty of time to make things happen. If you didn't get the start you were looking for, Camden got the one he was looking for, but Milliken looking to take it away. All right, looking for you leaders to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill. There's Lissar, or I should say there is Camden. There's Milliken. And there's Lissar. Yeah, he's closing up the gap. So right now, Austin Camden has got a pair of 11s trying to chase him down. Lissar back to third, Milliken hanging on to second. Yep, once again, the Olivers find each other on the track. Oliver Weitzel 4th, Oliver Camp in 5th. There you go. I like Brock Worcester there. He just says, I'm going to put an X on the bike and call it a day. No numbers. I don't need them. So Camden holding the lead, and right now probably the best thing for him is going to be the battle going on for second between a pair of 11s, Lissar and the 11 of Milliken. And they are starting to break apart now. It looks like Lissar going to get a little of the advantage as he's trying to pull away from the third place rider and get after 19 of Camden, heading down to the Suzuki sweeper. All right, leaders at the top of the hill going to head back down to the Team Cramp sweeper. And Colby Lissar is reeling in Camden. So Austin Camden going to have his hands full in a short order here as Lissar has, yeah, it is really, the clock is ticking.
All right, Camden, our leader, through the VMAX switchback. But check this out. Man, he is reeling in.
Yeah, Colby Lissar was in third. He made the pass on Milliken, and he's immediately got on the leader.
That kind of indicates that it's no holds barred, that he's going forward.
He's feeling it.
I feel it from up here.
Things tightening up there, 6th, 7th, and 8th, JP. Worcester Street and Wagon.
Looking at that. I was going to do a rundown.
Wow.
Because, you know what's cool is, like I said, we got races here, and just with the level of competition is so, it's just great.
Yeah, this is, oh, here we go. Lissar goes around the outside, trying to make a move on the 19 of Camden. He's going to pull him to the inside. No, Camden shuts that line down.
A bobble through the sweeper, but that doesn't slow Lissar down at all.
No, he's going to stay on the gas. Going to try to get to the outside.
Man.
Oh, out of shape down the alley.
A little bit different line.
Big
Lissar
time.
took.
Here we go again. Lissar going to go to the outside. Camden holding the inside.
A little dabble by Camden, but
yeah. Colby Lassard trying to sweep the outside. He's going to pull alongside Camden. He might have him at the top of the hill. And yeah, the Yamaha rider gets a wheel in, but I don't think he made it stick. This is going to put Camden on the inside down the hill, so we'll see how this one's going to shake out as we wait for him to come over the top of Cemetery Hill. Colby Lassard makes the pass happen. So the number 11 gets the pass made at the bottom of the hill, and that is going to put the Altus Blue Crew Yamaha Motorsports ride out in front. Austin Camden dropping back 1 to second. Henry Millicum, the Utah Motor Company ride in third. And now the 810 or 910 of Oliver Camp in the fourth spot.
What a great move by Lassard.
Yeah, Lassard just was smart. He made a big sweeping turn in that Loop 270. And again, that puts you on the inside at the top of the hill. So once he had that spot, he was able to kind of make his move right there.
Yeah, if you can hold it on, if you got the strength to hold it on, then it definitely will have an advantage.
Well, he did and did.
It's quite apparent.
Yep. But look at this battle still going on, JP. Continuing that battle in like 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, coming up at 6 o'clock, the Malcolm Stewart FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament, where any size wins to a degree, the smallest or the biggest.
Yep. The most important thing, as always, is get out there and have fun.
Yes. And it is a blast, not only to participate, but just to watch. Then directly after that, we'll be up at the pavilion for the
track breakdown.
Track breakdown seminar from James Stewart, and he can tell you about every line on this track, almost.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch the Rewind show that he does on YouTube, you know he has a way of dissecting the track, dissecting the race, that you're just not going to get that opinion from anybody else. He is definitely one in a million when it comes to that type of stuff.